Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. I have the honor, pursuant to Section 38 of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, to lay upon the table the special report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner concerning an investigation into a disclosure of wrongdoing. This report
is deemed referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Budget Estimates.
Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions.
Wow. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
For Leeds Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-US Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation in the following 4 meetings. Firstly, the annual meeting with members of the U.S. Senate that was held in Washington, D.C., May 14th and 15th of 2012. The 5th annual conference of the Southeastern United States Canadian Provinces Alliance that was held in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, May 20th to 22nd, 2012. The National Governors Association annual meeting that was held in Williamsburg, Virginia, July 12th to 15th, 2012. And lastly, the Canadian-American Border Trade Alliance conference that was held in Washington, D.C., September 23rd to 25th, 2012. Thank you very much.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official language the 22nd report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill S-209, an act to amend the Criminal Code, prize fights. The committee
has studied the bill and has decided to report it back to the House without amendment.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour today to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, Administration, Air and Railway Transportation and Arbitration. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Warwest, seconded by Mr. Calkins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Restrictions on Offenders. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to introduce the Safe at Home Bill. Canadian children should feel safe in their homes, especially if they've been a victim of a sexual assault. In my riding of Langley, a sex offender was permitted to serve a house arrest right next door to his young victim. In another case, the sex offender served house arrest across the street from the young victim. In both of the cases, the poor victims lived in fear and was re-victimized every time they saw their attacker. One mother asked me, "Why should we have to move from our home when we're the victims?" Mr. Speaker, that's a good question. This bill will amend the criminal code to require a bubble zone around the victim's home. The sex offender will not be able to knowingly be anywhere near their victim. I look forward to working with all members of this House to ensure the passage of this very important bill. Thank you.
Mr. Warwest, seconded by Mr. Calkins, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When should the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to present a petition on behalf of 38 Canadians from British Columbia, calling on the government to pass Bill C-398 without significant amendment to facilitate the immediate flow of life-saving generic medicines to developing countries.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of hundreds of Prince Edward Islanders concerned about changes being made by Canada Post to post offices across the country without adequate consultation, as is required under the Canada Postal Service Charter. One of these changes, Mr. Speaker, will require a letter that's being sent from Charlottetown to Summerside to go through Halifax, as an example. So the petitioners are urging the Government of Canada to instruct Canada Post to halt its plans to downgrade public post offices and to consult with the public and others to develop a better process for these things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Deputy to Gatineau.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To that end, in Gatineau, we have one post office, and they are supposedly in consultations to close that only post office in Gatineau. I have here hundreds and hundreds of signatures from individuals who are saying no to the closure of the post office on Racine Street.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 4 petitions, but 2 each on the same topic. So the first 2 are on the subject of Bill my own private member's Bill C-442, calling for a national Lyme disease strategy. The first set of petitioners are from Nova Scotia, Bedford and Stellarton, from British Columbia, Delta, Penticton, Victoria and Surrey, and from Ontario, from Burlington and Oakville. And the second set are from Chilliwack, Surrey and Langley, BC, as well as Saskatoon. Across Canada, Lyme disease sufferers are hoping that all members of this House will come to agreement on a national Lyme disease strategy. Second petitions, Mr. Speaker, deal with the matter of the Opposition Day motion today. We're looking at the Canada-China Investment Treaty. Petitioners from Vancouver, Abbotsford, Surrey, White Rock, Vancouver, Maple Ridge, Burnaby and Victoria call upon this House to reject the Canada-China Investment Treaty and call upon the government not to ratify. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition that is signed not only from my riding, Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, but also by members across the country. And it reads that the House condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination, and that Parliament needs to condemn this worst form of discrimination against females. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present on behalf of my riding a petition calling on the government to not allow inequality of women and girls' rights in the sense of sex-selected abortions, and calls on the government to abhor this and to stop it at every opportunity in the future.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to rise as a Member of Parliament for Kelowna Lake Country to table a petition that was presented to me on Friday, April the 12th, in my constituency office by Heidi Osterman from True Food Foundation, a constituent of mine who's collected approximately 1,000 signatures from constituents and British Columbians who are calling on the Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa in order to allow a proper review and the impact on farmers in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to present two petitions. The first one, constituents asking to see tougher laws and the implementation of a new mandatory minimum sentencing for persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. They want to see the Criminal Code of Canada changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving to be vehicular manslaughter. The second petition also deals with gender selection. It highlights that the CBC investigation on gender selection revealed that it's happening in Canada. 92% of Canadians are vehemently opposed to this, and they're asking Parliament to condemn sex selection. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question number 1209, Q1209, will be answered today. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions Q1207, 1208, 1210, 1211, and 1212 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
With the pleasure of the House, the questions number 1207, 1208, 1210, 1211, and 1212 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a question of privilege for the Honourable Member for Malpeque. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
What was, Mr. Speaker? I'm sorry. No, Mr. Speaker. I gave the clerk a letter saying that I would hold that for another day. That I wouldn't put that point of privilege today. I'm sorry.
I understand. Okay. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of a motion standing in the name of Mr. Davies, Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Liu, moves that, in the opinion of this House, the government should inform the government of the People's Republic of China that it will not ratify the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to move a motion on behalf of the official opposition New Democrats to direct the Government of Canada to inform the Government of the People's Republic of China that it will not ratify the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. In doing so, I rise proudly in the knowledge that we are discharging a profound responsibility to this chamber, to Canadians, and to our country. Mr. Speaker, this FIPA is critically flawed in a number of ways and, if allowed to proceed in its present form, will do serious damage to Canada. In fact, in view of the very serious concerns raised about this deal by international trade experts and others, it would be absolutely reckless for this government to proceed to ratify this treaty. Indeed, I believe that many members of the government side are aware of the dangers this deal presents to Canadian interests and are troubled by the agreement's violation of core Canadian values. I say this because even though this government has been in a position to implement this treaty for over 5 months now, it has declined to do so. While there may be several reasons for this delay, I believe that one of them is the distinct awareness that this deal is bad for Canada, fails our businesses, threatens our economic interests, violates our democratic processes, and puts our taxpayers at risk. Before proceeding to outline these flaws and shortcomings in detail, I want to set forth some general principles that the New Democrats hold when it comes to this issue. New Democrats believe in the importance of engaging with diverse economies and emerging markets. We support the development of clear rules that give confidence to investors, create level playing fields, preserve democratic policy making, and are transparent and accountable to Canadians. We believe in trade and investment policy that promotes and protects Canada's interests. With respect to China, we believe that Canada should deepen and broaden our economic relations. China is the second largest economy in the world. It is in ascendancy, and there are many opportunities for mutual benefit and synergies between our two nations. Developing a rules-based framework that improves the investment in economic activities in both countries is desirable and necessary. With careful negotiation, Mr. Speaker, it is also achievable. New Democrats know that an investment agreement done well has the potential to be of great benefit to both countries. However, a deal that is poorly negotiated risks doing great harm. Because the Conservatives have taken an extreme ideological approach to negotiating and ratifying trade and investment agreements, they have concluded a carelessly and poorly negotiated deal. Put bluntly, this FIPA will do harm to Canada's economic interests. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better.
Hear, hear.
Let me start then with a summary of the problems with this FIPA. It ties the hands of Canadian governments at all levels, municipal, provincial, federal, and First Nations, and restricts them from taking legislative measures in the public interest. It exposes Canadian taxpayers to huge liabilities, multi-billion-dollar lawsuits by foreign corporations if they feel that public legislation affects their profit expectations. It is imbalanced and lacks reciprocity for Canadian investors. It doesn't help Canadian investors effectively break in to China's markets. It puts at risk Canada's vital natural resources, including those in strategic areas like energy, and allows these assets to be controlled by foreign state interests, including state-owned enterprises that serve foreign state interests, not commercial ones. It contains an unaccountable dispute resolution mechanism that allows China, or Canada, to hear lawsuits involving taxpayers' money outside Canadian courts and in secret. No public access, no public disclosure, no media. No transparency, no accountability. It subordinates our environment to corporate interests and puts legislative efforts to protect our land, air, and water at risk of being struck down by corporate lawsuits. It was passed by the Conservatives with no consultation with provinces, First Nations, trade experts, business, labour, or the public. And outside of this one day called for by the New Democrats, after 18 years of negotiation with not a single minute of democratic debate. Once ratified, Mr. Speaker, this FIPA will lock Canada into these damaging terms for a minimum of 31 years.
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, this is a major economic initiative and, contrary to repeated Conservative misstatements, a deal that raises concerns unlike any other. It concerns billions of dollars of investment, the first time since NAFTA that Canada has signed an investor protection agreement with a country that is a major investor in Canada. Unlike virtually every other FIPA that Canada has signed, China is a major capital exporting nation with massive foreign currency reserves. Let's look at the numbers. Chinese investment in Canada hardly registered in 2007. It was too small to record. In 2011, it was $11 billion. In 2012, it doubled to $22.5 billion. And according to the Conference Board of Canada, China is projected to be Canada's #2 foreign investor in Canada by 2020, exceeding $50 billion a year. That's in 7 years, Mr. Speaker. Before the $15 billion CNOOC-Nexen takeover, Chinese state-owned enterprises such as PetroChina, Sinopec, and CNOOC had already invested over $10 billion in the Canadian oil and gas sector and controlled more than 7% of Canada's oil sands interests. Today, over $25 billion of Canada's oil sector is controlled by China's state-controlled firms. Let me quote an economist, Wendy Dobson. She said, "There is a tidal wave that is heading out of China in the next decade, and I don't think we're ready for it." She was estimating that that tidal wave amounted to more than $1 trillion of investment worldwide to acquire access to resources and technology. Yet this deal, Mr. Speaker, that will involve those huge sums of money was rammed through this Parliament without any study, debate, or vote.
Shame.
As official opposition critic for international trade, on October 23rd, I presented a motion to the Standing Committee on International Trade to conduct a study of the agreement and call a varied list of Canadian stakeholders to the committee to provide their views. Conservatives refused to even debate that motion in public. No study was agreed to. On October 31, the NDP member for Ottawa Centre rose to request an emergency debate on FIPA. That request was denied by the government.
Shame.
On October 2nd, 18th, 24th, 25th, and 31st, members of the NDP rose in question period to request the FIPA be properly studied by a parliamentary committee. Each time, the Conservatives refused even to address the merits of the question. Through Lead Now, some 80,000 Canadians have sent messages to this government voicing their concerns about this FIPA and requesting a proper study and prudence. Just yesterday, in one day, I received over 17,000 emails after this motion calling for this debate was made public. That's in 24 hours. Despite all of this widespread concern and opposition, this government has refused to bring this FIPA forward for debate, study, or vote. I want to turn, Mr. Speaker, to some of the details of why this FIPA is so dangerous and poorly negotiated. I want to turn first to natural resources. This FIPA requires Canada to award national treatment to investments made by Chinese firms once established in Canada. This paves the way for a massive natural resources buyout and foreign state expansion of ownership in our economy. I'll give you an example. I've referenced CNOOC's recent purchase of Nexen approved by the Conservatives. Under the FIPA, if CNOOC wants to expand by buying up other oil interests, it can, and it must be treated by this FIPA as if it is a Canadian company. Any attempt by any government to limit this expansion may be met by a lawsuit claiming damages for unequal treatment. There is a loophole in this FIPA. Non-producing oil properties are not subject to Investment Canada Act review. This means that oil reserves are present, but drilling has not yet commenced. Those oil leases are not subject to any kind of review and therefore would qualify under this FIPA for national treatment. So this FIPA will place Canada's strategic oil reserves, in fact, strategic sectors beyond oil, into the hands of foreign states and state-owned enterprises who do not operate as purely commercial businesses, but rather would serve the interests of a foreign state. This locks us into a dangerous path of foreign ownership and resource extraction until at least 2044. Canadians are opposed to this, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want a national conversation and policy that makes responsible choices for the wisest long-term stewardship of our natural resources in Canada.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, this deal is imbalanced. First, this deal allows both parties to maintain their current non-conforming measures. This means that both countries commit not to implement any new discriminatory barriers to each other's investors in the future. But this agreement allows both to keep any existing non-conforming measures. Now, here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. China has been and is a command economy. It has many non-conforming measures. These include requiring foreign investors in China to partner with local Chinese enterprises, to use local suppliers, and to source local goods and services. Anyone who has done business in China is well aware of these requirements. But Canada, who has been on a trade liberalization trajectory for the last 30 years, has largely eliminated such requirements. The result? Canadian investors are at a major disadvantage. This deal fails to secure reciprocal and equal access to China for Canadian investors. When I asked DFAID officials at committee for a list of China's non-conforming measures, first they said they didn't have them, then they said they were on the website, and then they said they weren't sure. This government has signed an agreement allowing China to keep non-conforming measures in place that bind Canadian investors, and they can't even tell us what they are.
Shame.
In addition, Mr. Speaker, this deal fails to include Canada's pre-establishment rights model, which grants protections to both existing investments and those seeking to invest. Instead, the Conservatives have acceded to the Chinese model, which provides very little protection to prospective investors compared to existing ones. The result? Again, imbalance against Canadian investors. Why? Because, relatively speaking, there is far more existing Chinese investment in Canada than Canadian investment in China. In 2011, Canadian investment in China was a relatively small $4.5 billion. Again, in 2012, China had 5 times that amount invested in Canada and growing exponentially. As Paul Wells wrote last September when this deal was released, quoting an investment analysis, quote, "It will be interesting to see if this is spun as an agreement that liberalizes or open markets for Canadians. If it is, That will not be true. Canadian companies need and deserve an agreement that helps remove the barriers that are keeping them out of Chinese markets. But the simple reality is that this FIPA fails to provide effective tools to challenge the protectionist barriers the Chinese government has at its disposal to block new foreign investment in its profitable sectors of its economy. For certain, access to sensitive areas of Chinese economy have been restricted to Canadian investors, while Canada has thrown the doors wide open to firms from China. This deal will also expose Canadian taxpayers to expensive litigation and billions of dollars of damages. This FIPA provides a mechanism to Chinese companies to sue the federal government if they feel that Canada has passed regulations or policies that they feel amount to unfair treatment, interfere with their expectations of profits, or future expansion. Now, foreign corporations can sue Canadian governments and cost Canadian taxpayers billions of dollars, and I emphasize, this isn't Conservatives' money, this is Canadian taxpayers' money, for enacting laws that protect our energy security, environment, jobs, or public health. And this is not a hypothetical concern, Mr. Speaker. Chinese state-owned insurance company Ping An has sued Belgium for $3 billion in damages after its profit expectations were not met after the European recession. Canada has been forced to pay damages exceeding $157 million to U.S. firm Abitibi Bowater following the Newfoundland government's decision to reclaim the water and timber use rights it had provided to the company after it closed its pulp and paper mill. And an investor state tribunal has now ruled against the Government of Canada in another case because the Newfoundland government tried to get foreign oil companies to invest a certain amount in local research and development to create good jobs in that province. The amount of damages that have to be paid have not yet been released. Other lawsuits have been filed challenging Quebec's decision to place a moratorium on fracking, Ontario's offshore wind power policy, and the Canadian court's invalidation of a drug patent. In short, Mr. Speaker, this FIPA provides protectionist policies for foreign corporate profits and not the well-being of Canadians, our economy, or our environment. As the South African government put it, investor-state dispute settlement opens the door to narrow commercial interests on matters of vital national importance and is a direct challenge to constitutional and democratic policy making. But let's hear it from the horse's mouth. Here is what one of the international arbitrators himself had to say about the exact type of clause that is contained in this FIPA. Quote, "When I wake up at night and think about arbitration, it never ceases to amaze me that sovereign states have agreed to investment arbitration at all. 3 private individuals are entrusted with the power to review, without any restriction or appeal procedure, all actions of the government, all decisions of the courts, and all laws and regulations emanating from Parliament." End quote. That's Juan Fernandez Armesto, an arbitrator from Spain. Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not agree with this. I might also point out that all 50 U.S. states, every one of them, have passed resolutions opposing the application of investor-state dispute resolution mechanisms in their jurisdictions, and they did it last year again. But let's look at the investor-state dispute mechanism in this particular FIPA. This deal changes Canada's long-standing policy to ensure public access, public disclosure, and transparency in arbitrations. For the first time in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker, these Conservatives have agreed to a dispute resolution procedure that violates the Canadian tradition of open courts. Again, at the whim of 3 arbitrators who have no responsibility or accountability whatsoever to Canadians. Now, I thought Conservatives didn't like unelected judges overturning democratic decisions by elected officials. But in this case, they can't help but trample to the door and give over sovereignty to 3 unappointed, unaccountable world legal arbitrators to overrule decisions made in this Parliament.
Shame.
That's undemocratic and
Shame on them.
Of conservative
Shame on them
principles.
all.
Now, these panels lack the standards and safeguards that apply to judges in Canadian courts. There is no security of tenure for arbitrators, raising concerns about their ability to be impartial. There is no prohibition on arbitrators being paid for non-judicial activities, giving rise to apprehensions of bias and conflicts of interest. Worst of all, these hearings can be conducted in secret and documents can be hidden from the public. Now, I've heard a lot of dissembling from this government, so I'm going to read for Canadians exactly what this FIPA says in Article 28. where a disputing contracting party, that's the sued state, determines that it is in the public interest to do so, all documents submitted to or issued by the tribunal shall be publicly available. Here's the next clause. Where a disputing contracting party, that's the state being sued, determines that it is in the public interest to do so, hearings held under this part shall be open to the public. Mr. Speaker, if China determines that it's not in the public interest to do so at their sole discretion, hearings are not open to the public and documents need not be disclosed. Now, what a violation of Canada's tradition of open courts where Canadians can see justice done when their money is on the line. Now, Canadians can decide for themselves when Conservatives stand up and say, oh, no, these hearings, they'll be held in public. You read it right there in black and white, Mr. Speaker. Interestingly, Canada has made 16 claims through NAFTA's system, these ISDS mechanisms, mostly against the U.S., and we've never won a single case. Neither the U.S. or China, on the other hand, have ever lost an arbitration brought against them by another country. Now, I want to talk about the environment a little bit. I want to read the section of this FIPA as well. You would think that when Canada negotiates a deal on corporate interests, that they would make sure that nothing in that agreement will inhibit the ability of Canadian governments to protect the environment. Let me tell you what the clause says. I'll quote. Provided that such measures are not applied in an arbitrary or unjustifiable manner, or do not constitute a disguised restriction on international trade or investment, nothing in this agreement shall be construed to prevent a contracting party from adopting or maintaining measures, including environmental measures, necessary to ensure compliance with laws and regulations that are not inconsistent with the provisions of this agreement. Now, what does that mean? Why don't they just say, nothing in this agreement will prevent any Canadian government from taking any measure to protect the environment, period? That's what they could have said. The Conservatives did not. This government failed to consult, Mr. Speaker. Wise governments consult, especially when important issues involve Canada's economy, resources, and policy-making freedom are at stake, especially when we're talking about profoundly large deals that will bind Canada's interests for the next 3 decades. Canadians want us to be prudent, to be cautious, to be informed and intelligent. Yet after 18 years of negotiation, the Conservatives announced this FIPA as a fait accompli, take or leave it, without conducting a minute of consultation. Predictably, the Conservatives have been taken to court by a First Nations lawsuit that was filed on January 18th because of this lack of consultation. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, no rational government who cares about Canada's economic interests, democratic policy making, and citizen interests could possibly stand beside such a flawed agreement. No prudent government who is sincerely concerned about Canada's future generations, resource security and environment could possibly defend this FIPA in its current form. And no responsible government can defend an agreement that has taken 18 years to negotiate, will bind Canada for 31 years, affect billions of dollars of investment without proper study and input from Canadians. Canadians want and deserve a well-negotiated agreement with our trading partners, including China. Let us take the time to ensure we secure such an agreement. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this House to support this prudent, thoughtful, and wise motion. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to be fairly brief in my question. This is, I listened closely to the honourable member's speech, and it's not just anti-investment; it's basically anti-trade. A couple of corrections, and I think one of the most important ones, of course, is the right to regulate in the public interest, which the honourable member knows full well, even though he wouldn't state it in his speech, that under this treaty, both Canada and China have the right to regulate in the public interest. And Chinese investors in Canada must obey the laws and regulations of Canada, as the same as Canadian investors in China must obey the laws and regulations in China. But, another point that the honourable member made is absolutely incorrect, is the government denied emergency debate. The government doesn't deny emergency debate. Mr. Speaker, you deny emergency debate. So, a few small corrections. But here's the issue. I don't understand the position on investment. I don't understand the NDP's position on investment, so perhaps you can enlighten me. You don't want Chinese investment in Canada. You don't want Canadian investment in China.
Order. Order. Parliamentary Secretary has now asked me 3 times what my position is and what the chair's position is. It's not my role to answer that. So I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to direct his comments and questions to the chair, not asking him to involve himself in the debate.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, of course, through you to the honourable member, the issue here is quite simple. If you don't want Chinese, and if the honourable member and the party doesn't want Chinese investment in Canada, they don't want Canadian investment in China, then why are they asking questions every day to have the tariff on Chinese products coming into Canada reduced, which puts our manufacturers at a disadvantage?
The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Well, you know, I've said before that this Conservative government's trade policy is incoherent, and we just saw an example. Now I think the honourable member is arguing for increasing tariffs on China and 72 other countries. I would have thought that the Conservative government's trade policy would be to reduce tariffs, but instead they want to justify increasing them. So I fail to understand that policy. I mean, for that matter, we saw the Prime Minister go to India not too long ago and announce with great fanfare the pursuit of a Canada-India trade agreement, the purpose of which is to reduce tariffs, brought over $1 million worth of armoured cars at the same time. And so while we're sitting at a table in India trying to negotiate reductions of tariffs, we come back in this House and this government increases tariffs on India. So, you know, I'll leave it to the Canadian public to understand the coherence of that. The bottom line here is that this matter is not simple, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the Conservatives always want to reduce this to some sort of simple and usually incorrect and false accusation. This is, of course, the New Democrats support investment from China. Of course, we support signing investment deals that protect investors. And I said that in my speech. The question here is whether or not this agreement accomplishes those goals. And we have laid out in detailed form, as have many, many Canadians, trade experts, academics, businesses, including people who are very much in favour of investment and trade agreements, who are concerned about this FIPA. I wish this government would listen and actually study the details of this agreement instead of relying on pure rhetoric and spin.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do enjoy working with the trade critic for the NDP, and I expect my office received many of the same emails that he mentioned that he received overnight on this particular issue. My question really relates more to. I disagree with the NDP motion, by the way, Mr. Speaker, to just throw this out, because I do think we need rules around investment, serious rules. But I understand why the motion was put. Because, as the member said, there was a request for an emergency debate, and it was denied by the Speaker. It wasn't seen as an emergency. And there were several attempts by myself, by the NDP, to have the committee look at this issue. But, of course, the Conservative members on the committee won't even allow that debate to happen in public. But the motions were lost. And so my question really to the member relates to the box that I think all parliamentarians are in. This motion is to reject the agreement, when I think the member would probably agree that if we had transparency around the discussion and hearings across the country and maybe with other countries around the world, to put in place the safeguards to make this investment treaty work for Canadians, then maybe we could come up with a better treaty. So my question to the member is along those lines. Why can't we get that kind of transparent and open debate, and wouldn't that be a better procedure to go so we have investment protection for Canadian investors and improve our economic relationship?
The honourable member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I very much enjoy working with the honourable member from Malpeque as well on the Trade Committee. I must say I'm disappointed in hearing that the Liberal Party will not support our motion, though, because all this motion says is that the Government of Canada should inform the Government of China that it will not ratify the FIPA. That's all it's saying. In its present form, this FIPA is seriously flawed. There's nothing in this motion that says that we wouldn't seek to amend it or improve this agreement to put it in a form that actually would be acceptable to Canadians. Now, I want to just turn for a moment and talk about the Conservatives' refusal to debate this. They often boast about the fact that, unlike the Liberals before them, they put trade agreements before this House for debate. But they don't do that with investment agreements. And I don't understand the difference. When Canada signs a treaty that covers trade in goods and services, and that's considered appropriate to put before this House for scrutiny, but they'll sign a treaty that covers investment, and they don't consider that to be worthy of the same treatment. I don't understand that. And if the Conservatives believe that this deal that they've signed is justified, why don't they bring this forward and make those arguments in front of the Canadian people? Parliamentarians have a prime responsibility. That's to come here and debate legislation, give it a thorough scrutiny before it's passed. Conservatives have a majority. They can ultimately pass what they want. But why are they afraid of detailed scrutiny? Why are they afraid of bringing in people from across this country, trade experts, academics, economists, business people, people who trade, the public, provinces, First Nations, and really take a look at this agreement? Once again, Mr. Speaker, 18 years to negotiate, in force for 31 years. I think we can take a few weeks or a few months to make sure that Canada gets it right. The New Democrats say we should. Why don't the Conservatives?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway and through him to his entire caucus for finally allowing this issue to come forward for debate. He'll recall I raised it in this House early before it was tabled for 21 days of non-debate but sitting before us, and I requested an emergency debate on the matter twice. But rather than detail the history of a lack of debate, let's get into this one. The honourable member mentioned corporate lawsuits, and I just want to hang for a moment on the word corporate, because although in most investor-state agreements, what we have is, and we never have lawsuits really, let's admit, we have, as you described, a hotel room somewhere where $3,000 an hour global arbitrators make a decision that binds governments and which is unappealable. But in the instance of the Canada-China Investment Treaty, we're not actually talking about corporations. We're talking about People's Republic of China and state-owned enterprises. And those state-owned enterprises, People's Republic of China, mean that we'll be sitting down essentially nation to nation. And the People's Republic of China will be in a very different situation than a U.S. corporation under Chapter 11 of NAFTA. They can link their investments and in private diplomatic pressure tell Canada that if we don't change our laws, they could pull all their investments. This is a different feature, and I want to ask the member to comment on that.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway, you have less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for bringing up what I think is a very special consideration about this FIPA, and she's quite right, that what we're talking about here are not just normal corporations as we understand them in the Western legal tradition. What we're talking about are state-owned enterprises. And state-owned enterprises are organizations that provide different considerations. State-owned enterprises in China do not exist solely to make decisions in the best interests of their commercial interests. State-owned enterprises are there also to advance the interests of the Chinese state. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but what we must be careful about is allowing those kind of state-owned enterprises to have key ownership of strategic resources in our country, because they won't be acting in commercial interests. They'll be acting to exploit those resources in the interests of a foreign state. That's not good for Canada. It's not good for our resources. It's not good for our environment. And New Democrats will stand up to make sure we have a better deal than that.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This opportunity to debate the motion by the member from Vancouver Kingsway gives me a bit more time to expand on some of the ideas that I have on his motion and on the lack of time, of course, in questioning. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, and let's try, in the interest of openness and honesty in this place, to lay out the parameters of actually what we're discussing. So, you know, I've heard a lot of talk about the inability to debate this in the House. Of course, the honourable member would know that prior to the Conservatives coming to government in 2006, there was no ability to debate treaties, not just investment treaties, but any treaty in the House. We debated free trade agreements because that's legislation. But there was no ability to debate treaties. So we changed that law to allow treaties to be debated. And since coming to power, Mr. Speaker, we have signed FIPAs with 11 countries, with Bahrain, China, Czech Republic, Jordan, Peru, Kuwait, Latvia, Madagascar, Mali, Romania, and Slovakia. Apparently, Mr. Speaker, none of those were worthy of debate. They're basically all the same format, Mr. Speaker. I hear a lot of squealing from the opposition benches, but they're all the same format. They're basically all the same agreement. None of those were worthy of debate. Somehow this one is different. So now let's expand on the debate a little further. It was tabled in the House September 26, 2012. This is the 17th, not the first or the second or the third, the 17th opposition day that the official opposition has had to debate this treaty. Now, I'll forgive the Liberals on this one because they've said from the beginning that they're going to support the treaty. So they don't need to debate it. They don't need to debate it in this House. But there is an opportunity to debate this treaty in this House. This is the opportunity. So it's the 17th item on the NDP list of priorities. That's what we're dealing with here, Mr. Speaker. Nothing more, nothing less. You know, let's just stop for a second and look at how this treaty unfolds and how it actually works for Canadian investors. And the key message with this Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, and the key message with all the rest of them, is, Mr. Speaker, that it's about rules. It's about rules-based investing, the same as we have rules for rules-based trading. Anytime you have rules, you know exactly what your parameters are, you know exactly what you're getting into when you make an investment, and you can make that investment with some surety. So, you know, we've made a promise to Canadians when we formed government in 2006 that we would provide jobs, we would provide prosperity, and we would provide opportunity. Of course, Mr. Speaker, with the downturn in 2009, that became more difficult, but Canada is still in an enviable position with our economy compared to all the other economies in the world. To come back to this FIPA for a moment, what we're dealing with here is a Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement with the second largest economy in the world. Prior to this, and yes, it took 18 years to negotiate, and that's no mean feat, Mr. Speaker, and I'll give some of that credit to the former government who started it for the right reasons. But our government finished it, and we put it into place because, Mr. Speaker, we need this agreement, we need this investment agreement to deal on equal footing with Chinese. For Canadian investors investing in China, they need this protection. They need it much more, I would argue, than Chinese investors investing in Canada. But there's a little thing that the NDP obviously don't understand, Mr. Speaker, and that's called reciprocity. When we have a set of rules, we have to offer those same set of rules to the partner in the agreement. So this agreement was signed to protect Canadian investors in China through stable, predictable rules and protection against discriminatory and arbitrary practices. They can try to make it more complicated than that, but it is no more complicated than that. It allows predictability. It allows transparency. And there is transparency and public access to any arbitration. You know, the idea that there's not is simply incorrect, Mr. Speaker. All of the hearings, all of the paperwork will be provided to Canadians if upon request, and public access, so there will be transparent public access to the dispute settlement procedures. You know, a couple other points, and I'm going to get off of this and talk about trade a little bit, because it's all one and the same. What we have is a party that's anti-trade, and now they're coming out to be anti-investment. So, you know, for businesses, Mr. Speaker, looking to set up in China, the Chinese cannot treat a Canadian company less favorably than they would any other foreign company looking to do the same thing. Once an investment is made, a Canadian business cannot be treated less favorably than any other business, including Chinese businesses. I really cannot comprehend the opposition to this treaty. I really can't. You know, we're creating a secure, predictable environment for Canadian investors, and we're not doing any more than that. There's nothing hidden here. This is about opportunity for Canadian investors in China. This is about equal footing and reciprocity for Chinese investors in Canada. We're dealing here with the world's second largest economy, with arguably the largest reserves of foreign currency of any nation in the world. And what we're hearing from the official opposition, I don't know where they expect this country to go, but what we're hearing from them is that we don't want to trade with China. And I started to articulate my opposition to their line of questioning on the favored nation status for imports coming from China or exports from China to Canada. And Mr. Speaker, I think that you have to draw them together. And for the public out there listening to this, you know, here's the dichotomy. You have one side of the equation where the official opposition is against rules-based investing and rules-based trading, apparently, with China. And on the other side of the equation, you have the official opposition asking that China remain the second largest economy in the world, remain on the preferred nations list. That list was put together of 72 nations, Mr. Speaker, for emerging economies, economies that really nations and people living in poverty, to give them an opportunity to get out of that situation and to become to move from an emerging economy to a mature economy. I think most people would argue that China has done that. So has India, so has Brazil, so have a number of other countries that were on that list. So they no longer have a preferential tariff coming into Canada. They are now on equal footing with Canadian companies. They don't have that advantage. And Mr. Speaker, it's one and the same. We're talking about the same issue here. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it's the same position, and I find it bizarre. The same anti-investment position that the NDP takes is the same anti-trade position that the NDP takes. You know, since coming to power in 2006, we formed government in 2006. We've been opening up trade. We've been trading with countries around the world. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to get static from the official opposition and sometimes from the Liberals, but the Liberals tend to at least say they believe in free trade. You know, we signed a number of trade agreements, and it's as if that trade and investment doesn't account for anything in Canada. You know, it accounts, Mr. Speaker, for 1 out of every 5 jobs, and it accounts for 64% of Canadians' annual income. Now, that may not be important to the opposition parties, but it's certainly, Mr. Speaker, important to us. You know, the Liberals were in power for 13 years. They signed 3 trade agreements, and one of them was an extension of NAFTA that really they were going to get rid of, and of course couldn't get rid of because it was too important. And they saw the error of that, and they changed their ways on that. And I appreciate that, because sometimes governments are forced into positions that they didn't originally take. You know, we're continuing to negotiate deals around the world. We're working on a free trade agreement with India. We're working on a free trade agreement with Japan. You know, at committee, Mr. Speaker, we've been discussing the Pacific Alliance, although, again, the NDP and the Liberals don't want to discuss that agreement and the potential of that agreement. And here's their logic. Here's the logic, Mr. Speaker, not unlike their logic with the FIPA with China. It's not important. Not important to Canadians. It's not important enough for us to take our time to even do a precursory study, to even take really a brief glance at it to see if it's worth pursuing. Now, but when you look at the real numbers in that agreement, and it's no different than the position they're taking on the FIPA with India, when you look at the real numbers in that agreement, you know, you've got Chile, Peru, Colombia, Mexico. You know, we've already got bilateral agreements with those countries. We've already got a very good trading relationship with those countries. But those countries put together, Mr. Speaker, make up the 9th largest trading bloc in the world. The answer we get from the opposition, we don't even want to study that. We don't want to look at it. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to think about it because it's not important. So what is important? You know, you don't want a foreign investment promotion and protection agreement with China, second largest economy in the world, a growing, dynamic nation that we need to do greater business with, and we will continue to do greater business with, because it's not important enough. You're not going to support the CETA with the European Union because apparently it's not important enough. You know, comprehensive economic trade agreement with the EU. You know, the NDP do know about that. You know, 28 countries on July 1st. You know, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition does realize the importance, I would hope, of this. The ability for Canada to expand with traditional, many of them, traditional trading partners, and form, you know, potentially one of the most, if not the most important trading bloc in the world. So Canada, with 33 million people, on one hand, would sit between the United States with 330 million people and an affluent economy that's starting to rebound. The European economy, even though it's struggling, Mr. Speaker, 500 million consumers, one of the wealthiest economies in the world. Canada with 33 million people, with goods and services and talented workers, goods and services to offer those economies. We would be between those two huge economies in an enviable position to any nation on earth, and all we get from the opposition in place of support is condemnation. Now, I, for the life of me, can't understand that. Now, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, you know, we're going to see some type of an epiphany on behalf of the official op. Perhaps they are going to change their ways. Perhaps they will begin to embrace investment and trade, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've seen nothing to assure me that that will occur. You know, I think what you really have to look at, you know, is first of all our position on investment. We've discussed it. Second of all, our position on trade, our rejuvenated global commerce strategy, which, you know, allows Canadian goods and services and talent and investments to be spread around the world, and our own hemisphere, in our own hemisphere, our America strategy and the importance of that America strategy and the importance to many of our provincial manufacturers who, by looking at the Americas, and not just the United States and Mexico, but by looking at the Caribbean, at Central America, at South America, are able to invest in real time, in their own time zone, not talking to somebody 10 hours or 11 hours away, but in our own time zone, in real time, invest in the Western Hemisphere. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue that strategy. We'll continue the America strategy. We'll continue a strategy for the Caribbean, and we will continue a global commerce strategy because it's good for Canadians, and it's good for manufacturing, and it's good for workers. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, the NDP record, and it deserves to be discussed here, because they brought the motion up, 17th in their list of priorities. 17 days they had to debate this, 17 opposition days. They chose not to. Now, all of a sudden, it's a priority. And I'm going to tell you why I believe it's become a priority for them, because they were hoping that by holding back, there would be some kind of a groundswell of support. And since that didn't occur, you know, the honourable member said he had 17,000 emails. So I don't know if that's 17,000 emails, if that's 1,700 emails sent 10 times. So 170 emails sent 100 times. But I certainly received some of those form emails. It's just a matter that someone forwarded it to someone else, and then you could forward it to a member of Parliament. And those weren't, you know, and certainly I had emails that had reasonable, responsible concerns. Easily addressed, Mr. Speaker. Easily addressed. You know, but let's take a look at the trade record, at their investment record, and what the NDP party's actually saying. You know, page 18 on the NDP policy book states, quote, New Democrats believe in renegotiating the North American Free Trade Agreement. Wow. Wow. That's incredible. You know, the trade critic from Vancouver Kingsway has said he won't support a free trade agreement because trade unions do not want it. It's his quotes, not mine, Mr. Speaker. I'm just reading it back to them. Former NDP trade critic from Windsor West has said he supports the efforts of big union bosses to stop any further trade negotiations with Korea, with Japan, with the European Union. Are we to become isolationists, Mr. Speaker? Are we to withdraw? Are we to lose that slight advantage that we have over other countries in the G7 and the G8 and the WTO? You know, Mr. Speaker, these are difficult times. You know, the world is truly at a crossroads, and the economy is struggling. We've never said anything else. The economy is struggling, but we're better off because of prudent fiscal management than all of our neighbors. You know, let's look at some more quotes. I only have a minute left, and I want to get these on the record, you know. Former NDP trade critic from Dartmouth Coal Harbour described the free trade agreements as job-destroying. BC Southern Interior said trade agreements threaten the very existence of our nation. The member from Welland says the Conservative government tells us that free trade is good for us all. He begs to differ. And the former critic from Burnaby New Westminster even said in this House that free trade has cost Canadians dearly. Mr. Speaker, I asked everyone listening, I asked Canadians to use some common sense. There's nothing hidden here. There's nothing untoward. This is a straightforward investment agreement that allows Canadians investing in China to do so with a surety and offers those same rights to Chinese investors in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know, a government that doesn't consult is a poor government. A government that doesn't listen is an incompetent government, and a government that misleads Canadians is a dangerous government. And I think all three of those apply to this government. You know, Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague talked about counting. Well, here, people are counting. They're counting the trade deficit under this government. Since the Conservatives came to power in 2006, we had a trade surplus of $17 billion, a surplus. Today, after 6.5 years of this government being in power, we have a trade deficit of $67 billion.
Shame.
That's the record of this government. And we have a record merchandise trade deficit approaching $100 billion, and the percentage of our exports that are made of raw or barely processed items is going up, and the percentage of our exports of refined or value-added is going down. The consequences of the Conservative trade policy are disastrous for this country, and my honourable friend can only respond by misleading and spin. But what I want to ask him is this. He keeps saying that we have an open arbitration process. I'm going to read again from the FIPA. Public access to hearings and documents, Article 28. Where a disputing contracting party determines that it is in the public interest to do so, hearings held under this part shall be open to the public. So my first question to him is, does he not understand that if a contracting party decides that it's not in the public interest to do so, they can decline to have hearings in public? And my second question is, if my friend thought that this deal is so good and this is a government agreement, why didn't the Conservatives bring it forward for debate in this chamber instead of attacking the opposition, which we are doing here today?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our job is to table the legislation or table the treaty in this place. The opposition's job is to bring it forward to debate. And I have been counting, Mr. Speaker, I have been counting 17 days. 17 days. I'll say it again, 17 days. So this is 17th on your list of priorities. And Mr. Speaker, I have time to answer one more of his statements, and that is on, you know, the trade deficit. So here's their answer to the trade deficit. There is a trade deficit. Everybody recognizes that. We have 72 countries on a preferential tariff list. We have decided to take away that preferential tariff list because they're no longer emerging economies, they're mature economies, and the answer from the official opposition is no, we don't want to do that, and that leads to a trade deficit, Mr. Speaker.
Come on. Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You almost have a laugh at some of the responses of the parliamentary secretary. He did say these are difficult times. What he failed to add to that, Mr. Speaker, that these times are all the more difficult as a result of this government and the actions that it's taken. My colleague from the International Trade Critic for the NDP mentioned some of the trade facts, and I would add to them. You know, there was a surplus when this government came in, and now we have a serious trade deficit, the first trade deficit in 30 years. Last 10 out of 12 months, we're in trade deficit. They said they were going to complete. They like to talk the numbers, agreements they've signed. They never want to talk about results, Mr. Speaker, because the results of this government's trade policy is absolutely terrible. On the CETA agreement, supposed to be signed over a year ago and agreed upon. Now it's moved to summer, and we're playing second fiddle to the United States negotiations, and that puts us in a lose-lose position, Mr. Speaker. The FTA with South Korea. We're losing $1 billion market on pork and hogs as a result of this government. And the Secretary of Agriculture in the United States is going around the U.S. talking to their beef industry, bragging about stealing the beef market from Canadians in South Korea. That's the results that we're seeing. But my question, Mr. Speaker, on the FIPA is that will the Parliamentary Secretary answer directly? Who is responsible for liabilities as a result of provincial government decisions under the FIPA, provincial government decisions that may in fact affect a company, a Chinese company, that's investing in this country, and they have a problem and they feel that they've been wronged and they sue in the courts? Who accepts the liability for that? I believe if he answers honestly, he'll say federal taxpayers do.
Secretary.
Speaker, I don't know why the honourable member asked the question if he wants to answer it himself. But, you know, his first part of his diatribe was on the trade deficit. And let's be clear, and let's just look at this for a moment. Canada's trade deficits over the past few years were a result of a relatively weak global economy. Now, maybe the honourable member is an isolationist and he thinks that we exist without the rest of the world and that we don't build things and make products with other countries, but the reality is we do. We have a weak global economy and a strong Canadian economy compared to all the rest of our trading partners. In particular, the recession hit the United States, which is the main source of our trade surplus, and the rest of the world harder than Canada, therefore weakening the demand for Canadian exports to the rest of the world, but leaving Canadian demand for imports largely unaffected due to our strong domestic economy. So I'm going to ask this member the same question I asked the official opposition. Why does he support reducing tariffs for Chinese investors and Chinese companies on products coming into Canada and putting us at a disadvantage?
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening to this debate for not just here in this House, but for the last number of months with a great deal of interest, but also puzzlement. You know, since 2006, 14 foreign promotion and protection agreements have been concluded or brought into force by this government. Between 1990 and 2006, some 10 foreign promotion and protection agreements were brought into force. So, in other words, Mr. Speaker, since 1990, some 24 FIPA agreements have been concluded or brought into force. And this particular Canada-China FIPA agreement is similar to those 24 other FIPA agreements negotiated since 1990. It contains all of the same similar core standard obligations in these 24 other agreements. It contains rights and obligations that apply equally to both Canada and China. So in light of these facts, Mr. Speaker, my question to the House is this. Why is this FIPA such a concern? If this particular FIPA is similar to the other 24 FIPAs, what is motivating all the concern about this particular Canada-China foreign promotion and protection agreement? Is this a form of dog whistle politics that is going on here? What is motivating all the concern about this particular agreement in light of the fact that it is so similar to the other 24 agreements?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a very good question from my colleague, and I don't want to say it's as simple as politics. I don't want to say it's opposition for the sake of opposition, but I think the public can draw their own conclusions here. The honourable member is absolutely right. There have been a number of FIPAs signed since 1990, 11 since we formed government in 2006. There have been 17 opportunities with opposition days by the official opposition alone, not including the Liberal Party, to debate this in the House. So it's 17th on their list of priorities, but suddenly it's a priority today. These FIPAs are all very similar. They all offer the same basic endgame, and that is protection for Canadian investors in China and protection for Chinese investors in Canada. There's nothing untoward about that. There's no ability for the Chinese to take over the Canadian economy here. There's no ability for them to destroy the environment. All of this really is fear-mongering and goes back to the basic anti-trade roots of the official opposition.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd first start off by stating what the parliamentary secretary didn't say in response to that question. And yes, this FIPA with China and Canada is similar, but it's certainly not the same. And you're dealing with what is now the biggest economy in the world, or will be. and you're also dealing with state-owned enterprises. There's a lot of difference in terms of the China agreement, and some other countries have recognized that, Mr. Speaker, and they've put in specific safeguards on SOEs, safeguards in their own country's interest. They've done it in a way to protect their own interest and still have a foreign investment protection agreement. So that should be added to the Parliamentary Secretary's answer, Mr. Speaker. So I am pleased, Mr. Speaker, to speak on this motion, but I want to point out a few facts in beginning. That what this motion really shows in this place is the extreme position of both the Conservative government and the NDP opposition on major issues that affect Canadians. On the one hand, you have the Conservative government that will sign any deal just to get a deal, just to get the number. They'll sign basically anything, regardless of its long-term consequences on Canadians. So they'll sign any deal just to get a deal. And on the other hand, you have the NDP that does seem to oppose any trade or investment treaty, and leaves us with the impression that the NDP position is anti-trade in their approach to the economy. And I think that kind of thinking belongs in the early 20th century, not in today. So you have the two extremes. And, Mr. Speaker, what we want to do as the Liberal Party is to find the balance. And that's, Mr. Speaker, why, as I said earlier in a question, that we will be not voting for the NDP motion, because we really think what we should be doing is holding the proper hearings. We can't just throw out an investment treaty that's got some flaws in it. We need to fix the flaws. That's really what we need to be doing. And in order to do that, and the Parliamentary Secretary can say all he likes about that there were 7 opposition days and more, but the government, Mr. Speaker, has a responsibility, and all parliamentarians have a responsibility to come up with the best agreements for Canada that we can come up with. And the problem with the government is that they either deny debate or limit debate, and so that the proper hearings can't be held across the country. And in this case, I would submit globally to find the best solution on an investment treaty with China for Canadians to fix those flaws. And that's where we want to be, Mr. Speaker. We want to assure the facts are laid out there, both the good points and the bad points, and so that we can fix the flaws in terms of this particular agreement to ensure that it's best for Canada. The facts are these, Mr. Speaker. Foreign investment protection agreements are important for Canadians investing abroad, as well as businesses here at home. While the Canada-China FIPA contains several flaws which raise serious concerns, completely abandoning the treaty is not the answer to assist Canadians and Canadian businesses in dealing with investments and trade issues with China, which is a major player in the world. Secondly, a better opposition day motion would have toned down the anti-foreign investment and trade rhetoric by highlighting the areas that require improvement, and I hope I can do that through the course of my remarks. There is no question, Mr. Speaker, that Canada-Chinese Foreign Investment Protection Agreement needs to be improved, but not completely discarded. We've raised concerns, the Liberal Party has raised concerns about provisions in the Canada-China Investment Agreement, particularly on issues of transparency during arbitration, termination of the agreement, and the length of time that the agreement is in force. Liberals have consistently called for a public debate on the issue, a real debate, not on a motion such as this, but a motion on a debate where you actually have the treaty laid out and I would submit that beyond that, we need to be bringing in witnesses, we need to be going to see businesses, some who are in favour and some who are opposed, to see the implications from their position. Unfortunately, the government has failed to take responsibility for this treaty and has blocked discussion on it, creating a vacuum which has been filled with misinformation and fear-mongering. And that really concerns me, because there is the two major extremes, and it's causing a lot of dissension toward the agreement. And I think it indeed, if the government had the will, the treaty, the FIPA could be fixed. Mr. Speaker, then it's important to keep in mind that the only briefing ever provided to the Canadian public and Parliament came about as a result of a motion presented to the International Trade Committee, at which government officials were permitted to speak for a single hour, Mr. Speaker. The minister never came before a committee on this issue. Officials, by way of a motion that the government members were too embarrassed to defeat, officials were before the committee for one single hour. Do you think, Mr. Speaker, on an investment treaty this broad, that is enough time to debate the issues and get some answers? I certainly think not. From what we know, Mr. Speaker, the key issues surrounding the Canada-China FIPA are these. 1, transparency in terms of public awareness of disputes. 2, federal liabilities for provincial decisions based on the Constitution. 3, restrictions on investment in China and joint ventures in China, restrictions on what industries Canadians can invest in China vis-a-vis what China investment companies and state-owned enterprises are allowed to invest in this country. 4, security concerns have been raised by both our CSIS and also United States security agencies. 5, energy investments such as CNOC and national treatment on further investments. So those are really the 5 key areas, Mr. Speaker, that there's key issues, that there's concerns about. And I think to a great extent, if the government would have the will to allow itself to debate the issue, then those key issues, I think many of them could be solved, and we could have an investment treaty that in fact works. So let's not just throw it out, but let's not just do as the government does, sign it because they're under a little bit of pressure. So let me come back, Mr. Speaker, to each of those issues if I have time, and I'd ask you, Mr. Speaker, to give me a 2-minute signal so I can sum up. On the transparency issue, Mr. Speaker, in terms of disputes to be resolved through arbitration, officials told the committee that, quote, it is Canada's long-standing policy to permit public access to such proceedings. Canada's FIPA with China will allow Canada to make all documents submitted to arbitral tribunals available subject to the protection of confidential business information, end of quote. Later in the same testimony, we find out Canada has little to do with it. In response to the question which stated that FIPA with China means that, quote, China does not have to have public hearings and does not have to disclose documents if they don't want to, end unquote, the response from officials was, yes, that view is correct. So what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, on the transparency issue, officials in that single hour of testimony we had from them and questions admitted that there's an entirely different situation related to transparency that has to occur in this country on disputes versus the transparency that has to occur for Canadian investors having a dispute on the China side of the equation. When asked if the government has done an economic impact assessment of the agreement, Mr. Speaker, something which has been done for all the FTAs, which have been used as the basis of defending them, officials confirmed that no such analysis was undertaken or apparently attempted. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is a serious, serious issue. When we have the Government of Canada undertaking a major, major international agreement that any of us who have read the discussion, the document, and the time frames, know it's basically locked in for 31 years. And the government has not done a cost-benefit analysis. That's just about unbelievable, but it in fact is true. The second major area, Mr. Speaker, that I raised as a concern was a termination clause. In other FIPAs, there is usually an easy mechanism to end the agreement early if the agreement doesn't end up providing Canadians the protection it's supposed to. This agreement remains in force. The agreement remains in force indefinitely, and the exit mechanisms generally consist of a 6-month or a 1-year notice, and then the exiting investments remain in force for a period of a certain number of years that would be spelled out. For example, under NAFTA, which is a major agreement, as you know, a party may withdraw from this agreement 6 months after it provides written notice of withdrawal to the other parties. If a party withdraws, the agreement shall remain in force for the remaining parties. Lebanon, in an agreement with Lebanon, there's a 1-year notice for termination, and then existing investments remain in force for some 20 years. In Jordan, same thing, 1-year notice of termination, but the agreements, the existing investments would remain in force for 15 years. Argentina is much the same. But with China, and this is the point that I raised earlier, the parliamentary secretary said this FIPA is the same. It's not the same, Mr. Speaker. Not the same in many respects. It's similar, but with many different qualifiers around it. With China, this agreement isn't indefinite until termination notice. In other words, we're locked in for an initial period of 15 years, which is unprecedented in terms of these agreements. And then it can be terminated on 1 year's notice. And existing investments remain in force for another period of 15 years. Hence, Mr. Speaker, that's where you get the 31-year agreement point that many people keep citing. This is a departure and locks us into the agreement regardless of whether it ends up providing Canadians the protection it's supposed to. The third point, Mr. Speaker, of concern is federal liability for provincial decisions and the constitutional impact. Officials told the International Trade Committee on October 18th of last year, in response to a direct question, quote, would this FIPA subject provinces to claims for damages as a result of this legislation if a Chinese investor believes that provincial actions have violated this deal? The response was, no, it doesn't subject provinces to any claims. The federal government is responsible. The federal government would be accepting all obligations. End of quote. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is something that we seriously have to consider. A province makes a decision, Chinese business is upset, believes they have had, let's call it, future lost profits as a result. If they win the case, then the federal government is responsible for all those obligations, and the federal taxpayer could end up having to pay for those obligations. Now, that issue, Mr. Speaker, that's not different than some of the other trade agreements. I recognize that. But, Mr. Speaker, we should go in with eyes wide open, and we should look at if there's any way of limiting that liability to the federal taxpayer as a result of provincial decisions for whatever reason they may be made. The fourth area, Mr. Speaker, is restrictions on investment in China and on joint ventures. During the briefing by officials to the International Trade Committee, the following was stated, and I quote, "Some sectors are completely off limits to foreign investment, such as mining in respect of certain minerals. In other sectors, foreign investments are restricted or encouraged, meaning are subject to foreign equity caps or requirements for Chinese or joint venture arrangements," end of quote. The official went on to say that this agreement, quote, "will support Canadian business efforts to explore the growing investment opportunities in the world's second-largest economy across a range of key sectors, including financial services, natural resources, transportation, biotech, education, information technology, and manufacturing." Further to this point concerning restrictions with China, and to the point the Prime Minister raised in this House on October 23rd regarding reciprocity, the following should be noted from the United States-China Commission report of 2012, which states, quote, "The Chinese government identifies oil and petrochemicals as one of 7 strategic industries for which the state must maintain, quote, absolute control through dominant state-owned enterprises." Mr. Speaker, as such, foreign companies are not permitted to participate in China's domestic strategic industries except through joint ventures. And so there you have it, Mr. Speaker. There's different rules surrounding our investment in China versus their investment here. We need to be looking out for those pitfalls in terms of this particular agreement. And I see, Mr. Speaker, I'm running out of time, but the point as well is that state-owned enterprises in China are designed and in such a way as to enhance the total economic endeavors, foreign political and trade policy of China. We need to recognize that up front. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but as I said earlier, we need to go in with eyes wide open and ensure that we protect ourselves against any problem that may occur as a result of that strategy. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to, in conclusion, I've outlined a number of points, but I'd like to move, Mr. Speaker, seconded by the member for Gander, that the motion be amended by replacing all the words after the words China that with the following. Prior to any decision on the ratification of the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, the said agreement should be referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade to conduct hearings across Canada and report back its findings and any recommendations to amend the agreement to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Order. It is my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may be moved only with the consent of the sponsor of the motion. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway if he consents to this amendment being moved.
Speaker, while I appreciate the spirit behind my honourable colleague's amendment, we will not consent to that amendment. My honourable colleague knows that the New Democrats put forth a motion to have this matter brought before the Standing Committee on International Trade, and that was rejected by the government. So we know already that that's not going to happen. We need to take action on this FIPA now, and we may as well get to the real answer, which is this FIPA in its present form should not be ratified, and the New Democrats are going to press this government to take that responsible move.
Obviously, there is no consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, again, the honourable member from Alpaca and the New Democrats have been focusing on this government's disastrous trade record for the last 6 years. And the parliamentary secretary just was attempting very weakly to defend what is an abysmal trade deficit, where we went from a $17 billion surplus when they came to office in 2006. It's now a $67 billion deficit today. And he attempted to fluff that off by saying, well, we've had a global recession and commodity prices are low and other countries have suffered. We did a study 2 weeks ago that compared Canada's trade current account record with 17 other countries around this world. The United States, Japan, Germany, Spain, Colombia, Chile, Peru, all countries of which have been operating in the same global environment, have gone through the same global recession, have to deal with the same commodity prices and currency fluctuations. And what did we find, Mr. Speaker? 8 countries have been running trade surpluses in the same time that this government's been in power. 5 of those countries have trade deficits, but they're improving, and 5 countries have trade deficits, and they're deteriorating. And guess who's in the 18th position? Last place out of 18 countries,
worst country in the
Canada,
world.
under the Conservative government. So it is no excuse to say that this massive current account deficit is someone else's fault. It's a Conservative fault. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he would like to comment on those numbers as opposed to the spin you hear from this government.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will comment on those numbers. But I would say, Mr. Speaker, I'm kind of disappointed that the NDP wouldn't support the amendment to do basically hearings, send this to Trade Committee and do hearings across the country, because yes, it was rejected at the Trade Committee clearly by direction from the government. But I thought maybe in this place, where there's a whole number of backbenchers now starting to speak out and rally against the tight control by the Prime Minister's office, that maybe they might have the backbone to stand up and say that we should do our jobs as parliamentarians and hold the proper hearings on issues such as this. But be it as it may, that's the decision that was taken by the NDP, and I guess I'd understand where they're coming from. On the numbers that the trade critic for the NDP talked about, he's absolutely right. We're in 18th position in terms of those countries, and we've had, for the first time in 30 years, we've had an annual trade deficit. Our merchandise trade is showing problems all the time. The Canadian government has failed to exercise an FTA or to implement an FTA with South Korea. As a result, in that market now, we're losing $1 billion market, Mr. Speaker, for beef and hogs in this country. The United States is displacing us in that particular market. The CETA agreement has been now moved back to summer, and we're playing second fiddle to the United States there. The results, they may talk numbers in terms of trade agreement, but, Mr. Speaker, the results of this government in terms of trade is, as was said, 18th worst, and seems to be getting worse all the time.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
The CBC recently lamented that our Conservative government is only focused on the economy. And for once, the state broadcaster had it right. Growing the economy means growing jobs. Canadian workers produce and provide services for more than Canadian citizens can consume. So it is natural that we look to other markets, and China has a high population and ready-to-buy Canadian. But in order to do so, we have to invest there. Some of that is investing in different companies, buying companies. But they need the protection that we afford investors in Canada. They need to know that their assets aren't going to be confiscated by government. So my question is, of the member opposite, is all we've heard from his leader since he became leader is whining about his little red wagon. Why is it that the members opposite, including the other opposition, are more concerned about jobs in China than Canadian jobs?
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Wow, Mr. Speaker. I think the question started off talking about the CBC saying that that government, or that poor government over there, was solely focused on the economy. Well, my only hope would be, Mr. Speaker, that they don't focus on much else, because when they're focused on the economy, it's become a disaster. The finance minister has never hit a target yet. The government started off with a surplus, and they have a deficit. We're finding out more and more about the budget, as our leader said the other day, that in the budget the increasing of tariffs is going to, on something like 1,300 items, is going to cost middle-class Canadians more. You know, and maybe that member who raised the question isn't concerned about the family that buys those little red wagons for their children, Mr. Speaker, but it's going to cost them more. Maybe that member isn't concerned about the people who go out there and buy bicycles, that it's going to cost them more. If that member would just admit it, she would stand up and she'd say, yes, the government has been misforming Canadians all along. They are, in fact, raising taxes in a number of areas, and their policies are damaging the ability of middle-class people to make a decent living in this country.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just before I get as the critic for heritage, I'd like to point out that the CBC is our public broadcaster. It's not our state broadcaster, as some people like to describe it as. I would like to ask my colleague about the situation with this agreement, and particularly others, when it comes to CETA and agreements such as this. It's always looked upon in a market of a population of 33 million, 35 million. You're looking at, in many cases, bilateral agreements. Many of these markets, or many of these people we do bilateral agreements with, such as the European Union, whether it be negotiation with China, or certainly for Mexico and the United States, it's always been to them a stepping stone for a bigger fish to fry, as it were, whether it be the European Union and eventually an agreement with the United States of America. My honourable colleague pointed out quite rightly about now playing a second fiddle. And I think in many cases we are, but we have to maintain that we have a strong trade relationship so that we are not being second fiddle. I was wondering if you could comment on that, please.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague is absolutely right, and that's countries negotiate with Canada and initially. Quite often, rather than the United States, and if they get an agreement with Canada, they then move on to the which is the bigger, 10 times our economy, the U.S. But what we've been seeing happen recently, Mr. Speaker, and in particular on the Canada-European trade agreement, is we have a negotiation that at one point in time we had heard that the agreement was on the Prime Minister's desk for signature, and we know there's 3 problem areas in that: procurement, pharmaceutical drug costs, and issues surrounding supply management. But the European Commissioner, I think, has basically now told Canada that unless we come to unless we settle for less than what we want, they're moving on to the United States, and in fact that U.S. agreement is proceeding. And that's why That's why we're now in playing second fiddle to the United States. The Europeans are now emphasizing that particular negotiation. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that all we'll end up with in Canada right now is a bad agreement. And it's as a result of this government not doing its job aggressively enough when they had the opportunity to do the job. And I might point out as well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't get enough time in my remarks, but the United States is very, very, very concerned about the Chinese agreement in how the Chinese government really guides foreign direct investments into those sectors that they see strategic. And I think for us as Canada, we have to recognize they have that concern and ensure that we protect those industries, ensure that those industries in Canada don't become subservient to Chinese needs rather than the benefit of Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Very kind of you to recognize me, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to say in starting, Mr. Speaker, I was very, very disappointed, having been in this House now for 9 years, to see the Liberal Party yet again side with the Conservatives. I've been in Parliament 9 years, and every single time, hundreds of times, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, when push comes to shove, when Canadians' interests are at stake, the Liberal Party, the so-called new Liberal Party, seems to be exactly like the old Liberal Party, always siding with the Conservatives, always siding with the Prime Minister. I'd just like to share my disappointment, because I know, Mr. Speaker, that this is an important debate. I believe the member from Vancouver Kingsway, in his very eloquent speech, spoke of thousands of emails flooding in from across this country on this important debate. We know that we've received tens of thousands of emails and letters and cards, phone calls from Canadians who are very concerned about the Canada-China FIPA and its implications for Canada. And I'd like to say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, that on this side of the House, we are resolute fair traders. The NDP has always stood for fair trade. That means a rules-based system that is balanced and well-negotiated and serves both parties. And, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, in the NDP caucus, 100-strong members, we have many members of Parliament that have actually worked as negotiators in the past, and they have represented the interests of their side in negotiations. What we have seen before in the Liberal government, and most certainly now under the Conservative government, is governments that seem incapable of negotiating strongly for Canada's interests. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say on behalf of the NDP caucus, when we come to power in 2015, Canada's interests finally will be effectively protected, and you can, as all the Canadian public, can know for sure that we will have tough Canadian negotiators that will always stand for Canada first and will always be capable of negotiating fair trade agreements, Mr. Speaker. And so, as I just wanted to mention, Mr. Speaker, just to start off, that I will be sharing my time with the very eloquent member from Nanaimo Cowichan, who's just reminded me of that point, and I look forward to her speech. She'll be speaking particularly to the consultation that was not done on the Canada-China FIPA, and will also be referencing the lawsuits that are starting to emerge because of this badly botched negotiation, Mr. Speaker. But let's start with the Conservative approach to trade. Let's start with their record. The member from Vancouver Kingsway very eloquently set it out. We have the worst trade deficit in our nation's history. This is after 7 years of Conservative government. So badly have they botched negotiations. So badly have they been in terms of defending Canada's interests that they have taken Canada into the worst trade deficit in our history. Now, this is not something Conservatives were trying to explain badly, I think quite ineptly, just a few minutes ago, that somehow that was due to, what was the phrase, international conditions, that somehow it was somebody else's fault. Oh yeah, we're the worst government in Canadian history for trade deficits, but it's somebody else's fault. And you see this systematically. They always try to point the finger. Mr. Speaker, the member from Vancouver Kingsway replied 18 countries. In terms of the trade deficit, in terms of our chief industrial partners worldwide, Canada is 18th out of 18 among those countries, Mr. Speaker. So it's the worst trade deficit because of Conservative incompetence. And we've seen this firsthand, time after time after time since the Conservatives came to power. We've seen 500,000 manufacturing and value-added jobs evaporate because of Conservative incompetence, Mr. Speaker. The worst trade deficit in our history. And if we look at the inability of the Conservatives to negotiate even one fair trade agreement, then every time we bring fair trade proposals forward, Conservatives and even the Liberals always vote against them. They have never supported a fair trade agreement, anything that has been brought forward that even smells of fair trade on the floor of the House of Commons, certainly since I've been here, Mr. Speaker. But when you look at the components of what they actually negotiate, you see how badly they've defended Canada's interests. I'll just give you one example, Mr. Speaker, because it strikes home to my riding of Burnaby, New Westminster, and it shows what the impacts are of these bad agreements, badly botched agreements that Conservatives throw onto the floor of the House of Commons, and then try to cover up, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there's never any debate because they're so reprehensible in how badly they negotiate these agreements that they never want them to be examined in committee. They never want them debated on the floor of the House of Commons because they're all so bad. But just to give you one example, the softwood lumber agreement, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Burnaby, New Westminster, in the weeks following the ramming through of that agreement, on the floor of the House of Commons, Conservatives and Liberals concocting together in another party that used to exist, isn't so present today, the Bloc Québécois, they conspired on behalf of Canadians to push it through, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Burnaby, New Westminster, 2,000 families lost a breadwinner within a matter of weeks. We saw 3 softwood plants go down, 1, 2, 3, Canfor, Interfor, Western Forest Products. Those workers sold out by Conservatives and their partners in the Liberal Party, sold out, and those workers losing their jobs, those families losing a breadwinner. And we said at the time, on the floor of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, there will be dire consequences if we ram this through. Most of the Conservatives didn't even bother to read the agreement. And so they just voted blindly because the Prime Minister told them to. And many of the jobs, the 60,000 jobs that were lost in Conservative ridings. Conservatives said, we don't care about those workers. We don't care about those jobs. We don't care about those businesses. Well, Mr. Speaker, actions have consequences. And that's why the member from Vancouver Kingsway is bringing forward this motion today. Because having read the Canada-China FIPA, understanding the consequences, we are saying we need to take a halt on this, not ram it through, not ratify it, because the consequences to Canadian communities, the consequences to Canadians will be serious. Mr. Speaker, we have a government that seems intent on a one-dimensional economy. They want to just ship raw logs and raw minerals, raw bitumen out of this country. That's all they want to do. They seem to think that there will be some economic benefit to doing that. Well, I think the figures prove the contrary, Mr. Speaker. 500,000 manufacturing and value-added jobs lost, of course. The largest trade deficit in our nation's history. The worst trade economic performance in our nation's history. I mean, those facts basically speak for themselves. But then what happens when you compound that by ratifying the Canada-China FIPA? Well, here's the situation, Mr. Speaker. It was badly botched. The member from Vancouver Kingsway was very eloquent about that, going over step by step, section by section, how badly botched the negotiations were. What it does, Mr. Speaker, is permanently keep in place all of the discriminatory measures that are taken by the Chinese state government, of course, but opens up Canada and basically ensures that the measures that we might normally take to protect our environment, to ensure that there's economic development, even value-added economic development, that those measures can be contested and that those companies Chinese state companies that then choose to move forward and seek compensation can seek compensation from Canadian taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, who would negotiate an agreement that ensures that discriminatory measures can be taken by one party but not by another? And who, Mr. Speaker, would then say we're going to put this into place and ratify it for 3 decades? Well, Mr. Speaker, we have our answer. It doesn't seem logical. It doesn't seem consistent with what the Conservative Party ran on. But it's this Conservative government that wants to put into place this FIPA and ensure for all time that those discriminatory measures can be kept, of course, with the Chinese state government, but the Canadian measures that we put in place to protect our environment, our health and safety, our economy, that those measures cannot be taken. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we stand with the Canadians that are writing to us right throughout this debate, the tens of thousands of Canadians that have expressed valid concerns about how badly botched this negotiation was. Mr. Speaker, that the New Democratic Party caucus stands with Canadians on this issue, and that is why we encourage the debate, and we invite members who have actually read the agreement to vote with us and to vote to send a clear direction to the government that this agreement should not be ratified because it's not in Canada's interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard this member make his usual fear-mongering nonsense about his anti-trade policy. This member said he has been here for 8 years. Indeed, I've been here for 14 years. And when he used to sit on the other chair over there, Mr. Speaker, time after time after time, every time he spoke, we can take it out from answered anything. There was absolutely no question in our mind that he was anti-free trade. This nonsense that he's espousing about fair trade, Mr. Speaker, is nothing but a cover-up for his anti-trade stand that he has taken for years after this. There's nothing new, Mr. Speaker, that he's talking here today, except now it is coming clear he's directing his anger against China, the second largest growing economy in the world, which would help Canadian businesses. Thousands and thousands of Canadian businesses are in China, so are here, which is a very good Mr. Speaker, agreement that will help Canadians find jobs, that will help the Canadian economy move forward. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I mean, so he stands up and he talks about thousands and thousands, 10,000 Canadians writing to him. Well, maybe we should tell him as well that 10,000 Canadians do not write to us, but they go to work, Mr. Speaker. They are working, they're finding jobs. That is this thing, Mr. Speaker. And so let me just say by concluding this, and he is standing up and talking about, of course, his party has taken socialism out of their constitution. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Socialism exists in his heart, in his brain, and he is now talking all about this socialist nonsense that is out there, his free trade agenda, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not really sure what the member was talking about. It just seemed to be a diatribe. He did say fair trade is rubbish, and I think a number of countries around the world, including the European Union, Australia, even the United States, that have already incorporated components of fair trade into their trade template, would disagree with the member. Because the reality is, Canada actually has the most outdated trade template amongst all industrialized countries. Under this government, the Flintstonian approach to trade policy, which this government carries so proudly, we actually have the most outdated tools, the most outdated trade negotiating, and the most outdated trade template of any industrialized country. So when we talk fair trade, the member says it's rubbish, fair trade is rubbish. Most Canadians actually believe in fair trade, and most of the prosperous industrialized countries around the world are actually pushing a fair trade agenda. But there is another issue I wanted to raise, Mr. Speaker, while I have the chair here. The members from Calgary. I've been to Calgary about half a dozen times over the past few months, and talking about the Chinook takeover of Nexon And I talked to Calgary citizens, and Calgary citizens were concerned about the impacts of simply rubber stamping, as this Conservative government did, the CNUC takeover of Nexon. Nexon plays an important role in the Calgarian economy, and yet that member and the Conservative government did not stand up for Calgary's interests, Mr. Speaker, and that is a shame that they would not stand up for Calgary when they represent it in the House of Commons.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. We only have about a minute and 20 seconds.
Ooh, that'll be rough, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, I think it is good to distinguish that there is a difference between the different political entities here. We have the Liberal Party, which supports freer trade where it's practical and it creates jobs for Canadians and so forth. And it's interesting when you contrast this whole China. You know, the Prime Minister goes to China and he brings back a couple of panda bears. Under the Chrétien regime, we had Prime Minister go back and brings hundreds of millions in investment. It is indeed a great concern to Canadians that we have a huge trade deficit. And it's not only going out and trying to write up these agreements, there's also an important responsibility for government to bring business to Canada. And I'm wondering if my Democratic friend might want to comment on the importance of that issue.
The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster. Short answer, please.
Well, it's difficult to have a short answer because that's actually a very good question from my colleague. I mean, what we've been saying all along, Mr. Speaker, that we need to modernize the trade template. We need a fair trade template. That's what the NDP has been promoting. We need much more effective negotiations. Conservatives are awful negotiators, the worst negotiators ever, even worse than the Liberals, which is saying a lot, Mr. Speaker. And thirdly, and most importantly, in terms of stimulating our export sales, particularly value-added exports, I've talked to trade commissioners across the world that are Canadian that don't even have the money to buy a cup of coffee for a potential client of Canadian goods and services. That's how this government, this so-called pro-trade government, has starved the resources that allow for that actual export breakthrough on value-added products. Conservatives are awful at trade, Mr. Speaker. Case closed. That's our conclusion.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Burnaby New Westminster for sharing his time with me. And, of course, I'm rising to speak on the NDP motion that's calling on the government to not ratify the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. And I know the member from Vancouver Kingsway has very ably covered a number of areas of concerns, and I'm going to focus on one particular area. One of the big challenges with this agreement is that it doesn't acknowledge the Crown's constitutional obligations to First Nations. And this is outlined in Section 35 of the Constitution, where the government has a legal obligation to consult Aboriginal peoples before undertaking measures that impact on their rights. And, of course, this right has been reaffirmed in any number of court decisions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I only have 10 minutes, so I'm going to try to focus on a couple of key arguments around this. The Assembly of First Nations has conducted a very preliminary analysis. This is very draft, and of course, there's much more work that has to be done on the impacts of this agreement. And part of their analysis includes that the government has a duty to consult on FIPA, and to our knowledge, has not consulted with First Nations. They go on to point out that Hupichasa First Nation is currently challenging FIPA in court, mainly on this basis. And I want to turn for a moment to this challenge. Hupichasa has filed a notice of application against Canada in early January. And one of the councillors, Brenda Sayer, says that this deal will pave the way for a massive natural resource buyout and allow foreign corporations to sue the Canadian government in secret tribunals, restricting Canadians from making democratic decisions about our economy, environment, and energy. Stephen Tatouche, the chief councillor, says we will argue that the Government of Canada breached its fiduciary duty to consult First Nations on our respective constitutionally enshrined and judicially recognized Aboriginal title, rights, and treaty rights. Now, there are many, many organizations, Mr. Speaker, who are supporting this initiative, and I've got a quote here from Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, president of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and he said to recklessly disregard our title rights and treaty rights is an outrage. Our inherent rights are our fundamental human rights. Canada repeatedly violates our human rights when our inherent treaty rights are totally ignored in agreements such as the Canada-China FIPA. Councillor Brenda Sayers goes on to say the court action is intended to put the brakes on the FIPA process until all Canadians have had a chance to study the far-reaching and potentially devastating implications of the agreement. One of the glaring threats in this agreement is around environmental protection. Sayers points out that under FIPA, the foreign investor is subject to all the environmental regulations of the host country, but only as those regulations were in place at the effective date of the agreement. Further on, Sayers says that this is not just a First Nations battle. This is a battle for the rights of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians. Both of our constitutional rights are being violated. There are lots of common threads behind our two communities: the protection of our water, the protection of natural resources, and our environment, the protection of our future. Canadians need to realize this is the fight for Canadians as a whole. And again, Mr. Speaker, because I have limited time, I can't read all of these letters into the record that I'm receiving. I've got a record here from the letter here from the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. I've got a presentation from the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. I've got a detailed brief from the First Nations Summit. I've got a brief from the Council of Canadians with regards to how this agreement threatens Indigenous rights. And I've got a brief from the Coastal First Nations Great Bear Initiative. So, Mr. Speaker, and there's numerous more. Those are the ones that I was able to grab as I left my office. I want to return to the Assembly of First Nations preliminary analysis. And what they have identified is that several modern treaties contain an express obligation to consult prior to the adoption of new international legal obligations, which could affect rights under the treaties. We believe that the government is very likely under a duty to consult even those First Nations who do not hold modern treaties, based on the unilateral nature of the conduct of foreign relations and the potential for new international legal obligations to impact the exercise of existing or claimed First Nations rights. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's numerous points in this draft analysis, and it would be, I think, incumbent upon the government to take a look at the concerns that are being raised that impact not only First Nations, both treaty and non-treaty and self-governing, but also non-Indigenous Canadians. Further on in their brief, they say that the potential for First Nations rights claims to be dealt with in an investor-state arbitration is especially problematic for modern treaty holders. First Nations would have at best intervenor status in such arbitrations. Past practice of international investor-state tribunals suggests that the ability to raise First Nations rights issues or human rights issues would be substantially impaired in such forums. The problem arises because some modern treaties contain language which suggests the exercise of some rights under the agreements would need to be modified if those exercises conducted with an international legal obligation, hence the reason for the consultation clause. If an investor-state tribunal holds that a particular treaty right is effectively an expropriation and hence contrary to the international legal obligations of Canada in the FIPA to prevent such expropriations, then it means that the future exercises of that right may need to be modified. This could arise with respect to self-government exercises of authority which are deemed expropriatory and likely harvesting activities as well. Further on, Mr. Speaker, in their brief, they actually cite a claim under NAFTA. And it says, to give you an idea of the kinds of cases which attract investor-state claims, consider the Glamis case under NAFTA. There, a Canadian mining company was subject to a mining reclamation regulation enacted in part to preserve a sacred site of the Quechan Nation. Glamis claimed this environmental regulation, enacted to preserve Quechan Nation's connection and access to its sacred sites, was expropriatory. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you're dealing with First Nations sacred sites, cultural sites, traditional sites, there needs to be mechanisms in place in order to protect this and in order to consult appropriately with First Nations. Later on in the brief, Quechan intervened but was unable to participate meaningfully in the case. Indeed, it had to rely on the U.S. Department of Justice to defend the measures which incidentally were promulgated by the state of California. This should concern First Nations because, unlike the U.S. Department of Justice, which occasionally acts on behalf of tribal rights as part of its trust responsibility, the Department of Justice Canada typically is adversarial to First Nations rights. And we've seen that in any number of cases, Mr. Speaker, when we see that the number of times that First Nations have been forced to the courts to defend their rights, with the Department of Justice intervening on behalf of the government to prevent First Nations from moving forward. It's very worrisome that we don't have the kind of protections in Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn just briefly to the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, because this should be a fundamental underpinning for any kind of action that the government is going to take in the context of infringing on First Nations rights. Article 19 indicates that states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it's clear from the very brief overview I was able to present that there are grave concerns around the fact that this agreement has the great potential to infringe on inherent rights. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that often comes up in the context of talking about consultation is it's not only about the duty to consult, it's the duty to accommodate. And there is certainly no mention in this agreement either around the duty to consult or the duty to accommodate. So I think it's very important that the government, the Conservatives, pull back from this agreement, undertake its constitutional responsibilities under Section 35 to conduct those consultations and to ensure that First Nations treaty rights, inherent rights, will not be abrogated in this context. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful, given the very reasoned and rational presentations that are being made in this House of Commons, that the Conservatives will reconsider their position on this matter. I didn't have time to talk about the hundreds of emails and letters I'm getting in my own writing expressing grave concerns about this agreement. People are very concerned about how it's going to impact on the environment, how it's going to impact on our waters, and people really want an opportunity to have their say on this agreement. And so in the absence of the government undertaking any meaningful consultation with Indigenous and non-Indigenous Canadians, I'm encouraging people to write directly to the Prime Minister to ask him to back down on this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I was following the honourable member's debate, and the question that I have is obviously the issue regarding the FIPA and First Nations is before the courts, but the honourable member was speculating that somehow levels of government don't have the ability to regulate in their own right, and the honourable member knows that that's incorrect. That there's nothing in this agreement, this treaty, that negates treaty rights, that negates Aboriginal rights, that negates municipal rights or provincial rights, and I'd like her to rise in this House and admit that those rights are protected, that there's nothing in this treaty that prevents them from regulating in their own interests.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, First Nations themselves are raising concerns about whether or not they are adequately protected under this agreement. They've got legal analysis that is indicating that there is cause for concern. I cited a particular case under NAFTA where the company, the mining company, was claiming that a First Nations attempt to protect a sacred site was deemed as expropriatory. So I think there are sufficient concerns out there to warrant a serious look about whether there is a Section 35 infringement under this agreement. Now, we know that there is a Department of Justice lawyer who is currently before the courts because he has indicated that the government fails in its duty to review policy and legislation to determine if there's a Section 35 infringement. What the lawyer has indicated is that sometimes when the advice has been that there's almost a 95% certainty that there's an infringement, the department continues to move ahead. So I would say that given some legal concerns that have been raised, that it's incumbent on this government to ensure that Section 35 rights aren't being infringed.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Nanaimo Cowichan for her very eloquent speech. Now, one of the characteristics we've seen of what is such a badly botched series of policy decisions by this government is that there are legal lawsuits that ensue because the agreements themselves that are put forward are badly negotiated, often have huge ramifications. There's no consultation with the public. The government even refuses to have an agreement with this kind of immense ramifications for the whole country and for communities. Even refused to bring it to committee. So I'd just like to ask the member if she fears that we'll be looking at even more potential lawsuits that will come over the complete lack of consultation that this government is doing yet again. And what are the ramifications for lawsuits if we put in these investor-state conditions that allow for secret arbitration, where lawyers basically decide how much money the taxpayers cough up?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a sad comment when First Nations are forced to the courts as their only recourse to have their voices heard. And in this particular case, HoC has filed an injunction to stop ratification of the FIPA at the federal court level. And this injunction is being supported by the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the Chiefs of Ontario and the Serpentine River First Nation in Ontario. And of course, we've seen in other omnibus legislation that was before the courts, one of the First Nations has filed an injunction to prevent the government from moving forward on the sections around navigable waters and some other changes that are going to directly impact on First Nations. So, Mr. Speaker, in the case I cited earlier about where the U.S. Department of Justice actually worked with a First Nations from Canada around a mining company's claim, and here we've got the federal government continuing to not fulfill the honour of the Crown, its fiduciary responsibility with First Nations, forcing First Nations into courts in order to stop the moving forward of agreements that could potentially impact on Section 35 rights.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What a pleasure it is to stand up in this House and speak about international trade. My speech will be broken into two parts. First part has to deal with some of our trade accomplishment, and then second part would be more specifically addressed to our FIPA agreement with China. Our government's top priority is creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity in every region of Canada. That is why we are working hard to open new markets to increase Canadian exports to the world, large and most dynamic and fastest-growing economies. Since 2006, our government has consistently opposed protectionist measures around the world, has stood up for free and open trade, showing leadership on the world stage in what was and continues to be a challenging period for the global economy. Canada has proven resilient throughout these tough global economic times. Today, Canada is further ahead than any other G7 country when it comes to creating jobs and economic growth, and further ahead than any other when it comes to our debt-to-GDP ratio. At the same time, Canada is just one of a handful of nations in the world over with a AAA credit rating. We proudly lay claim to having the safest banking system in the world for 5 straight years, according to the World Economic Forum. Overall, Canada boasts the best fiscal position of the G7 countries and the best fiscal prospects of the G20. It is not without good reason that Forbes magazine has opined that Canada is the best country to do business in the G20, and the Economist Intelligence Unit has declared Canada to be the best place in the world to do business in over the next 5 years. But before I delve into our trade and investment relationship with China, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a few moments to recap some of our government's accomplishment in promoting the interests of hard-working Canadians internationally over this past year. Canada joined the Trans-Pacific Partnership and participated in the first full round of negotiation. The TPP is a significant opportunity that not only serves as a central pathway for economic integration in the Asia-Pacific region, but is thus designed to be expanded to include other countries. In fact, it is hoped that the TPP will act as a catalyst to reinvigorate the Doha round of the WTO. Once completed, the TPP will not only strengthen Canada's effort to broaden and deepen its trade relationship with dynamic and fast-growing Asia-Pacific markets, but it will also reaffirm and invigorate our traditional partnership in the Americas. We launched the first round of negotiation with Japan toward an economic partnership agreement. Japan is the world's third-largest economy and a key trade and investment partner for Canada. Furthermore, we announced exploratory discussions toward a bilateral free trade agreement with Thailand and achieved observer status with the Pacific Alliance, which is a group of 4 fast-growing Pacific countries in Latin America. We saw the entering into force of the Canada-Jordan Free Trade Agreement and royal assent given to the Canada-Panama Economic Growth and Prosperity Act, which comes into force on April 1st, 2013. This builds on other free trade agreements our government has signed in the Americas, including with Peru, Honduras, and Colombia, all agreements the NDP oppose. In fact, the NDP Trade Credit member for Vancouver Kingsway argued against a free trade agreement with Colombia because, quote, the trade unions do not want it. Our government has also placed an emphasis on the importance of promoting international education. An advisory panel of eminent Canadians provided recommendations to help guide Canada's international education strategy for international students. International students contribute over $8 billion to the Canadian economy and $445 million to government tax revenues each year, supporting more than 86,000 jobs. We completed the 5th year of the 5-year Global Commerce Strategy, the launching of cross-country consultation, and the naming of an advisory panel to help shape the next phase of the strategy. We established a record number of trade missions in order to advance Canada's commercial interests abroad, including to India, China, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Thailand, Cambodia, and the Philippines, Russia, and Libya. And the Minister of International Trade conducted a historic trade mission to Burma just this past spring. In North America, we signed a 2-year extension to the Canada-United States softwood lumber agreement that secures access to the U.S. market for Canada's softwood lumber until 2015. This means continued predictability for Canadian softwood lumber exporters and hard-working forestry workers that depend on the industry for their livelihoods. We continue to make ongoing progress in implementing the Beyond the Border and Regulatory Cooperation Council action plans to improve the flow of people and goods between Canada and the United States, and laying the foundation for more jobs and growth in both countries. And while I'm discussing our partnership with the United States, Mr. Speaker, I'll be remiss if I did not remark upon our celebration of the 25th anniversary of the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. Since the coming into force of the agreement, Canada's annual GDP has risen by $1.1 trillion. Nearly 4.6 million jobs have been created in Canada, and two-way trade in goods and services of the United States has more than tripled. Now we all know, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP opposed this agreement from day one, and even today, despite the NDP leaders' attempt to whitewash its party's socialist history, which is on page 18 of the NDP policy book, states that the NDP believes in renegotiating the North American Free Trade Agreement. Any party, Mr. Speaker, that would threaten the economic well-being of Canadians with such a reckless proposal simply cannot be trusted. The fact is that last year, our two-way trade in goods and services with the United States exceeded $742 billion. That's nearly $2 billion a day, or almost 1.4 million every single minute of the day. And these numbers aren't simply statistics. They represent jobs, some 2.4 Canadian jobs. 2.4 million Canadian jobs the NDP will simply throw away. So the NDP anti-trade credentials are well established, Mr. Speaker. Our government leadership in resisting protectionist measures and continuing to create new opportunities for our exporters has been key to Canada's success. Thanks to our action, Canada's worker, business and exporter, including small and medium-sized enterprises that form the backbone of our economy, now have preferred access to and a real competitive edge in more high-growth and emerging markets around the world than any other time in our history. In less than 6 years, our government has concluded free trade agreements with 9 countries: Colombia, Honduras, Jordan, Panama, Peru, and the European Free Trade Association member states, including Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. And as I mentioned, Canada is also engaged in negotiating with large, dynamic, and fast-growing markets, including the European Union, India, Japan, and the countries that comprise the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Let me now focus on one aspect of our trade strategy, and that is our engagement with China. And Mr. Speaker, I speak with a little bit of experience in this area because I first started doing business in China in 1982. My business experience in China has been exporting mass transit equipment, engineering service, agriculture products, and fisheries products to the Chinese businesses. The simple fact is that our government is providing Canadian businesses with the tools they need to invest with confidence in China. Conversely, China is home to a rapidly expanding middle class and consumer base. Its population of 1.4 billion offers an enormous market to Canada's exporters. It is soon to be the world's largest economy. But before I discuss the important part of the Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, which plays in our trade and investment relationship with China, I'd like to remark upon the importance of the people-to-people ties between our two countries, supported by more than 1.4 million Chinese Canadians residing in Canada. Our continuous success in applying trade investment as the twin engine of economic growth will rest upon these ties. Fundamentally, it is the strong people-to-people links that are helping us take our relationship to the next level. In my remarks so far, I've emphasized that our Conservative government is committed to creating the right conditions for Canadian business to compete globally. Canada's Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement with China, the world's second-largest economy, will provide stronger protection for Canadians investing in China and create jobs and economic growth right here at home. At its core, it establishes a clear set of rules under which investments are made and under which investment disputes are resolved. For Canadian businesses looking to set up in China, they cannot be treated less favorably than any other international company looking to do the same. Once an investment is made, a Canadian business cannot be treated less favorably than any other business. The agreement also ensures that all investment disputes are resolved under international arbitration. This is an important part of the agreement, as it ensures the adjudications are independent and fair. Thanks to this FIFA, Canadian investors in China will no longer have to rely on the Chinese legal system to have their dispute resolved, and I also have experience in resolving disputes in China. It is also crucial to note that ours is the first bilateral investment agreement that China has signed, which expressly includes language on transparency of dispute settlement proceeding. Our government has repeatedly made clear that it is our long-standing policy that all dispute resolution be open to the public and that submissions made by the parties be available to the public. Let me be clear. Under the agreement, any decision emanating from dispute resolution will be made public. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that for months the NDP and their anti-trade allies have continued to spread myths about this agreement. So let me clear up a few misconceptions. First, Canada retains its ability to regulate and legislate in areas such as environment, culture, safety, health, and conservation. Furthermore, the agreement maintains Canada's ability to review foreign investment under the Investment Canada Act to ensure they provide a net benefit to Canadians and that our national security is not compromised. There is no doubt Chinese investors in Canada must obey all the laws and regulations of Canada, just as any Canadians must. Nor, like the NDP like to pretend, is the agreement somehow unusual. Canada-China Foreign Investment Trade and Protection Agreement is a reciprocal agreement similar to the 24 other investment treaties Canada has signed with key trade and investment partners. Canada is one of several countries such as New Zealand, Germany, and the Netherlands who have all signed investment treaties with China, often on terms that are less favorable than the terms that Canada has negotiated with China. Mr. Speaker, this investment treaty will help protect the interests of Canadian investors. The primary purpose of the Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement is to ensure that Canadian investors can invest in China with greater confidence and thereby spurring increased investment in China and creating jobs and economic growth right here at home. We've been very clear with the Chinese government that Canada wants to continue to expand its commercial relationship with China, but only in a way that produces clear benefits for both sides. We've seen these clear benefits to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Not only is China the world's second-largest economy, but it is recently becoming China's #2 export market, second only to the United States. In fact, Canadian goods export to China rose 15% last year to over $19 billion. Not only that, but Canada's export to China has nearly doubled under our Conservative government. So all of this being said, Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that the NDP and the professional anti-trade activists has continued to spread such misconception about the importance of trade to the livelihood of Canadians and about this agreement in particular. Thankfully, Canadian investors and exporters can count on our Conservative government to create the conditions for them to compete and win in the global economy for the next decades to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comment. I want to draw his attention to whether or not this agreement really does achieve reciprocity for Canadian investors. I'm going to refer to Article 8 of the FIPA, Section 2, where it specifically exempts the national treatment and most favoured nation treatment for Canadian companies operating in China, and allows China to retain any existing non-conforming measures maintained within their territory. And I'm wondering, I know that he's got some experience and knowledge about China, if you wouldn't agree with me that China has many more non-conforming measures, it being a command economy, and it not having followed a trade liberalization trajectory like Canada has for 25 years. Would you not agree with me that by allowing China to maintain its current non-conforming measures in the future, that subjects Canadians to far more trade barriers operating in China than Chinese firms operating in Canada, where Canada does not have nearly the same number of non-conforming measures that impact on investment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely not true. In the 80s, when I was first doing business in China, we often had problems dealing with non-tariff barriers, Chinese standards on certain things, Chinese methods of payment. But in the past 30 years, China has understood and recognized that they have to do business internationally, they have to conform to international standards. What this trade agreement does for us is that between nation and nation, it has put in place the type of contract, the type of language of the contract, the type of payment terms, whether it's letter by letter of credit, by documenting its acceptance, the type of quality control standards, international quality controls, may I suggest, and also certain inspection standards that both parties have to adhere to. And at the same time, it also allows for accounting, mutually agree on accounting standards, whereby we can work out things that has to do with foreign exchange, has to do with accounting standards, and also, finally, it has mechanisms for dispute arbitration, whether it be ICC or ICU. So I think that it's totally a conformity bringing China into an international standard of doing business.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the member Willowdale's remarks, and I know that that he's done a fair bit of business at a personal level in China, so he certainly has first-hand experience. But I think he would certainly realize, having been doing business, that there is an imbalance under the FIPA in terms of Canadian investors in China versus Chinese investors in Canada, and the fact that there's a lot of state-owned enterprises in China. And I just can't understand for the life of me how he could support the government position that we not hold adequate hearings to find the trouble spots, to hear from businesses like his. And without those adequate hearings, we get one choice. One of two choices, Mr. Speaker, to go forward with what is clearly a flawed agreement in which there's a lot of opposition across Canada, or to go with the NDP motion, which would basically turf that agreement out, and then we'd have nothing. So that's really no choice at all. So I'd ask the member, on the one hand, why he wouldn't support holding hearings and encouraging his own government to do that, but specifically, what would be the implications if we go ahead and just toss the agreement out?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me address a few questions, a few points that was raised by the Honourable Member from LPAC. Number one, regarding the SOE, or state-owned enterprise, I wish to clarify for you that when I first went in China to do business, the question that was asked of me, and at that time I represented Crown Corporation, the question that was asked of me, Mr. Leung, is your corporation owned by your province? And I said, I thought about the implication of that, and I decided to answer yes, it was. It was a Crown Corporation. You know what the response was? The response was, yes,
If I could just remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and other members to address their comments to the Chair rather than their colleagues.
Chair, I will address comments through you. The response from the Chinese government was that I appreciate doing business with a state-owned enterprise because I know you will not run away from us. So that is the security that the Chinese are looking for. It is a different model of doing business. Secondly, what I wish to address with the member from LPAC is, would it not be of interest to his constituent if I can expand a market in China where they can export billions of tons of oysters and clams in sort of a very small market? Why would we not open a market internationally that would allow that export and thereby improving the standards of life of his constituents? So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the member from Malpeque would be more than interested in exporting more oysters and lobster and seafood to China in particular. But my question for the honourable member, in his career before politics, Mr. Speaker, did a lot of work in Asia and a lot of business in Asia and a lot of work particularly in China. And he spoke a little bit in his answer earlier on the need of that long-term vision and continuity and security of a regulatory regime. And that's what the FIPA offers the Chinese. And just what is the potential that we can generate from that in not just business today, but business tomorrow and in the future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for his question. I also realize that the Honourable Member is from the fine Atlantic province of Nova Scotia, where I also had the pleasure of exporting blocks of capelin and lobsters to the Far East. What I can say is that these agreements, these are national agreements between two states. It's like if we look at Canada as being corporate Canada, we are conservative looking after the best interest for corporate Canada. And what we are ensuring is that we want to do business for the long term to ensure that there's long-term prosperity to Canada as a nation. Now, in order to do that, we need to put in place the mechanism for us to resolve dispute, the mechanism for us to pay each other on time, the mechanisms for us to meet the same standards. And these are the standards that we need to put in so that private business could get on with their own business. When I was working in China in the early 80s, these mechanisms did not exist. Every deal that I have to deal with, I have to negotiate individually to even 200-300 pages of contracting. But unfortunately, at the time, China did not have the mirror image of those legislation. So what we're putting in place is getting both countries into a level playing ground. Thank you.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député.
And comments, the honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My honourable friend has a problem with the opposition having its roots in democratic socialist and social democratic movements, but has no problem making an investor state protection for a communist government to come here and do business. I find that incredible. When you look at the history of that government and its treatment of the Tibetan people and its Uyghur minorities, there are serious questions to be asked of how they will conduct business here. But my question is more about this government's treatment of its minorities, the First Peoples of Canada, the First Nations. Here in Canada, we have a duty to consult under Article 35 of the Constitution. It's protecting the honour of the Crown. the Supreme Court has ruled that the government must consult Aboriginal peoples on actions that affect their rights. So the FIPA will give Chinese companies operating on traditional First Nations territory important new rights. Why didn't the government fulfill its duty to consult the First Nations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, if any company that works on Canadian soil will have to adhere to Canadian rights, regardless whether it's environmental, labour, tax legislation, expiration. I do not see. I do not see. This is precisely the reason that we need to get into an agreement whereby we're both have an understanding on how we do business with each other.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Québec.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As member of the International Trade Committee, it's my duty to rise today to participate in a debate that could have major repercussions for Canadians across the country. On several occasions, the NDP has called on the government, on the International Trade Committee, and here in the House and outside the House, to be transparent and to hold a public debate before signing this agreement between Canada and China, this FIPA agreement. As it usually does, the Conservative government preferred to do things behind closed doors, in hiding, secretly. The agreement itself has never been debated, considered by committee, nor been the subject of a vote. China, therefore, negotiated the FIPA secretly with Ottawa. This FIPA, which is a treaty that gives unprecedented rights to state corporations in China, rights that Canadian corporations don't benefit from, and that could have an impact on our sovereignty and the constitutional powers of provinces. In addition, it will last 31 years and cannot be repealed. The FIPA between Canada and China is the most significant international trade investment deal since NAFTA. It gives Chinese corporations the right to take action against Canada, to obtain damages when decisions made by municipalities or provincial governments or the federal government could have an adverse effect on the Chinese investments. And in passing, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that I will be sharing my time with the member for Surrey North. Typically, Canada signs FIPAs with countries whose investors are not the owners of major assets in Canada, but this is not the case with China and the growing weight of Chinese investments in Canada. The agreement between Canada and China will result in Canadian taxpayers picking up disproportionate levels of obligations with respect to Chinese corporations in exchange for protection for Canadian corporations in China. According to Gus Van Harten, professor of law at York University, the rights granted through this treaty to Chinese state enterprises will have an impact on provincial powers in terms of natural resources, taxation, and property rights. By signing this treaty, Canada is abdicating part of its sovereignty to the Chinese state and to corporations without truly obtaining reciprocity for Canadian companies in China. Why? Because the treaty reinforces the inequality that currently exists with respect to accessibility by Canadian corporations to the Chinese market. Under the Canada Investment Act, Canada is a relatively open and transparent market. However, the current case in China, especially in strategic sectors, is closed and described quite vaguely in the treaty. Therefore, China will benefit from a favorable environment to invest in Canada, but the opposite is not necessarily guaranteed. And that's why on this side of the House we are concerned. The purchasing of Nexen by the Chinese energy giant CNOOC for $15 billion confirms the imbalance in terms of respective investments, and the impact of the treaty will go well beyond the oil sands. Chinese state corporations are also active in the mining sector, and they're looking at the Northern Quebec plan to invest. Already, one Chinese company has purchased a nickel mine in Northern Quebec, and will be protected by the agreement like all other future investments. Like for all Canadian provinces, Quebec's ability to manage its natural resources will be affected, even though they have not been consulted by the Conservative government. Once again, how can we accept that a valid provincial policy that contains a very vital economic component will face this kind of situation? The government will continue to regulate to protect the government. In fact, the treaty will not prevent the various levels of government to continue to regulate to protect the environment, health, and the safety of citizens, but the regulations could hinder Chinese corporations, and they could take legal action and obtain compensation that could be worth billions of dollars. In this context, the provinces, municipalities, and the federal government might become overly cautious when it comes time to adopt new regulations, because they could face costly court cases. The treaty then, therefore, will have an impact on new regulation. For example, how could Canada regulate greenhouse gas emissions or enhance regulations for the oil sands without infecting Chinese investments and exposing itself to legal action? Setting aside the issues of jurisdiction, it's certainly not financially responsible for the federal government to negotiate an agreement that exposes it to taking responsibility for measures taken by a provincial government. Several countries have faced disastrous fines under these treaties, and the amounts at stake have hit dozens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars, to such an extent that certain countries, like Australia, have decided to call into question the pertinence of investment protection agreements. And that's what we're talking about here. Finally, based on the experience of other countries, the trade agreement between China and Canada may well sabotage development in the Canadian clean energy technology sector. It is inconceivable for a treaty affecting Canadian sovereignty, the competence and jurisdiction of the provinces, and the public's right to and the rights of the public, in fact, to be adopted without any democratic debate in Parliament. That is why we must express our strong opposition to this. This government has not obtained the mandate from Canadians to sell our sovereignty to China. The NDP believes in the importance of our commitment with China and other emerging markets. We support clear rules that will give investors confidence and which will ensure the protection and promotion of Canadian interests. What we want is a trade policy that will make it possible to generate new business opportunities for Canadian companies and which promotes value-added industries as well as creating good quality jobs while respecting the environment and human rights. Unfortunately, this government on several occasions has signed agreements based simply on an extreme right-wing ideology and on a laissez-faire approach that simply doesn't work. In the NDP, we believe that Canada should have a robust trade policy with good partners in order to reflect Canada's desire to develop the economy in a responsible way, in a way that's respectful of the environment as well. In conclusion, we are in favor of trade, but fair trade, Mr. Speaker. agreements that are beneficial for both sides. We can't sign agreements just with anyone and everyone based on any constitutions, one after the other, one after the other. No. Instead, we must look very seriously at the matter, to take the time to hear from stakeholders across the country in order to have a clear vision and to think about everything that may occur, to have a predictable approach. That would be a responsible approach, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, the Conservatives must be clear with the Chinese government and with all Canadians, stating that it will not be ratifying the current agreement on the table. Canada's relationship with China in terms of trade and investment is too important to get things wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? L'honorable député de Vaudreuil.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked a question of a government member a few moments ago regarding the First Nations. And I'd like to ask my colleague the same question. Does she believe that there are any provisions to protect the rights of First Nations in the FIPA? And does she find it problematic that First Nations rights are not being respected? The honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking my honourable colleague for his question. I think it's clear. The NDP is the party that's supporting the First Nations in this country. I deplore the fact that the Conservatives are not. We have to work with them, with all the levels of government and with the First Nations. In this agreement, we see that people weren't listened to, nor were the First Nations, and that is shameful. The Conservative government should be ashamed of that attitude. It makes no sense to listen to absolutely no one.
Comments, honourable member from Melpac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know the member for Quebec is a fairly hard-working member of the Trade Committee and does good research in terms of the various issues that we have to deal with at the Trade Committee. But I have to ask her, and it's part of the debate here, and I've been saying this in pretty near every topic, Mr. Speaker, that this Parliament's not working because members are not allowed to speak up, committees are not allowed to do their work. If you move a motion to do a hearing, it's shoved by Conservative members to an in-camera session, in other words, in secret. And then somehow the motion gets voted down. We can't talk about what happens in secret. And no hearings are done. Maybe she could relate to you, Mr. Speaker, the experience on the Trade Committee when both the NDP and Liberals have tried to have this issue discussed, have witnesses brought in on the impact that this Canada-China FIPA might have on them. I wonder, could she relay her thoughts on that matter and how this place is working or not working?
The honourable député.
The honourable member for Quebec. Well, I'll do that briefly, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, I share my colleague's opinion on the way in which things unfold at the committee at present. They don't listen to us. They don't hear us. All of the serious decisions are being made in camera, and I clearly understand what my colleague is saying.
And comments, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Very much, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciated my colleague's remarks.
Public consultation, or utter lack of public consultation over such a fundamental trade relationship, an agreement that could have effects right across the Canadian economy and Canadian societies everywhere, First Nations and all across the board. My question for my friend is, how can a government that I remember running on the idea of accountability and transparency after the problems the Liberal governments had with Gomery and whatnot, put forward such a significant trade deal that could impact Canadian resources, Canadian jobs, Canadian sovereignty, without any public meetings, any public consultation whatsoever, and expect Canadians to simply blindly agree that this must be good because this particular Prime Minister says so.
L'honorable député de Québec.
The honourable member for Quebec. Well, I think that public consultations are at the very heart of a democracy. If there are no consultations, if the government decides that they're elected and they have no longer need to listen to what Canadians say on the ground, to what experts say, well, they know a great deal more than we do. Honestly, there are people whose expertise is so vast. We're fortunate to have those kinds of experts, and when they ask to be heard, they have a perspective, new ideas, new angles to look at the issue. They're aware of the consequences 10 years from now, 50 years from now, what the impacts could be of incorporating one clause as opposed to another in a trade agreement. I think that is why we need to consult and listen, because Canadian democracy is at stake here, and I understand, therefore, why Canadians are concerned with this.
Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak to the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement on behalf of my constituents from Surrey North. Mr. Speaker, as the official opposition, the NDP, we're very concerned about this agreement, in particular how it was formed, the silence surrounding this agreement, and the potential destruction it could cause for Canadian businesses and for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion presented in this House by my honourable colleague from Vancouver Kingsway. The government should not ratify the Canada-China FIPA and should promptly inform the government of People's Republic of China that it has no intention of doing so. Mr. Speaker, FIPA is a bilateral agreement with China, a major investor in Canada. It is not a free trade agreement. It was signed on September 9th, 2012. However, the deal was kept secret till September 26th, when it was tabled in this Parliament. The agreement was not debated. It was not debated by this Parliament, not considered by the committee in the International Trade Committee, which I'm a member of, nor was it voted in any votes in this House. Although it has been available for ratification since November 1, 2012, the Conservative government has not yet officially committed to this treaty. If this government believes that the agreement is so strong, why are they taking so long to ratify it? Maybe, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, it is because the Conservative government also knows how damaging it could be for Canadians, Canadian businesses, and Canadian economy. As Canadians, we are proud of our country's rich supply of natural resources. The trade of these resources would benefit our economy enormously, and China is an ideal partner for those resources. China has an expanding economy due to its growing middle class. Consequently, they require increased imports of oil, lumber, food, technology, agriculture goods, and other basic necessities. Canada has means to beat this demand, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Canada and China would be a complementary trading partners, and we would want to pursue a fair deal with China. However, the Canada-China FIPA deal in its current state, as signed by this government, has not given Canada a fair share. This is not unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, because we are resource-rich. We are in a position to be a major exporting country. Yet time and time again, we see trade deals signed by this government that sets us up to be exploited. Foremost, Mr. Speaker, the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement is poorly named. It offers neither promotion nor protection of Canadian trade interests in China. It is biased towards China and Chinese companies. It does not present Canadian companies with the same privileges in the Chinese market as Chinese companies have in China, nor as Chinese companies have in Canada. We want to see a growth of Canadian companies in China, but we need a level playing field for our businesses as they expand into global markets. Canadian companies deserve the same promotions and protections that Chinese companies receive in Canada. This is not what the current Canada-China FIPA offers, Mr. Speaker. Not only does this treaty expose Canadian business to risk, it plays with the future of Canadian taxpayers. The Canada-China FIPA includes an investor state dispute mechanism designed to allow Chinese companies to literally sue Canada if they do not agree with our federal regulations. These court processes are located completely outside of legal jurisdiction and rely on Canadian taxpayers funding them. This is not a contingency issue, Mr. Speaker. Canada has already experienced similar problems through NAFTA treaty tribunal bodies. We have been sued numerous times by American companies, and we have never won a case. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, Chinese companies already have a track record of using the investor-state mechanism to challenge regulations of trading partners. I do not understand why the Conservative government would expose Canadians to such risk when there is a clear record of arbitration. Perhaps the government is also ignoring its most important resource, our Canadian citizens. As a government that claims to be physically accountable and competent in trade, why are the Conservatives trying to undermine Canada's potential? Perhaps they don't understand the worth of our resources and how valuable we are as a trade partner. Perhaps they don't see the potential in Canadian companies. This arrogance does not prove them physically capable, and the enormous trade deficit speaks to the lack of credibility exchange agreements. In fact, under this government, Canadians have seen our trade deficit grow over the last number of years. In 2012 alone, Mr. Speaker, Canada had a current account deficit of $67 billion, which is an $85 billion drop from $18 billion surplus in 2006, the first year the Conservative government came into power. That is their record, Mr. It's been reckless. They've shown their incompetence when it comes to negotiating trade agreements, and they've shown their incompetence. But if you look at our trade deficit over the years, it is over. Under this government, we've had the largest trade deficit ever in Canadian history. And yet they call themselves competent, physically competent, and then want to expand trade. We need trade, a fair trade where Canadian interests are also put forward by this government, and that hasn't happened under the Conservatives. In addition to growing current account deficit, the manufacturing deficit has nearly quadrupled since 2006 to just over $1 billion. Good-paying jobs have disappeared under this government. The manufacturing deficit, it creates a bigger problem because we're importing more finished goods from outside of this country rather than manufacturing those in this country. So you can see we're not exporting as much finished goods that we could be under this government, Mr. Speaker. Stacked up against 18 of the most comparable trading nations, including U.S. and Australia, Canada is at the bottom of the list when it comes to trade performance. If Canada has resources and ideal trading partners, why is this deficit growing, Mr. Speaker? It is due to mismanagement of trade and not by this government agreeing to deficient treaties such as FIPA with China and Canada, Mr. Speaker. This government has chosen to undermine democracy through its lack of parliamentary procedure in creating Canada-China FIPA. They have chosen to benefit Chinese corporations rather than supporting Canadian businesses. And they have chosen to expose Canadian taxpayers to huge liabilities in the potential legal arguments through trade tribunals. The Canada-China trade relations should be foundation on which our future agreements are built. Canada has an opportunity to create a trade deal with China that's mutually beneficial to both of our nations. We should be establishing an agreement with elements of communication and cooperation between our two countries, because trade deals are not just about trade anymore, Mr. Speaker. They present unique opportunities for the collaborative sharing of education, culture, amongst many other things. We need to, Mr. Speaker, we need to inform China about our intentions because we value the country as a trading partner. We must treat them with courtesy, and we must pursue a trade agreement, trade relationship that is respectful both of China and of our country. Mr. Speaker, we want trade agreements, bilateral agreements like FIPA to be designed to actually serve Canadians and close the embarrassing large deficit that under this government we have created. We want them to reflect the value that we place on Canadian citizens, Canadian businesses, and Canadian economy. FIPA, as currently it stands, is unratifiable, both in spirit and in content, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting when the Conservative government thinks of trade, surplus versus trade deficit. They figure the best way to deal with it is to come up with trade agreements. Then you have the NDP that have this sense that trade agreements are a bad thing, even though the member made reference to trade agreements. Truth be known, the NDP have never stood in their place and voted in favour of a trade agreement. Now, no, you didn't stand and vote in that one either. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, there need to recognize that trade agreements are good, but you also need to go a little extra than just signing an agreement. The example I used earlier was China. In China, the current Prime Minister goes to China and brings back a couple panda bears. Well, Mr. Speaker, when former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien went to China, he brought a trade mission with him and literally brought back hundreds of millions of dollars. Trade agreements and active trade missions provide thousands of jobs and opportunities for Canadians and businesses. Would the member not agree that trade missions is something that's critically important?
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Winnipeg for his excellent question. Before I answer the question, Mr. Speaker, let me state in this House that I'm very, very disappointed in the Liberal Party. You know, they not only they govern, they actually campaign on NDP policies, but when they form a government, well, they do what the Conservatives are doing. And we have an excellent opportunity for the Liberal government to stand with the official opposition, to stand with for Canadians on this issue. Yet, guess what they're going to be doing, Mr. Speaker? They're going to be voting against this motion presented by member from Vancouver. So I'm very disappointed in the way the Liberals are behaving. In regards to his question, it's absolutely true. We should be pursuing a fair, equitable trade with China, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I was listening intently to my honourable colleague who is a member of the Trade Committee, and I listen to him quite often at Trade Committee, and his position on this issue and the position of the NDP is really quite astounding when I see that their position on trade is really quite anti-trade, but when it comes to China, that they're prepared to go against an agreement that would actually protect Canada's interest in China and not compromise Canada's interests. How they bend and twist this is really ideological. When it comes to our colleagues down the way with the Liberal Party, it's interesting that they too have an interesting perspective when it comes to trade. And seem to want to subsidize China. China can get along very well without subsidy, thank you very much, when it comes to taking them off the list with regard to tariff compromisation. Getting back to the issue at hand, I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a question with regard to his comments is why when we signed 24 of these with other countries around the world, and when we actually are doing more trade with China than ever before, in fact 24% more just in forestry alone, percent more just in the last few years. But when it comes to China, why is it so wrong to have a deal that we've signed with 24 other countries with China when it's okay with these other 23 countries?
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague, the chair of the International Trade Committee, for his question. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear what the trade record. Conservatives will try to twist this around for somehow that it's the official opposition's fault that they have created the largest deficit in our history. It is under their stewardship. And what NDP has always fought for is a fair trade deal for Canadians. And we will continue to stand up for Canadians to make sure that the trade agreements we sign, or this government is signing, not only they're brought into this House like we're doing this FIFA agreement, that the Canadians can see it themselves. This is not the same template that we have been using previously. This template is different, and it's under this government that they're selling out our businesses and Canadian taxpayers, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this afternoon to join my colleagues in the House to speak on some very important issue that's a matter of great importance not only for my constituents of Kelowna Lake Country, but for all Canadians and Canadian businesses specifically that are looking to do business or are doing business in China at the present time. Mr. Speaker, our government understands the importance of trade to our economy. It represents 1 in 5 jobs in Canada and accounts for nearly 65% of our country's annual income. That's why our government is moving forward with the most ambitious pro-trade plan in our country's history. It's a plan that is opening new markets for Canadian exporters, including the fast-growing region, Asia-Pacific. And we're committed to expanding commercial relations in the region, deepening and strengthening ties that will create jobs and prosperity for hardworking Canadians right here at home, from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, the opportunities for Canadian exporters in the Asia-Pacific are tremendous. Countries in the region include those with economic growth rates of an impressive 2 to 3 times the global average. In the past few years, our government has been aggressively expanding commercial relations with the Asia-Pacific region to create jobs and economic benefits here at home. Mr. Speaker, our efforts are yielding results. We are maximizing opportunities for our entrepreneurs through innovative trade, investment, air transport, and science and technology agreements. I'd like to take a few moments to review just a few of the steps our government has taken to create new opportunities for Canadian exporters and these fast-growing and dynamic markets. In November of last year, along with the chair of our Trade Committee and other members of our International Trade Committee, we visited Japan, and we're advancing free trade negotiations with Japan. It's the world's 3rd largest economy, and commencing exploratory discussions towards trade negotiations with Thailand, adopting the Joint Declaration on Trade and Investment with the Association of Southeast Asian Nations to increase Canada's trade and investment ties in the region. We're signing air transport agreements with 6 Asia-Pacific countries and joining the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations. If anybody has any doubt, you just check the schedule of our Minister of International Trade. The gentleman is incredibly busy traveling the world, opening doors to help Canadian markets to expand and opportunities for all Canadians coast to coast to coast. And it's very exciting times. And, Mr. Speaker, these efforts, along with establishing numerous additional trade offices in the region, are generating real results. Our efforts to deepen Canada's trade and investment ties in the fast-growing Asia-Pacific region are further bolstered by our government's strategic investments and partnership in building the Asia-Pacific Gateway. These investments are positioning Canada as the gateway of choice between Asia and North America. In fact, Canada's West Coast ports are more than 2 days closer to Asian markets than any other ports in North America. For those in the House that aren't aware, Prince Rupert is just been booming. I was there several years back when the cranes were installed and the city was out. It was just an incredible, exciting day for the community of Prince Rupert, and it's just been growing by leaps and bounds. In November, I participated in a pilot project announcement with the Minister of International Trade and the United States government, Border Security on both sides. President Obama and Prime Minister Harper are working on the regulatory reform. And what we've done is to help.
Not to reference other members by their names.
President Obama worked together in regulatory reform to find ways to move goods and services efficiently across not only our borders but around the world. So these investments are positioning Canada as the gateway of choice between Asia and North America. In fact, Canada's West Coast ports are more than 2 days, as I mentioned, closer. So it's helping expand that market. And since 2006, our government has invested $1.4 billion into Asia-Pacific Gateway infrastructure projects, an amount that has been leveraged to almost $4 billion, Mr. Speaker, with the participation of provincial and municipal governments and the private sector, a true partnership. A total of almost 50 projects have been supported, creating jobs and economic growth in local communities while easing the movement of goods, services and people to and from the fast-growing Asia-Pacific economies. As a result of these strategic investments and partnerships, Canadian exports to the Asia-Pacific region have reached record levels. These investments are also generating new business opportunities, improving the flow of traffic, enhancing the efficiency of the transportation system, attracting investments, and contributing to Canada's global competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, in what remain globally challenging economic times, more must be done to improve the flow of Canada's much sought-after commodities, from oil and gas to potash, lumber and coal through our West Coast. Our government will continue to build on this competitive advantage. These are just a few examples of how our government is promoting the interests of Canada's exporters. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, to capture new opportunities in these dynamic markets, our government is creating the right conditions for Canadian businesses and exporters to compete and succeed internationally. So the principle is quite simple. Government doesn't create the business. What we do is we set the framework to make it more convenient and efficient and stability for businesses. They like the fact that there's the element of stability and certainty within the agreements, and then they'll move forward and invest. So consequently, Mr. Speaker, an important part of this equation is ensuring that not only two-way trade, but also investment between Canada and other countries can take place in a stable, secure manner. That's why Canada has over 24 foreign investment promotion and protection agreements with key trade and investment partners, including with China, the world's second largest economy. And I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't highlight that not only in China, the world's second largest economy, but it's recently become Canada's #2 export, second only to the United States. In fact, Canadian goods exports to China rose 15% last year to over $19 billion. Not only that, but Canada exports to China have nearly doubled between then and now under our Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, I'm not one of the most partisan members of Parliament in this House. I try to work together. I've been on the International Trade Committee. I work together with all colleagues in the House. But I have to say it's very unfortunate that despite all these successes, the NDP continue to fearmonger and spread myths about our trade agreements in general, this Foreign Investment Promotion Protection Agreement, and trade overall, the importance it is for Canadians. This really shouldn't be a surprise, though, for many Canadians. After all, the same NDP government who opposed the Auto Pact and the historic North American Free Trade Agreement, otherwise known as NAFTA, and whose member for BC Southern Interior recently argued that trade agreements, quote, threaten the very existence of our nation. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? It's the same party that stood in this House to oppose trade agreements with countries as diverse as Panama, Colombia, Israel, Chile, Costa Rica, Norway, Switzerland, and even Liechtenstein. Mr. Speaker, page 18 of the NDP policy today states that New Democrats believe in renegotiating the North American Free Trade Agreement. For my community of Clonal Lake Country, NAFTA has been an incredible success for the wine industry in British Columbia, for Ontario, across Canada, Nova Scotia. It's been a great success, and they want to renegotiate it. Mr. Speaker, it's, I don't know, I just can't imagine this. The fact is that last year our two-way trade in goods and services with the United States exceeded $742 billion. That's nearly $2 billion a day, or almost $1.4 million every single minute. Mr. Speaker, the chair of the International Trade Committee, Senator Drachuk, and myself had the opportunity last week to be in Washington meeting with new members of Congress and informing them of the importance. Many of them are not aware of 1 in 5 jobs, 20% of the GDP, this fact of $2 billion a day in trade. It's a great success story, and we need to continue to be proud of it, not go down to the United States and tell them how bad we are here in Canada. We're in this together. It's the best partnership in the world, the most two integrated economies in the world, and we want to continue to grow. The fact is that these numbers aren't simply sterile statistics. They represent jobs, some 2.4 million Canadian jobs, jobs the NDP would jeopardize if they had their way. So the NDP's anti-tirade credentials are well established, Mr. Speaker, but in particular I'd like to take a moment to dispel the many inaccuracies the NDP and their anti-trade allies have been spreading about Canada's Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement with China. Our Conservative government is committed to creating the right conditions for Canadian businesses to compete globally. Ultimately, Canada's Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, otherwise known as FIPA, with China, the world's second-largest economy, will provide stronger protection for Canadians investing in China and create jobs and economic growth right here at home. Mr. Speaker, it's an agreement that establishes a clear set of rules under which investments are made and under which investment disputes are resolved. For Canadian businesses looking to set up in China, they cannot be treated less favorably than any other foreign company looking to do the same. Once an investment is made, Canadian businesses cannot be treated less favorably than any other business, including Chinese businesses. Importantly, the agreement protects investors against government expropriation, except under strict conditions, and even then, only with appropriate compensation. And I think you'd agree, Mr. Speaker, that's only fair. You treat others how you want to be treated. This FIPA also ensures that all investment disputes are resolved under international arbitration, ensuring that our adjudications are independent and fair. It removes some of the challenges of cultural, language, etc. So Canadian investors in China will no longer have to rely on the Chinese legal system to have their disputes resolved. As David Fung of the Canada-China Business Council once quoted, "Without this FIPA, Chinese investments in Canada would receive the protection of the well-developed Canadian judicial system, but Canadian investments in China would have to live with the uncertainties of a developing Chinese judiciary." So very simply put, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that Chinese investors in Canada have the protection of the rule of law. All we're asking now with this agreement is give our Canadian investors the same benefit in China that the other investors from China have been experiencing all along. So we're leveling the playing field that helps Canadian businesses. I'd also like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that ours is the first such an agreement that China has signed, which specifically includes language on transparency of dispute settlement proceedings. I know there's been lots of discussion about that today, about the fact of transparency. This is the most transparent agreement that's been signed between China and any country. And that obviously speaks volumes towards the negotiation skills of our senior public trade officials and Trade Commission. It's been said many times in this House, but allow me to repeat it. It is Canada's long-standing policy that all dispute resolution should be open to the public and that submissions made by the parties be available to the public. Under the FIPA, any decisions of a dispute resolution panel will be made public, period. It's that simple, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, the NDP and their special interest allies have gone to great lengths in the past and today in the House as well to spread misinformation about this agreement. So let me categorically state what the agreement does not do. First, it does not hinder Canada's ability to regulate and legislate in areas such as the environment, culture, safety, health and conservation. On top of that, provisions in the agreement will preserve Canada's current ability to review foreign investments under the Investment Canada Act to ensure they provide a net benefit to Canadians, and that our national security is not compromised. Let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker, under this treaty, Chinese investors in Canada must obey all the laws and regulations of Canada, just as any Canadian must. In short, Canada-China foreign investment.
What I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, is something with respect to reciprocity. There is a blatant problem with the agreement that we currently have before us. Now, I don't believe that I'll have an opportunity to finish my remarks before QP, but the member for Vancouver Kingsway mentioned these matters. He talked about changes to trade agreements, and in this agreement, inconsistent measures will be maintained by China, and I hope that I'll have an opportunity to clarify remarks in that regard after question period.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes following question period. Statements by members.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month in Winnipeg, 17 children aged 11 to 14 came to visit us from the Canada-Israel Hockey School. They faced off with Winnipeg South Centre-based Corden Comets. 5 of these children were Arab, 12 of these children were Jewish. And the teams met to improve not only their hockey skills, but just getting to know each other. This hockey initiative was organized by the Jewish Federation of Winnipeg in conjunction with the Canadian Friends of Hebrew University and the Canada-Israel Hockey School, which is most generously funded by Sidney Greenberg. I had the opportunity to meet with the coaches, Michael Mazika, a Canadian, who is the head coach of the Canada-Israel Hockey School in Metula, Israel, and his efforts have helped the youth improve their hockey skills on ice and their cultural acceptance of one another off the ice. I would like to commend the organizers of this event and also to let my colleagues know that CIJA will be taking a group of students from Norway House, Cree Nation, to the Canada-Israel Hockey School in Metula next month. Long may this cultural collaboration continue.
Mazel tov.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Today I want to shed light on the solidarity and vivacity of the South Asian community of Pierrefonds-Dollard. Here is just few examples of events that occurred in the span of 1 month. The India-Canada Organization and Himalaya Seniors had their first International Women's Day event. HoC, the Festival of Colors, was celebrated at the Hindu Mandir Temple in DDO, which just celebrated its 16th anniversary. Murugan Temple in DDO hosted festivities for the Tamil New Year, and the Sikh community organized Vaisakhi celebrations in the DDO's Gurdwara. Sawid, Montreal's South Asian Business Directory, just launched their new edition last week, and the Himalaya Seniors will celebrating Eid Milad ul-Nabi, birth of the Muslim Prophet, this week. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be part of a community that is rich in its diversity, a community where people work to be united and build bridges. Without the South Asian community, West Island wouldn't be the West Island. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, next Tuesday, April 23rd, St. John Ambulance is hosting its first ever Day on the Hill. I'd like to thank the member from Ottawa-Vanier and the member for St. John's East for helping with us to make this day a success. All parliamentarians are invited to attend one of several meetings to be held that day to learn about the importance of first aid training and the valuable work done by St. John Ambulance. Members are also invited to a reception that evening hosted by both speakers of the House and Senate, where we will honor several people who have done the incredible act of saving a life. Later this spring, St. John Ambulance will provide free CPR and free AED training to all parliamentarians so that we too know how to save a life. Since founding Canada's first St. John Ambulance Brigade in London, Ontario, Canada's 10th largest city, St. John Ambulance has always had a close relationship with the constituents in my riding, and I am proud to support them. As my Cape Breton mother used to say, community service is the price you pay to live somewhere. Well, when the price to pay is learning the skills to save a life, we should all be willing to pay that price. I look forward to working with all of my fellow parliamentarians in making a difference in our communities.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, Coptic Christians are one of the oldest Christian communities in the Middle East. We've integrated into the larger Egyptian nation. The Coptics have survived as a distinct religious community forming around 10% of the population. Coptic Christians have faced increasing marginalization since 1952, the coup d'etat led by Mr. Nasser. The Coptic community has been targeted by hate crimes and physical assaults. Their churches, homes and businesses have been looted and burned. They faced a growing number of personal attacks which have left encountered numbers injured and several hundred dead, and the death toll is rising. Earlier this month, six Coptic Christians were killed in an attack on St. Mark's Coptic Orthodox Church Cathedral in Cairo. They were attending the funeral for 4 Coptic Christians who had been gunned down 2 days earlier. It's been estimated that in 2011 alone, 100,000 Coptic Christians fled Egypt. There's no figures yet for 2012. However, for the most of Egypt's Coptic Christians, some 6 to 8 million, flight is not an option. They're too poor. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Coptic community is...
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London now has the floor.
I'd like to take the opportunity to recognize Scouts Canada's Good Turn Week, which is taking place this week from April 13th to 21st. Giving back and helping others has always been the core value of Scouts Canada, and Good Turn Week is an initiative that was spearheaded by the Scouts Canada National Youth Network. This fantastic initiative follows the principles of Scouting, which teach youth to always do unto others as they would do unto you. And it is from that Good Turn Week was born. This campaign encourages everyone across the country to share Scouts Canada's passion by generating a cycle of kindness from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker, just witnessed the unlimited potential Canadian youth have on building a happier, stronger community. I ask my colleagues in the House to join me in wishing Scouts Canada's a successful Good Turn Week and join the movement by doing a good turn, as each good turn has the power to help shape and change the world.
Absolutely.
Honourable Member for Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, today I am pleased to welcome to Ottawa 7 young people from youth centres in Pont-Rouge, Port-Neuf, Saint-Basile and Neufville. Passionate about public affairs and showing impressive civic awareness, these people are here to learn more about the work done by MPs in Ottawa and about our parliamentary system. These young people from my riding of Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier are a wonderful example of enthusiasm and the extraordinary potential of Canadian youth. Their being here on the Hill shows that they are already engaged citizens and reminds us of the importance of ensuring that all Canadian young people have a real voice here in this House, and this government finally provides them with all the support they need, be it through the funding of programs directly for young people, such as youth service co-ops, for example, or the implementation of initiatives promoting the active participation of young people in our democracy. It is time to act. As elected officials, we are responsible for making a place for young people in our debates, and the policies that we adopt, they are all too often forgotten by this government.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Speaker, early this month, I attended the grand opening of the Bathurst Finch Community Hub in my riding of York Centre.
This centre will be very important for the daily lives of people living in York Centre, particularly for families, new Canadians, and individuals seeking employment.
At the Hub, service providers will offer classes, career counselling, and training to clients in an accessible and modern setting. Je suis fier.
I am proud that our federal government has invested $1 million in this centre.
Follows through on our government's Economic Action Plan commitment to fund infrastructure, help connect Canadians with meaningful and stable employment, and work to improve the accessibility of social services. On behalf
of the people of York Centre, I want to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for your dedication to making Canada a better place.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
I invite all members of this House to join a throng of people who will assemble at the Eternal Flame at 1 p.m. on Monday. We will march to the U.S. Embassy. We will march in freedom, unity, and peace to remember those who were lost last Monday in Boston at the hands of people who would impose hatred where others seek love. People who shed blood among those who had gathered as friends. People in Ottawa will, on behalf of all peace-loving Canadians, stand with those who were killed, injured, or bereaved in Boston. In 1963, a great Bostonian, the late U.S. President John F. Kennedy, stood in Berlin. He stood in unity with all people who craved freedom and democracy. He stood to say that those who believe in freedom would not be intimidated, not by guns and not by tanks. Brave Bostonians, you will not be intimidated by bombs. On Monday and always, we will stand with you for freedom. In Berlin, President Kennedy said, "I am a Berliner." I ask my colleagues in this House to stand with me now as I say, for today, Monday, and always, I am a Bostonian. I am a Bostonian.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, during his recent visit to Sudbury and Nickel Belt, my leader had the opportunity to meet with representatives of our vibrant Franco-Ontarian community. The riding of Nickel Belt can be proud to be the second largest Franco-Ontarian community in Ontario. We met with the Regroupement des Organismes Culturels for Sudbury, an association of organizations working in France and Greater Sudbury, including Le Carrefour Francophone de Sudbury, the Francophone Folklore Centre, the 5 Penny Contemporary Music Concerts, La Nuit sur l'étang Concerts, Édition Prise de Parole, Galerie de Nouvelle-Ontario, Salon du Livre de Grande Sudbury, Théâtre de Nouvelle-Ontario. There are 3 French-language newspapers in Nickel Belt, the Voyageur, Tribune, de Sturgeon Falls, the Vision, de la Rivière des Français. Nipissing West is a model of bilingualism in Canada. The Francophonie in Northern Ontario is a surprising and dynamic community. Congratulations on your excellent work.
The honourable member for Peace River. Speaker. Today's NDP motion to advocate against the interest of Canadian investors and against Canadian jobs should come as no surprise from the Socialist Party. After all, the NDP leader travelled to Washington to attack Canadian jobs and our national interest in secret meetings with American politicians. The NDP leader stood front and centre as he and his party opposed every trade agreement brought forward by our government, including recently voting against a free trade agreement with Panama. The NDP even opposed the auto pact. While the NDP leader's opposition to free trade is well known, their opposition to an agreement to give Canadian investors in China the same protections as Chinese investors enjoy here in Canada is simply ludicrous. This treaty will create jobs and growth by protecting Canadians who want to do business in China. While the NDP leader and his party are fighting for special deals for Chinese companies and against protections for Canadians investing in China, our Conservative government will continue to open new markets and to build Canadian jobs and economic development here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. In 2015, Charlebourg will celebrate its 350th anniversary. This historic time is an opportunity to commemorate the foundation of what was the first village in New France that was inland. For the past few weeks, our community has been able to rely on an organizing committee that will chair the organization of a number of activities to mark this historic event. Very talented individuals have been recruited, and well-known organizations will roll up their sleeves to ensure the success of these events. Among them, we can count the Charlebourg Historical Society, the Cross Country Centre, the Youth Centre La Marginale, the Recreational Centre in Notre-Dame des Laurentides, and the business community. I want to tell them they have my support and best wishes. Charlebourg is a rich history that deserves to be known by the wider public. I invite all people in our community to take part in the 350 celebrations to showcase the heritage of one of the oldest communities in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, for decades, Aboriginal women on reserves have been without the legal protections they need in situations of family violence. Women have been victimized and children and families have been deeply affected. For 13 years, the Liberals did nothing. Aboriginal women, international organizations, and even the Manitoba NDP have called for this change. We have responded with matrimonial property rights legislation to protect Aboriginal women and give them the same rights as all other women in Canada. This bill will allow judges to enforce emergency protection orders for the safety of the women and children. Yet shockingly, last night, the Liberals and NDP voted against giving Aboriginal women and children these protections. This is shameful. Whether it's on reserve or anywhere in Canada, I'm proud to say our Conservative government continues to stand up for the protection of women, children, and families.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. Georges.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Sarah Erickson Godot, a young woman from Lords in the riding of Random Buren St. Georges. After completing a vigorous program which included community service, skills development, physical fitness, a residential component, and a strenuous 4-day expedition to the Rocky Mountains, Sarah was awarded the prestigious Gold Duke of Edinburgh Award, the highest achievement in the program. Sarah's activities as an Army cadet and a high school athlete helped her complete much of her program. She volunteered in the community, participated in provincial marksmanship competitions, and served as senior drill commander of her corps and as a senior member of the Honour Guard at Camp Argonaut in New Brunswick. Sarah is a fourth-year psychology student at Grenfell College Memorial University. She credits the Duke of Edinburgh program with developing her academic and leadership skills and deepening her passion for helping others. I ask all members of the House to join me in recognizing Sarah Erickson Godot, a remarkable young woman who is a shining example of our exceptional youth.
Good job. The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, the attacks in Boston that targeted innocent civilians is a tragedy, and our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, Boston, and all Americans. The law enforcement officers who are now investigating this heinous attack are working around the clock, and we hope that they will soon be able to bring the person or persons responsible for this attack to justice. Now, while the Liberal leader wants to talk about the root cause behind why the perpetrator launched this attack, We know that what is really important is getting this person or persons off the street so that they do not kill or injure any more innocent people. Regardless of the motives behind this attack, there is simply no root cause that can justify the killing and maiming of innocent civilians. This behavior must be condemned unequivocally wherever it occurs, and we will always stand with the victims and against this kind of senseless, violent attack. Thank you.
The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again there's trouble in the Conservative caucus. This time the member from Edmonton St. Albert is blowing the whistle on the PMO. During an interview with Global News, this member offered Canadians something they rarely see from Conservatives: the truth. When asked if he'll be repeating the carbon farce lies of Conservatives in the House of Commons, he responded, quote, "I will absolutely guarantee you that I won't be talking about the carbon tax," unquote, because he doesn't like these untrue statements. This member went on to give a first-hand account of the tyranny rained down on backbenchers from the, quote, "kids that work over in Langevin block." And the member even recalled pressure put on him by PM staffers to censor his blog on his MP website. Fortunately, Canadians will have a clear choice in 2015. You Democrats will offer honesty and openness and strong MPs who truly stand for their constituents.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that our Conservative government is focused on their priorities: jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity.
Right.
Meanwhile, the leader of the NDP has made promises that will cost over $56 billion.
Wow.
He doesn't want to tell Canadians where he will get the money to pay for these new spending promises, but a little bit of research found that he will raise the money by imposing a new $20 billion job-killing carbon tax.
That sounds like a terrible
This
plan.
NDP carbon tax plan is found in their last election platform and even in the NDP leader's personal policy documents. The NDP leader's job-killing carbon tax would raise the price of everything, include gas, groceries, and electricity.
Everything.
Our government will stand up against the NDP leader's job-killing carbon tax and against their now hidden socialist spending promises.
Good plan. Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the provincial and territorial ministers and Aboriginal business representatives called for a public inquiry into missing and murdered Aboriginal women. The families of 600 Aboriginal women have been calling for this inquiry for too long. Will the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs finally listen to families, provinces, territories, and civil society groups and finally set up a public inquiry to make sure that justice is done? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage, my colleague knows that this is a very serious issue, and we take our obligations to protect the interests of all Canadians very seriously, and that is why the Prime Minister and the Minister are doing everything necessary to ensure that all women across Canada are protected against these kind of attacks. There was already an inquiry begun in British Columbia. We are ensuring that we have the policies and investments necessary to ensure that all Canadians and the Aboriginal women affected by this tragedy are protected.
Mr. Speaker, civil society gets it, and the provinces get it, Canadians get it, and the families of the victims need it. So why don't the Conservatives get it? Why don't they understand that they need to call this inquiry now? We're talking about the tragic deaths and disappearances of over 600 Aboriginal women and girls. Yesterday, the provinces joined their voices together to call for an inquiry. So will the minister now do the right thing? Will he provide justice and peace for the families of the victims by immediately calling a public inquiry?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, I agree with the sentiment of the need for justice and peace, and I think what all Canadians are looking for is, in fact, action.
And our government has indeed taken action. The Minister has spoken to that, as has the Prime Minister. And our government has taken action not only on the file of missing and murdered Aboriginal women, which is an issue that touched my home province of British Columbia very deeply, and indeed the entire country. But we are taking action. But we're also not only taking action on that file, but of course this House took action last night in extending equal rights to Aboriginal women on matrimonial property rights as well. Yes. Our government, we're proud of our track record. We're proud of our track record of standing up and defending the interests of all Canadians, of all Aboriginal Canadians, and indeed Aboriginal women, to ensure not only do they have protection, but that they have equal rights in Canada.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, Aboriginal women deserve more respect from this government. They deserve justice. They deserve a national public inquiry. On another topic, Mr. Speaker, it's now been 222 days since the Conservatives signed their investment agreement with China, and yet the agreement has still not been ratified. Why? Honourable Minister. My colleague is talking about the Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement with China to protect the interests of Canadians who want to invest in China. It is an agreement to protect Canadians, to protect the interests of Canadians. That's what we're doing.
And what these agreements do, which is to protect the interests of Canadians who are doing business in China. Exactly. They made the exact same criticisms about FTA and NAFTA in Chapter 11 of NAFTA. They were wrong. That protected the interests of Canadians doing business in the United States. What the Canada-FIPA agreement does is protect the interests of Canadians doing business in China. This is about protecting Canada. Stand up for it.
The honourable member for Skeena-Vokey Valley.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 7 months since the agreement was signed and is lying on the Prime Minister's desk. There must be a problem. Perhaps because this agreement guarantees Chinese state-owned enterprises the same rights as Canadian enterprises, or because it guarantees the Chinese government the right to buy new oil claims, the right to take control of our national resources with no limits, no evaluation, and no debate. This agreement is not to Canada's advantage, so are the Conservatives going to ratify it anyway? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Is that the NDP leader and the NDP party are asking for a special break for Chinese exporters, for Chinese exports coming into Canada. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, they're asking that Canadian companies working in China should not be protected at all.
The honourable member for Skeena-Vokey Valley.
Yeah, he picked up the wrong talking point, so let's try again. It seems Conservatives fail to even understand their own agreement. 31 years ago, Alberta Premier Peter Lougheed negotiated an historic deal to give provinces control over natural resources as part of the repatriation of our Constitution. But today, these Conservatives sign a deal with China and throw that legacy away. FIPA essentially guts provincial control over our natural resources. Is this really what Conservative MPs from Western Canada came here to do? Sell out Canada and Alberta's natural resources to the Communist government of China?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, that's clear, patent nonsense. I mean, the honourable member himself knows that he's incorrect when he's making those statements in the House of Commons. What this agreement does is give Canadian investors in China the same protection that Chinese investors will have in Canada. Equal rules for both parties. Simple as that.
Honourable member for Westmount Binmegi.
Last fall, the finance minister went into a bicycle shop to announce and promote measures related to his omnibus budget bill. But this spring, in his budget, he announced increases to the bicycle import taxes that affect that very same shop owner. Now, the Conservatives say this is not a tax, but yesterday the shop owner said that this is going to hurt his business. Does the government accuse this hardworking shop owner of lying? Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
I know in the last couple of days, the new Liberal leader has expressed an interest in getting to the root causes of things. So the root causes of things, though the member opposite used the word lying. Well, what's clearly not true is any attempt to suggest that this government has done anything other than lower taxes time and again for Canadians. We have lower taxes. We have lower taxes on investment. We have lower taxes on small business. We've lowered taxes. We've raised the personal exemption for even paying taxes, taking thousands of low-income Canadians and seniors on fixed incomes off the tax rolls altogether. Every single one of our budgets, time and again, we've defended the interests of lowering taxes for Canadians.
Honourable member for Westmount Vinmagui. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have just increased Canadians' taxes by over $300 million per year. And let's be clear, it is not exporting countries that are going to have to pay. It is Canadians who will have to dip into their own pockets. For example, the price of shampoo, dishwasher, detergent, even deodorant, all of that is going to increase by 3.5%. When will this government cancel these tax hikes? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. As I just said, Mr. Speaker, in English, it is our government that is cutting taxes for Canadians. That's what we're doing. We cut the GST, we cut taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. We cut taxes for seniors in each one of our budgets. We are cutting taxes, even in Budget 2013. We offer further tax cuts so that Canadians can have more money in their pockets so that they can make decisions themselves as to how they want to live their lives.
Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, baby cribs, tricycles, blankets, the Conservative tax on everything is affecting almost 1,300 household items that most Canadians need. Now, at a time of record debt level, high unemployment, and stagnant wages, this is the worst possible thing that you can do, increase taxes. When is this government going to realize it, and when is this government going to cancel those tax increases on hard-working Canadians?
And the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
The Liberals have never stood with us in lowering taxes on Canadians. They have never stood with us in every one of our budgets where we've lowered taxes.
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage now has the floor. The Honourable Minister.
They've never stood with us when we've lowered taxes time and again. The average family in Canada pays $3,200 less in taxes because the Conservatives are in government in this country. Again, the hypocrisy of the Liberals is really quite something. They come to this House and they say that we need to do something to support Canadian manufacturing, and then they beg this government to put in place a special deal for China to dump goods into this country. It's outrageous, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Musqueam-Nechatie-Nisqually-Basque. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, the Conservatives have botched the negotiations on the Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement with China. Not only does this agreement lack reciprocity, but it also protects the few current investments of Canadians in China, but fails to give the same protection to new investors. It states that Chinese enterprises have the right to fair and equitable treatment, but it doesn't define what that means. It gives China the right to sue the Canadian government before secret administrative tribunals. So will the Conservatives admit their error and tell China that Canada will not ratify this agreement? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what this investment treaty does is gives equal rights to Chinese investors in Canada and Canadian investors in China. No more, no less. They can try to spread whatever rumors they want. They need to back that up with fact. They don't have the facts.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Kingsville.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative incompetence on this file is breeding uncertainty and chaos in the foreign investment community. Today, we have another report detailing how the Conservatives' failure to spell out clear rules on foreign takeovers is scaring off investment. And with the FIPA, Conservatives want to lock Canadians into a 31-year deal with China without even understanding its provisions. And here's some news. FIPA is not just about protecting Canadians in China, it's about protecting Canadians in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Now, will Conservatives take the first step to restoring investor confidence and fix the serious deficiencies in FIPA before it's too late?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, number one, the honourable member knows that Canadians are protected in Canada. Number two, he also knows that Canadian exporters and Canadian investors in China need protection. That's what this FIPA does. That's why we're supporting it.
Honourable member for Pontiac.
Today's Integrity Commissioner's report on the former head of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal is nothing short of shocking. The report states that Shirish Katalia's behavior as the former head constituted harassment and an abuse of her authority, that she mismanaged through intimidation, and that she ordered employees of what should be an arm's-length organization to carry out government policy. It also stated that virtually no vetting occurred before the appointment of Ms. Katalia. Who, on that side, will take responsibility for this patronage debacle?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the individual no longer works for the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, which is an arm's-length agency operating independently from the government, Mr. Speaker, and the tribunal has now addressed this matter.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. That's a perfect example of how this government doesn't care about anything, Mr. Speaker. The fiasco of this appointment is the full responsibility of the Conservatives. Mario Dion said in his report that the vetting mechanisms were not applied to choose Shirish Katalia as head of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. It was their candidate, a candidate who, and I quote, repeatedly harassed employees at all levels. When will they make their apologies? Honourable Minister of Justice.
The NDP always wants us to get involved and interfere with arm's-length organizations, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal is, Mr. Speaker. It operates independently from the government, Mr. Speaker, and as you can see, the tribunal has now addressed this issue.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. It's just one Conservative failure after another, Mr. Speaker. There was a major decline in the number of EI beneficiaries in Sherbrooke, Quebec City, and Vancouver. And this is not the result of an increase in the number of available jobs. Nope. On the contrary, last month, Canada saw its biggest job losses in the past 4 years. There is only one job available for every 7 unemployed people. Meanwhile, more and more people must repay EI benefits. Does the minister realize that her reform is fostering economic instability? Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, our government has the primary objective of creating jobs, and Mr. Speaker, to do this, we need properly qualified workers, and that is why we use the EI system to help people obtain skills, but also to find new positions in the area of their expertise and in their region. And Mr. Speaker, if there are no positions available in their region, EI will continue to be there for them as always.
The fact is, there are 6.5 job seekers for every 1 vacancy, and EI is no longer there for those who need it. This minister has nothing to brag about.
Hear, hear.
The Labour Force survey shows that unemployment is on the rise, at the same time that a Statistics Canada report shows that fewer Canadians are receiving EI benefits. Taken together, the 2 reports prove that the Conservatives' changes to EI mean fewer Canadians are getting the benefits that they paid for. When will the minister finally wake up to the problem and fix the mess that she created?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
That's exactly why our government's #1 priority is job creation and economic growth. Because with more jobs, there'll be fewer people out of work. That's better for them. That's better for their families. We will continue on the progress we've already made in helping create over 900,000 net new jobs across this country. That's our priority. It's time the NDP supported that effort.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
While nearly 1.4 million Canadians are out of work, this Conservative government has persisted in bringing in more temporary foreign workers than any government before. Even Canadian pilots are not safe from losing their jobs to imported labour. From September to October last year, HRSDC issued 119 positive labour market opinions, which led to the hiring of pilots from abroad, all while Canadian pilots had to go overseas to find work. How could the minister allow this to happen?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Our goal is is to make sure that Canadians always get first crack at every job. And we are working with the airline pilots and with the airlines themselves to make sure that there are training opportunities so that Canadians can get these jobs. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Airline Pilots Association said that the ALPA has been working with your departments on several aspects of this issue as it relates to pilots, and we're pleased with the progress that has been made.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Results, and they don't have it. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, what is really hypocritical in this issue is the chasm between the Conservatives' words and their actions. They have mismanaged this program so badly that skilled professionals like airline pilots have lost their jobs, whereas dozens of temporary foreign workers have been brought to Canada to pilot their aircraft. How can they justify the hiring of foreign pilots by Canadian airline companies, whereas our pilots have to go abroad to find work? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Airline pilots and the airlines are working with us to make sure that there are Canadians who have the skills for those jobs. But, Mr. Speaker, we're going beyond that. In Budget 2013, we introduced the Canada Job Grant that's going to help industry, the provinces and the federal government work together to make sure that Canadians get the skills for the jobs that employers need filled. Mr. Speaker, I would expect that the NDP would support that effort. Unfortunately, they're not.
Member for Scarborough Southwest.
I don't know how they expect the program to work, considering they never consulted with provinces before implementing it. So, Mr. Speaker, we're trying to defend Canadian jobs against this attack and bringing in foreign temporary workers when Canadians are out of work. And Conservative mismanagement is encouraging more of this. When they first weakened those rules in 2006, the then minister said, and I quote, "When it starts to affect our ability to go to Tim Hortons and get a double-double, it's a serious issue." So when will this minister finally step up and take responsibility for the mess that they created?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, we're trying to create jobs for Canadians, give Canadians first crack at those jobs, provide them with the training and skills they need for those jobs. The NDP are voting against that. They're not supporting helping Canadians get new jobs. But also, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member now talks about protecting Canadians and their jobs, except that several of his colleagues are, in fact, making special requests to this government to help them bring in foreign workers to fill those jobs that should be being filled by Canadians. Mr. Speaker, what is it? What they talk or what they do?
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, this government's attack on the middle class continues to expand. First it was shampoo, deodorants, and dishwasher detergents. Now it's blankets, toothbrushes, hairbrushes, and even pillows. These are things that families use every day, and this government just can't keep its hands out of the pockets of Canadian families. The government has mismanaged the economy, we all know that, and now it wants to balance the books on the backs of families who are struggling to make ends meet. When are the Conservatives going to cancel this nothing short of a tax hike on middle-class families?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every time we bring forward a tax reduction for Canadians, the Liberals vote against that, Mr. Speaker. But it's rather odd that they stand in this House and argue for special breaks for Chinese companies, companies from India, that are providing products into Canada that Canadian companies could actually be manufacturing, Mr. Speaker. That's unbelievable that the NDP and the Liberals would be fighting for jobs offshore instead of fighting for jobs in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, this government is levelling hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes on everyday items used by Canadian families. The reality is that middle-class families cannot afford to pay more for necessities such as playpens, carriages, bicycles, tricycles, school supplies, and the list goes on just because of a Conservative tax. When will the Conservatives cancel this new tax on Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, it is unbelievable that the Liberals and the NDP in this House are actually fighting for, as I say, offshore jobs. Mr. Speaker, Chinese products are coming into this country at a discount. We're going to change that, Mr. Speaker. We need to remember that they don't need special breaks for products coming into Canada. I wish that the opposition would stand up for Canadian jobs.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are obviously weary of being used as props in deceitful Conservative publicity stunts. They just asked that bicycle shop owner. Tariffs are taxes. This government is raising taxes by $333 million every year. And don't blame China. The Chinese didn't impose the tax, and the Chinese won't have to pay them. This is a self-inflicted Canadian tax grab on the Canadian middle class, draining Canadian disposable incomes, driving Canadian businesses and consumers across the border. Why don't they just cancel the tax increase?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we do continue on our low tax plan. That's what we've run all of our campaigns on, Mr. Speaker. All of our budgets have been making sure that we make taxes affordable for Canadians, that the programs that we put in place actually reduce costs for consumers and for taxpayers. Actually, 150 different times we've reduced taxes for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and the Liberals and the NDP voted against it every time.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now 1 month and 27 days since Mike Duffy offered to pay back the taxpayer. But last night we saw Prince Edward Island's most famous summer tourist once again ducking and weaving from accountability. He gets asked a simple question by a reporter, have you paid back the money? And he runs away. How long will the government allow this rip-off of the taxpayer? What are they going to do to get our money back? Will they at least send a collection agency to the Red Chamber down the hall? What about it?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said, we want to see that the expenses incurred by senators are appropriate and that all the rules are followed, and that is what the Senate review has been seeking to do. But the more important question is we also want to see fundamental change to the Senate. This week, taking his seat is one more elected senator actually chosen by the voters of his province, Scott Dennis. We're pleased to see he's there. What Canadians want to know is why is the NDP standing in the way of having real democracy and having all senators selected by the people of Canada?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Canadians want to know why they promised reform and gave us Patrick Brazo. That's their problem. Mr. Speaker, they promised to clean up the Senate. Instead, they're defending their entitlements in the worst political spending scandal in memory. They refuse to tell us how many are being investigated. They refuse to tell how much money is being paid back, and why the Senate are allowed to police themselves when they pay out their expenses based on a pinky swear. That is not accountability. Will they demand that their Conservative-dominated Senate hand over the audits and come clean with Canadians so we know how much taxpayers are being ripped off? That's accountability.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
We made it clear throughout that we want to see respect for Canadians' tax dollars. Canadians work too hard to have their tax dollars taken by excessive and irresponsible government spending. We want to see the Senate apply their rules, and they don't want to see the tax and spend approach by the NDP. But what they do want to see is a chance where Canadians are actually treated by respect by political parties, to see an opposition NDP, instead of saying Canadians don't have the maturity to select their own representatives in the House, let's have the NDP actually support real democracy, support our legislation to give Canadians a say who actually represents them in the Senate. That's what Canadians want to see.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. The example of Mike Duffy, who's pretending to repent, shows yet again that there are some rules for Conservatives and others have other rules. Mr. Speaker, postponing the tabling of the Electoral Reform Act raises troubling questions. We wonder why the Conservative caucus opposed successfully the tabling of this new bill. We know that the Conservatives have refused to give the Chief Electoral Officer the additional powers he was calling for. We know that their lawyer has caused the investigation on robocalls to drag on for a long time, and that the Minister's been dragging his heels. What's hiding behind these tactics, and when will we finally see some changes to the Elections Act?
Mr. Speaker, we have some serious concerns over what the Supreme Court of Canada has called the Liberals' attempt to disenfranchise entitled voters and undermine public confidence in the electoral process, and the fact that the NDP has accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in illegal union donations. Mr. Speaker, we are going to make changes to Canada's election laws, and we are going to take the time to get it right.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, we've gone from in due course to in the near future to we will take the time to get it right.
The fact is, Conservatives have dragged their heels on giving Elections Canada the tools they need to combat election fraud, just as their lawyer ran interference for months to prevent interviews of Conservatives by Elections Canada investigators. Now on Tuesday, the Democratic Reform Minister said he would introduce legislation, quote, on Thursday. Mr. Speaker, today is Thursday, so can the Minister please tell Canadians which Thursday he was talking about?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Reform.
Mr. Speaker, we are making changes to Canada's election laws, and we will take the time to get it right, because we are concerned about what the Supreme Court of Canada says the Liberals attempt to disenfranchise entitled voters and undermine the public confidence in the electoral process, and the fact that the NDP have accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in illegal union donations, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Speaker, Canadians are concerned about crime, which was why our government has passed over 30 measures cracking down on violent crime and...
Order. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley now has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, our government is cracking down on crime by passing over 30 measures which stand up for the rights of victims. My constituents are particularly concerned with the case of Herbert John Hawkins, a convicted murderer who was recently granted escorted leave. He was convicted of murdering beloved Cape Breton musician Mr. Sheldon Boudelier. Can the Minister of Justice please inform this House our government's reaction to this decision by the Independent Parole Board?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't comment on specific cases, but we are concerned, Mr. Speaker, if violent criminals are released into the community. We believe that to keep our streets and communities safe, dangerous criminals must be kept behind bars. Now, my colleague, the Minister of Public Safety, is currently reviewing the laws with respect to escorted leave, and our government will soon bring forward legislation to ensure that victims' rights are respected and that their voices are heard at parole hearings. I hope for once that all opposition members will support our efforts to stand up for victims of crime.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, the GTA is already one of the most expensive places to live in Canada, and Conservative GTA MPs, they're just not getting the job done. They just sit here quietly while unemployment goes up. Youth unemployment in the GTA is over 15%, and now Conservatives are raising taxes on over 1,200 everyday items, from brooms to bikes to iPods. So why are Conservatives delivering less and less for cities while taking more and more money out of the pockets of already squeezed urban Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only thing that the NDP would deliver is a $21 billion carbon tax. And I don't think that is what Canadians want, Mr. Speaker. The NDP continued to fight for special breaks for countries from companies from China and India, Mr. Speaker. We'll stand up for Canadian jobs. It's about time the NDP did.
We'll have an update in Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. If they really defended the interests of Canadians, they wouldn't have put in place conditions conducive to laying off Canadian workers for the benefit of foreign temporary workers. Many people who are living in large Canadian centres are already deeply in debt, and they're having trouble making ends meet. They will have to work even harder to pay the increased taxes by the Conservatives on products they use on a daily basis. Products like bicycles, coffee makers, and among other things, the Conservatives promised not to raise taxes. Why haven't they kept that promise?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I might remind that honourable member that Canadian taxes are the lowest they've been in 50 years, Mr. Speaker. But that's no thanks to the NDP. Every time we put forward a tax credit for Canadians or lower their taxes, the NDP votes against that, Mr. Speaker. It's time they actually started recognizing that Canadians drive this economy and they should stop beating up on Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, outside large urban centres, one of people's favourite activities is to go fishing. I myself greatly enjoy trying to catch pickerel, pike, perch in the many lakes and rivers, which are no longer protected, in my beautiful riding. But with the increase in tariffs, there will also be an increase in the cost of rods, reels, and lines. Why are the Conservatives imposing a tax on fishing? Why are they attacking this industry? The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a good question to a fly fisherman. But let me talk about what the NDP have actually voted about. We're talking about reductions in taxes for Canadians. The NDP voted against reducing the GST twice. The NDP voted against the universal child care benefit. They voted against the children's arts tax credit. They voted against children's fitness tax credit. Stop me when you have to, Mr. Speaker. They voted against the family caregiver credit, the textbook tax credit, Mr. Speaker. I can go on and on.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada's fishermen don't deserve another tax. It's wrong. Budget 2013 is going to make life more expensive for fishermen and outfitters in Thunder Bay, Rainy River, and right across Canada. Conservatives are quietly increasing tariffs on $50 million worth of fishing gear. Rods, reels, fishing line. Look, Dad, look what I caught. It's a conservative bass tax. So, why didn't anyone on the government side raise concerns of fishermen and outfitters about raising taxes on the equipment they count on? Why are Conservatives casting out fishermen hook, line, and sinker?
The honourable minister. Order. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance has the floor.
Well, the real truth is, Mr. Speaker, he's got it backwards. Because actually, we are reducing taxes to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Let me continue with where I was going in the last answer. The NDP also voted against the Canada Employment Credit. They have voted against the Public Transit Tax Credit. The NDP voted against, listen to this, the Volunteer Firefighters Tax Credit. Sell that one back home.
Something fishy going on.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, in the wake of the second suicide in a week, the Nescatega First Nation has declared a state of emergency. This community of 421 persons has tragically had 4 suicides this year and 20 attempts. They're not alone. This community, like far too many communities, is in crisis and needs urgent help. A year and a half ago, the Conservatives voted for the Liberal motion to create a national suicide prevention strategy. Where is it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the Chief of Nescatega First Nations leadership in this very difficult time. Health Canada has sent additional nurses as well as counselling staff to assist the community members during this very difficult time. Our government takes the situation seriously, and which is why we provided funding for drug and alcohol abuse programs in the community. It is also why the community received funding to prevent and combat youth solvent abuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Humber, St. Barb, Bay Verte.
Speaker, when the courts ordered Revenue Canada to refund taxes that were inappropriately garnished from commercial fishermen participating in the fisheries license buyback program, no one told them the impact this decision would have on their future pension eligibility. Service Canada has ruled that the interest on these tax refunds will result in their GIS being denied to these retirees as of July 1st of this year. Will the minister assure this group of retired fishermen that they will not have their GIS benefits cut in 2013 and 2014? Will she allow the pensioners the ability to option that particular lump sum payment and keep their GIS? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, and this is a situation involving decisions made under the former Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to report that all the fishermen...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary still has the floor. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm happy to report that all the fishermen involved in the initial court case have received their due payments, and our expectation is that reassessments and checks will be continued to be issued going forward. Each situation is unique. However, our government's absolute expectation is that CRA administers the Income Tax Act in a manner that is fair and equitable to these fishermen.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, I had the honour to work with many members of Canada's diplomatic corps. They were real professionals who represent Canada's interests across the world with dignity. But unfortunately, the Conservatives are preparing to tarnish Canada's diplomatic corps' reputation with a dubious nomination. The Prime Minister's director of his security detail, Bruno Sacomani, doesn't appear at all to have the qualifications required to be ambassador in Jordan, Mr. Speaker. So why aren't the Conservatives placing their trust in a career diplomat for that important posting? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we will not comment on speculation. Bruno Sacomani is a distinguished individual with a strong record as a professional public servant of a government, this House, and all Canadians can be proud of the work he has and continues to do so.
Here, here. Member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the commercial says, this is about judgment. Mr. Speaker, this minister is well aware that the ambassador's position in Jordan is critical given the key role this country plays in the Middle East. But Canadians are simply left scratching their heads at this appointment. This should be a well-considered appointment in a very sensitive region. So the question to the minister is this just another Conservative patronage appointment?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I just said this is pure speculation at this time, Mr. Speaker. But let me also say that Mr. Bruno is a very distinguished individual with a strong record and a professional public servant, Mr. Speaker. Our government, this House, and all Canadians can be proud of the work he has done and continues to do so.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, for over 25 years, women and children living on reserves have been without the legal protection they need. Women and children have been victimized and their families deeply affected. Yet for 13 years, the Liberals did nothing. And the NDP won't even listen to Aboriginal women or their Manitoba NDP counterparts. Will the minister responsible for the status of women please update this House on what our government is doing to protect Aboriginal women?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, we've introduced a bill that can protect thousands of Aboriginal women and children from violence. This bill responds to calls from victims, from the United Nations, from Amnesty International. And, Mr. Speaker, it even responds to the Manitoba NDP government, whose legislature unanimously supports this bill. Yet last night, the Liberals and the NDP shamefully voted against giving Aboriginal women rights that are afforded to all other Canadian women. How can the Liberal and the NDP leader explain this unbelievable paternalism?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Marie-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, this week it was confirmed that Chevalier Bakery, a subsidiary of Canada Bread, would be closing. 70 employees will be laid off in Shawinigan. This closure highlights the economic difficulties facing the Mauricie region, which needs federal support to find the necessary investments to help this type of plant recover. Has the Minister for Quebec, as concerned as he is with skills training, looked into the extinction of these type of agri-food companies in the regions?
The Honourable Minister des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, clearly each time a company closes up a shop, there are families who are affected. Companies that do so because business no longer enables them to continue. We respect all of the regions, but we won't try to manage all companies. I did, however, have an opportunity to make announcements in Mauricie and in Trois-Rivières. We're doing an excellent. They're doing an excellent work in the area. There are companies that are successful. We'll continue to work to support the regions of Quebec and their economies.
Mr.
When OxyContin was pulled from the shelves last March, the Minister of Health claimed the federal response for First Nation communities struggling with addiction was adequate and attacked anyone who disagreed. Now the Nescatanga First Nation is in a state of emergency after a cluster of suicides, while rampant addiction to prescription drugs is still a problem. Will the minister stop playing political games and start working with Aboriginal communities? These willing partners need long-term solutions, not Band-Aids.
Bravo. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to those individuals who have lost loved ones and to suicides. Health Canada will work closely with the community and send both additional nurses and counselling staff to assist the community during this time. We have renewed funding for and work very closely with the national Aboriginal organizations to develop the framework for the National Aboriginal Youth Suicide Prevention Strategy. We also continue to fund a number of community-based programs and services for mental health promotions, counseling, addiction prevention treatments, and aftercare for First Nations. Suicide prevention is also a pillar of the Pathways to Aboriginal Health Equity program we announced last year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today Rush, one of the most influential rock bands in Canadian history, is being inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The trio, composed of lead singer and bassist Geddy Lee, guitar player Alex Lifeson, and drummer Neil Peart, has sold more than 40 million records worldwide. Their album sales place them third behind the Beatles and the Rolling Stones for the most consecutive gold or platinum studio albums sold by a rock band. Mr. Speaker, Rush followed Tom Sawyer, rolled the bones, and rode the Red Barchetta into the limelight of YYZ, a subdivision for the working man, and their free will is now being rewarded. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage please expand on how this influential band has impacted and shaped the music scene in Canada?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Indeed, formed in 1968 in Toronto and still selling out concerts to this very day, Rush has become one of the most influential bands in Canada's history. Songs like Free Will, Tom Sawyer, Closer to the Heart are known and loved by all Canadians. And the band's fame extends well beyond Canada. Rush's international popularity has indeed been recognized and will be formally recognized today as Rush is inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Wow. On behalf of all Canadians, and I think all members of this House, we want to wish Rush all the best and congratulations on their success and their recognition today.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, in January, the jobless rate in London was 8.5%. In February, it was 9.1%. By March, it hit 9.6%. London has long been a manufacturing centre with good value-added jobs. In 2011, the Prime Minister was happy to have a photo op at Electromotive Diesel. But when it closed its doors, there wasn't a Conservative in sight. Their so-called action plan has failed my community. We need a job plan that brings value-added jobs back to London. Where is it?
Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to announce that just through one program, the Federal Economic Development Agency of Southern Ontario, we have assisted London in many ways, including tens of millions of dollars into their academic community, into the airports down there, into the colleges. But you know what? That member down there voted no. Not only did she vote against that funding, but she showed up when the checks were delivered and smiled for the camera.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this government's feeble wireless policies are headed for failure.
Order. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North now has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, this government's feeble wireless policies are headed for failure. All three of Canada's small wireless companies are up for sale due to an unlevel playing field. Unchecked, Canada's three big telecoms will grab the last 9% of the market, guaranteeing higher prices and worse service. Will the minister protect consumers and block such a sale? And will he limit the auction of new spectrum to only new players? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, of course we are standing up for consumer. We want to enhance competition and investment in this country, and this is why we adopted this policy back in 2008 in the AWS spectrum. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the price went down average 11% since, and we will continue this way with the 700 MHz spectrum. We launched consultation with the industry to make sure that we enhance competition, better choice, and better rates for consumers, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Her Excellency Dr. Maya Penjakidze, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Georgia. I know we have the normal Thursday question, but there is a point of order arising out of question period, I believe, from the Honourable Parliament Secretary of the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't often rise on points of order, but I just cannot remain seated after hearing what the member from St. Paul screamed out in one of her uncontrolled outbursts that we hear time and time again here in question period. When the Minister of Status, the Minister for Status of Women was speaking, Mr. Speaker, the member from St. Paul was so disrespectful in the words she used to try to indicate that Aboriginal women who don't have the same rights as other Canadian women ought to go and find shelters as opposed to get the same rights as all of us women here have. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, because of the uncontrolled outbursts by that member every single day, you might consider putting a camera that way so that when we make points of order, you can actually discipline her for once.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize for the outburst, but I do believe that it should be on record that this Conservative government has refused to fund shelters on reserve at the levels of other shelters, and that
I believe the honourable member for Skinnabokley Valley has the Thursday question.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai l'honneur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to rise today to ask the usual Thursday question of what the government House Leader has planned for debate for the remainder of this week and what he will be calling for debate next week as well.
Shown the utter lack of a plan from this government. Of the 5 days the House was sitting, 4 have been assigned as opposition days. Yesterday, the one day that they actually chose to debate government legislation, the government demonstrated once again their total lack of respect and fundamental disregard for Parliament and democracy by shutting down debate after only a few hours. This was, in fact, Mr. Speaker, as you will well know, the 31st time in this Parliament alone that the government has used the guillotine of shutting down debate, setting the all-time record for any government in Canadian history in only 2 years. The pace that they are on right now, Mr. Speaker, is that once every 7 days, this government moves a motion to shut down debate on some bill or another.
Perhaps we'll have an opportunity to talk about the new bill announced earlier this week. This is the bill that responds to an NDP Opposition Day motion to bring about changes to the Elections Canada Act, to prevent the voter suppression that took place in Guelph in 2011.
As soon as they announced this new Electoral Reform Act was coming, they had to immediately announce that they had to scrap that same plan as they discovered so many flaws in their own legislation. This may be reminiscent to Canadians because they had to change fundamental mistakes to their own immigration bill, C-31. They never even got to Bill C-30, the Internet snooping bill. It never saw the light of day. And the government had to wait till their omnibus crime bill got to the Senate before they could fix the fundamental flaws because they so rushed it through this place with closure. The government is totally out of ideas and out of gas. I beg the Honourable House Leader across the way to give us something, anything that shows us that they're doing something for hardworking families and Canadians and our economy. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The Opposition House Leader expressed concern that the scheduling of several opposition days where the opposition gets to determine the subject matter of debate here in the House of Commons has shown a total complete absence of a plan and a total complete absence of any ideas or policy innovation. Having heard the debate and the resolutions coming from the opposition for debate on those days, I am inclined to agree with him. Sadly, they show that when the opposition has the agenda here, there are no new ideas and there is nothing of value spoken. However, the standing orders do require us to have those opposition days scheduled as part of our procedure, and that is what we are doing. I do, however, want to respond a little bit to his comments on the time allocation on the bill yesterday. Yesterday's bill was S2, a bill to give Aboriginal women on reserve and their children the same matrimonial property rights that other people have. This is a bill that has been in this Parliament for 5 years, through a series of parliaments, in fact, and has not yet come to a vote. To paraphrase the President of the United States in the recent State of the Union, the Aboriginal women and children of Canada deserve the right to a vote. That's why we did what we had to do after 5 years of obstruction from the opposition, preventing this bill from coming forward. That bill provides the protection they have been denied for decades. I think it's truly shameful that, starting with the Leader of the Opposition, every single opposition member stood up against this bill at second reading. They voted against the principle of protecting Aboriginal women and children and providing them with equal rights, equal to those of all Canadian women off reserve, to the protection from violence in the situation of domestic family breakdown, to give them the same rights to matrimonial homes that other women have had for decades in this country. It's another example of how the NDP approach things. They claim they're for women's rights, they claim they're for Aboriginal rights, but when it comes time to actually take action, they don't. It's do as I say, not as I do. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue the NDP's opposition day. Tomorrow's the fourth allotted day when the New Democrats will again propose our topic for debate. Monday shall be the fifth allotted day, which will see a Liberal motion debated. Tuesday shall be the sixth allotted day with a further NDP motion being considered.
Victims Week in Canada. So on Wednesday, the House will continue the second reading debate on Bill C-54, the Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act, one again that aims to put the protection of society and of victims front and centre. On Thursday morning, we will consider Bill C-48, the Technical Tax Amendments Act 2012, at report stage. After question period on Thursday, we will start report stage for Bill C-52, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act, which was reported back from the Transport Committee this morning. Finally, next Friday, Bill C-15, the Strengthening Military Justice in the Defence of Canada Act, will be again considered at report stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during question period on Tuesday, in response to a question that I posed to the Minister of Human Resources Skills Development, she had made reference to a letter that I had sent in support of the Temporary Foreign Workers Program. We've had an opportunity in the office to go back through all records and saw no such correspondence, and so in an attempt to try to put some truth to this issue, I asked the Minister to table that letter.
Wait and see if the Minister decides to table a document that she may have. Les députés.
Yesterday.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Yeah. Does she have to respond to the request to table such document?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is a member of some standing in this House. We've raised this subject earlier in this week. I think he's aware of the rule. It's quite clear. If you're quoting from a document or reading from a document, there may be a requirement for tabling. However, simply indicating that you have in your possession a document, that a document exists, does not give rise to an obligation to table. That being said, the Minister certainly has the right to table it at some point if she sees so fit.
The Honourable Government House the honourable member for Winnipeg North now on the point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just as a courtesy, when you do get a member that stands in his or her place and waves a document around implying that they have a letter, and you have a member of Parliament that is not 100% sure but question whether or not a letter was sent, I think there is some obligation for a minister or a member to at least demonstrate that they're not just throwing a name and throwing a piece of paper. There's got to be some sort of accountability to ensure. Otherwise, what you could do is you could have any member stand up and say, well, I've got this letter from so-and-so, I have this letter from so-and-so. And, Mr. Speaker, there's got to be a sense of accountability to that. I'm sure the government House Leader will look into the matter, and if, in fact, there was a letter that the member will be provided some assurance that, in fact, that the letter does exist. I think that would be a proper thing to do.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I would think that for the honourable member, it would be quite easy to go through his records and determine and be able to find any letter that he might have sent to the minister asking for additional foreign workers for his riding. Now, perhaps the mistake is this, that he has so many letters that he's written requesting it, he doesn't know which one she's talking about. I don't know if that's where the problem arises from. But if it's a question of him only having written one letter, it should be fairly easy for him to find it. I can only presume from the honourable member's remarks that there must have been several letters, and he just wants to know which one she's waving about.
The honourable member for Wascana.
Speaker, this discussion is getting out of hand. The member for Cape Breton-Canso made it very clear in his first intervention to you that he searched his records and found no indication of the existence of any such document. The government House Leader is now trying to make, well, more than trying to make a joke of it, he is trying to leave a very false impression of what the member for Cape Breton-Canso in fact said. And I think in fairness, Mr. Speaker, the record has to be clear. The member searched his records. He found no evidence of any such document. And the latest gratuitous remark by the government House Leader is complete horse feathers and ought to be withdrawn.
I'll allow the honourable government House Leader one more intervention. I think we can bring this to a conclusion.
I will speak with the minister involved, and I'm quite sure that she will be able to find this letter that he has not been able to find fairly quickly, and perhaps they can have a discussion and solve the matter after that.
Thank the honourable government House Leader for that assurance, and I'm sure the House will look forward to whatever comes out of that. Le député d'Ottawa-Vanier et du...
Yesterday, the members for Ottawa-Vanier and Toronto-Danforth spoke to a point of privilege concerning the potential early disclosure of a government bill before it had been tabled in the House.
That appeared in the Globe and Mail newspaper, which suggested that during the weekly Conservative Party caucus meeting, some Conservative members had expressed concerns about how specific sections of the bill were drafted and had asked that they be rewritten. The members for Ottawa-Vanier and Toronto-Danforth suggested that this demonstrated that the Conservative members may have been provided with the actual text of the draft bill in question. Both members emphasized the seriousness of the premature disclosure of bills and asked the chair to investigate this matter. Dans son intervention, le leader du gouvernement...
The government House Leader assured the House that no copy or provision of the bill had been circulated or leaked by Conservative caucus, and that no version of the text had been provided.
Practice that the contents of the bill are kept confidential until introduced in Parliament, thus making their premature disclosure a serious matter. However, in this case, a careful reading of the arguments presented to the chair about what transpired reveals that the concerns expressed appear to be based more on conjecture and suppositions than on actual evidence. But furthermore, the government House Leader has stated categorically to the House that no copies, sections, or excerpts of the said bill were in any way made available to those who were in attendance at the caucus meeting. In other words, he challenges the suppositions being made, and he insists that there was no breach of confidentiality regarding the bill. In light of the lack of evidence and the minister's categorical assurances, the chair considers the matter closed.
I thank honourable members for their attention.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat has further intervention to make on the question of privilege raised by the member for Langley.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's a great honour that I rise today in this place as a democratically elected member of Parliament for Medicine Hat. I rise to speak on the point of privilege raised by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Langley. Our Westminster parliamentary system is without doubt the best in the world, as we all know. It's not perfect, but I think if you look at all the other democratic systems, ours is the best you can get. Obviously, here in Canada, our system has evolved over time. Starting in the early 80s, it became the responsibility of the party whips to submit lists of those who will ask questions to the Speaker before each member is able to make an SO31 statement before a question period. That seemed to make sense at the time because Parliament was growing and the Speaker was getting busier. That's completely sensible. I don't think you'd find any member who would disagree with that, and I am certainly not either. What is unfortunate is that some members are denied the ability to speak if what they're going to say is unacceptable to the powers that be. Mr. Speaker, I was elected by the people of my constituency to represent them here in Ottawa. When the majority of my constituents feel strongly on one particular issue, I feel that it is my duty to be able to speak freely in this House about that issue. In fact, our handbook, the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition 2009, clearly stipulates what my rights are as a duly elected member of Parliament of this House. Allow me to quote from O'Brien and Bosk, 2009. By far, the most important right accorded to members of this House is to exercise the freedom of speech in parliamentary proceedings. So we know that the freedom of speech in this place is key to us being able to carry out our task of being good representatives for the people who elected us. Freedom of speech permits members to speak freely in the chamber during a sitting or in committees during meetings while enjoying complete immunity from prosecution or civil liability for any comment they might make. This freedom is essential for the effective working of this House. Mr. Speaker, it is for you to decide on whether or not the member for Langley's privileges have been breached. From O'Brien and Bosk, a member may also be obstructed or interfered with in the performance of his or her parliamentary functions by non-physical means. In rulings on such matters, the Speaker examines the effect of the incident or event had on the member's ability to fulfill his or her parliamentary responsibilities. I realize that some have tried to make out of this issue more than what it is. I can assure you and the House, Mr. Speaker, and indeed all Canadians, there is nothing antagonistic or rebellious about these interventions. It's the question of rights of members like the member for Langley who wish to speak out on issues that are important to his constituents. It is not what a role of a member of Parliament is. Is that not what a role of a member of Parliament is? His or her role is indeed to be their voice here and to suggest that voice should be muted because of an issue is considered too controversial, I think is bizarre to say the least, Mr. Speaker. This is the Parliament of Canada. I don't believe there are issues here that are too controversial for us members to debate. That's why we're here. If we don't do it, the democratically elected officials, Mr. Speaker, then who will? That's why I stand here today to lend my voice and my wholehearted support, not only to the member for Langley, but also for other members of Parliament that have stood up to speak out on this issue. The member of Langley should be allowed to speak. I believe that he was dropped from the speaking order because the powers that decided that he was going to say was just too controversial for them, Mr. Speaker, and that goes against the point of our system. What started as a way to make it easier for the Speaker to manage, who stood up to speak, and now has become a way to control the message. I believe it's gone too far, and that is why I stand here today to lend my support to my colleague from Langley, as well as all others who have risen to speak on what they feel is injustice. As one of my colleagues pointed out previously, we need not look outside the Westminster parliamentary system for clues on how we can do things better. Let's go directly to the source, to where we inherited this system in the United Kingdom. You get government backbenchers that rise from time to time to ask very tough questions of their own government. I conclude by asking you to look into this matter at your earliest convenience, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for having given me this opportunity to make my case.
I thank the honourable member for Medicine Hat for his further comments on the question currently before the chair. And of course, I'll be getting back to the House in due course with a decision. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Resuming debate on an opposition motion regarding the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. The member has 5 minutes left. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I have 4 issues specifically to address regarding this FIPA agreement. I probably will not have time to deal with the 4 of them, but I have 3 that I will certainly get to. First of all, this agreement, because of a difference in wording compared to the most favored nation and national treatment, means that current investors, Canadian investors in China, there are very few of them that will be protected in China, but very few in the future. A second point raised by my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway, international trade critic for the official opposition, is the fact that these 2 countries can keep these measures in place that are not in compliance with liberalization of trade, what exists currently, measures that could help them locally. For instance, in China, there are provisions today allowing for China to maintain, following a ratification of this agreement. In other words, Canadian companies would have to hire local labor or have a number of board members that would be local. Given what we've seen in Canada over the last 30 years, these are measures that are simply not in compliance with trade liberalization rules in general. So that's what we've done in Canada. In order for all countries to maintain this non-compliance, we give undue advantage to our partner, our trade partner in China in this case, and that's a lack of reciprocity, as I mentioned earlier in my speech. Third issue is the conflict resolution issue between investor and state. We have grave concerns regarding these types of provisions in this agreement as in other agreements. But unlike current agreements that hold a certain provisions relating to these matters, this agreement with China goes far further. One country or the other could proceed to resolving issues before an administrative tribunal. This is not a tribunal set up by the state, but rather privately. These are judges, or how can I put it? Private adjudicators that could decide upon request from one country or the other that may have to deal with these issues behind closed doors if one country or the other believes it's not in the public interest. They don't have to justify why it is not in the public interest. They simply have to state that it isn't. For these 3 reasons, the way that the investors are currently treated compared to the way future investors would be treated, the issue of maintaining these measures for non-compliance, and also dispute resolution issues between the investor and the state, means that today we end up here trying to understand the parliamentary secretary's comments, or even the comments made by a Canadian Heritage Minister at question period. It's only there to protect investors, they say. Our Canadian investors in China will have the same rights as Chinese investors here in Canada, but there are major differences between these two and the way they will be treated because of these measures for non-compliance that are far greater in China than in Canada. So there is some protection, but we had about $5 billion worth of investment to date in China. That will be protected. Chinese investors had invested the equivalent of $22 billion in Canada, 5 times more. That's protected. You can see there's already there. There's an imbalance. And future investors, because of the fact that the agreement will not protect, when it comes to this, again, this issue of national treatment, the acquisition of various investments means that we will not get markets opened up as promised by the Conservatives under this agreement. This is a reason that would justify, this is why they're asking for the opposition to vote in favor of this. But I'm trying to understand the logic behind this. We've been negotiating an agreement like this for 30 years or so, and we can't seem to find a solution. And I really highly suspect that, just like for the software lumber agreement that was signed quickly, swiftly after the Conservatives were elected in 2006, this was extremely disadvantageous to Canada. Producers accepted it because they were in a state where they were at a loss. And now the Conservatives are trying to garner another win here, but this is a reason why we cannot support this agreement, and this is why we support the motion presented by my colleague. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I did listen to my colleague with interest, but I think he is missing what is the main intent and purpose of this agreement. And I would like to give him an example. There is a very successful business person in British Columbia who has been doing business in British Columbia for many, many years and has just recently set up his business in China. He is very, very pleased to know that we have protection agreements in place. So I guess I would ask the honourable member, why does he believe that this businessman who has taken a great initiative to move into China to try and create additional success should not actually have the same protection? Why would he deny that protection for the Canadians who are looking to do business in China?
The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Parliamentary Secretary did not clearly understand the meaning behind my comments. The person she's referring to, the current investor who has just set up a business in China, will be protected by this agreement because he will have established his business in China before the agreement is ratified. But the same person who wants to do the same thing after the agreement is signed will not be protected in the same way as someone today. So it is faulty to claim that this agreement will protect future investments and increase trade where Canadian investors will be protected. It's simply not the case.
Lots of interest in questions and comments. So during these 5-minute periods for questions and comments, I'll be asking members to keep their interventions brief. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I've posed this question earlier to one of the member's colleagues, and that was emphasizing the importance of world trade. And Canada is very much a trading nation. We need to have trade. Creates hundreds of thousands of jobs, provides the quality of life that we have. And the question I had posed was, does the NDP support trade deals? And if so, is there a trade agreement? I've seen the NDP stand up and always talk against trade deals. I've never seen them or witnessed them ever vote physically in favor of a trade agreement. Can the member indicate in the last 30 years where the NDP stood in their place and actually voted in favor of a trade agreement?
Remember for Rimouski. Oh, it's the same myth that they like to have circulate, that we supported the free trade agreement with Jordan. And to respond directly to the question, yes, we support trade agreements. But to have a paper that says this is a trade agreement is a different thing from examining what is actually inside these trade agreements. If we have provisions in our trade agreements that are harmful to Canadian interests in such a way that Canadians are being hurt by a provision or another, it's our duty to stand up here and state that. I have raised a number of issues, including the issue of the fact that these two countries can maintain these non-compliance measures. China will be able to maintain a host of these non-compliance measures. There's a lack of reciprocity, and that's hugely problematic. I would urge my colleague to look at the agreements that he would support before he gives us his support.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to put to the member, we've been told over and over again today by Conservative members, Mr. Speaker, that this is a standard FIPA, they're all the same. This language is from the current investment treaty with Benin. I'm afraid it'll take me a minute to read it. Except in rare circumstances, such as when a measure or series of measures is so severe in light of its purpose that it cannot be reasonably viewed as having been adopted and applied in good faith, etc., a measure designed to protect public welfare objectives such as health, safety, and the environment does not constitute an indirect expropriation. That's not bad language. The language in the China Investment Treaty requires that a country like Canada prove that any measure is necessary to protect, quote, human, animal, or plant life or health. We are way less protected under the Canada-China Investment Treaty than Benin is in dealing with Canada. Does my friend have any comments?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet. My colleague's absolutely right, and that is the reason why I'm somewhat confused about the comments made by the parliamentary secretary. He said it this morning in the first question, in response to the question from our critic, that he said that this is no different from other protection agreements in the past. In fact, that's not the case. There are very different provisions here, very worrisome. And this is one case that was raised. The issue that there could be administrative tribunals that would be, upon request, that would be secretive, is not to be found in any other agreement. And the fact that there is different protection for current investors compared to future investors following the ratification, this is another issue that is different. These are measures that we simply cannot agree with.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Richmond Hill. Our Conservative government is committed to protecting and strengthening the long-term financial security of hard-working Canadians. Canada's prosperity is directly linked to reaching beyond our borders for economic opportunities that serve to grow Canada's trade and investment. Trade has long been a powerful engine for Canada's economy. It is even more important in the current global economic climate. Jobs and economic growth for the benefit of Canadian businesses, workers, and their families continue to be our focus. Our government understands the importance of trade to our economy. Export-related industries represent 1 out of every 5 jobs in Canada and account for nearly 2/3 of our country's annual income. Our Conservative government clearly understands that our standard of living and Canadians' future prosperity will be generated by deepening and broadening our trade relationships. No government in Canada's history has been more committed to helping create jobs and prosperity for Canadian businesses, workers, and their families. Deepening Canada's trading relationships in dynamic and high-growth markets around the world is key to these efforts. Whereas during their 13 years in government, the Liberals completed only 3 trade deals. In less than 6 years under this Prime Minister's leadership, Canada has become partner in 9 new free trade agreements with Colombia, Jordan, Panama, Peru, Honduras, and the European Free Trade Association, which includes Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. Sadly, the ideologically driven NDP has generally opposed these agreements. Our government recognizes that protectionist restrictions stifle our exporters and undermine Canada's competitiveness. Thanks to these actions and our government's free trade leadership, Canadian workers and businesses now have preferred access and a real competitive edge in more markets around the world than at any other time in our history. But one can't talk about dynamic and fast-growing markets without touching upon Canada's successes in promoting the interests of Canadian exporters in the Asia-Pacific. In the past few years, our government has been aggressively expanding commercial relations with the Asia-Pacific region to create jobs and economic benefits here at home. The opportunities in this region are great. Asia-Pacific countries represent huge markets with economic growth rates 2 to 3 times the global average. And our efforts are yielding results. For example, last year, Canada joined the Trans-Pacific Partnership, a significant opportunity that serves as a key pathway for economic integration in the Asia-Pacific region. Once complete, the TPP will strengthen Canada's efforts to broaden and deepen its trading relationships with dynamic and fast-growing Asia-Pacific markets. We also launched negotiations with Japan towards an economic partnership agreement and announced exploratory discussions toward a bilateral free trade agreement with Thailand. Canada also achieved observer status with the Pacific Alliance, a grouping of 4 fast-growing Pacific countries in Latin America. In addition to all of this, an important part of Canada's efforts in the Asia-Pacific pertains, of course, to our engagement with China. I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't highlight that not only is China the world's second largest economy, but it has recently become Canada's #2 export market, second only to the United States. In fact, Canadian exports to China rose 15% last year to over $19 billion. This means Canada's exports to China have nearly doubled under our Conservative government. But investment is also an important part of the Canada-China relationship. So I'd like to take a moment to refute some of these myths being repeated by the anti-trade NDP. Fundamentally, the Foreign Investment Protection Agreement, or FIPA, is about protecting the interests of Canadians abroad. With this treaty, Canadian businesses wanting to invest in China cannot be treated less favorably than any other foreign company looking to do the same. The FIPA also ensures that all investment disputes are resolved under international arbitration, ensuring that adjudications are independent. Canadian investors in China will have an independent, international legal system where their disputes can be fairly resolved. Ultimately, this agreement will give Canadian investors in China the same types of protections that foreign investors have long had in Canada. This begs the question of why any member opposite would deny Canadian investors the same benefits internationally that foreign investors have here. Finally, I would emphasize that ours is the first bilateral investment agreement that China has signed, which expressly includes language on transparency of dispute settlement proceedings. Let me be clear, it's Canada's long-standing policy that all dispute resolutions should be open to the public and that the submissions made by the parties are available to the public, period. As our government has said time and time again, this agreement does not impair Canada's ability to regulate and legislate in areas such as the environment, culture, and health, nor does it impair the ability of the provinces to do so. Furthermore, restrictions in the agreement will preserve Canada's current ability to review foreign investments under the Investment Canada Act. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP and their fellow anti-trade activists have continued to spread a great deal of misinformation about this agreement. Canadians shouldn't be surprised that the anti-trade agenda of the NDP. This is, after all, the same party whose leader traveled to Washington recently to argue against Canadian jobs. Nor was this an isolated occurrence. In November 2011, the NDP dispatched their deputy leader to Washington with the same anti-Canadian message. This is the same party that also opposed NAFTA, and the same leader who called Canada's natural resources sector a disease. In fact, the NDP continues to oppose NAFTA, an agreement that sparked the creation of millions of Canadian jobs. The NDP platform to this day commits their party to renegotiating NAFTA if they ever have the opportunity. This same party, whose member for Dartmouth Coal Harbour called free trade agreements, quote-unquote, job-destroying, and whose natural resources critic argued that free trade has cost Canadians dearly. The NDP member for BC Southern Interior summarized the NDP's archaic views on trade when he argued that trade agreements, quote, threaten the very existence of our nation, end quote. Thankfully, Canadian exporters know that, unlike the NDP, our government continues to stand up for trade, jobs, and our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the honourable member claims that this Conservative government has made trade a key component of its economic policy. Well, if that's the case, it's a miserable failure, because the current account situation when the Conservatives took power in 2006 was they inherited a surplus of $17 billion. Under their watch, they now have run us into a ground where we experience a $67 billion deficit. We have a record $100 billion deficit in merchandise items. So if my honourable colleague thinks that trade is so important, can she explain to Canadians why the policies of her government are running our Canadian exporters into the ground and creating the highest record current account deficits in Canadian history?
Honourable member for Vancouver South.
Canadians need to ask why the NDP wants to kill jobs and kill the Canadian economy. Why their leader, in fact, went to Washington to argue against trading with Canada. I think that that's truly what Canadians need to ask. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for mentioning the large budget surplus that the Conservative government inherited from the last Liberal government. And I'm a little bit disappointed that at the partisan response, because we're debating a treaty here which has important economic consequences. I do want to correct the Speaker, though, who seemed to be claiming again in a rather partisan way that the Liberal Party did not work for trade. The Liberal Party is a party that supports trade, and I would remind the member that the talks which led to the treaty that we're debating today actually began in the years when the Liberals formed government, just a year or two before the Conservatives won the election in 2006.
The honourable member for Vancouver South.
I'd like to remind the honourable member that during the 13 years of his party's rule, they only brought home 3 trade agreements. 3 during 13 years, and at a time when the global economy was very stable and very open. We have actually been able to, under this leadership and our government, bring home 9 free trade agreements, along with the membership in the Trans-Pacific Partnership and various other trade agreements and associations which will be helpful to our economy and our future.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable colleague, I certainly appreciate her position on this because I believe she's got it well thought out. It's about investing Canada's interest in and investment in China. But my honourable colleagues from across, particularly the NDP party, I find it a little rich when they look at trades, surpluses, or deficits in the sense of whether we bring more imports in than exports. We are in a global world, and he's heard from witness after witness at committee testifying how integrated we all are, and just because we, for a certain period of time, bring more in than we export does not necessarily mean that's bad for Canada. In fact, that's actually a good sign because we have to bring products in to manufacture them, create them, to have greater exports. So I really find it a little rich when the opposition, actually both parties, have the position that that's a real negative thing. It's actually a very good thing, and we'll continue to promote trade as a government. And I want my honourable colleague to answer the question with regard to just the position that we have as a government on trade compared to the opposition, because I think that needs a little more explanation, obviously.
Member for Vancouver South.
No government in Canada's history has been more committed to create jobs and prosperity. We lead the G7 countries in creating over 900,000 jobs in Canada during a fragile economic time. And that is because we've taken a strong stand, on a proactive stand, on negotiating trade agreements with 9 different countries. Deepening Canada's trade relationships in dynamic and high-growth markets, such as the Asia-Pacific, is also critical to the future of Canada. And I think the members opposite know that, and I would like to strongly encourage them to support this trade agreement and to vote for the Canadian economy and for Canadian jobs and not against them.
We're resuming debate. I'd just like to compliment honourable members in keeping their interventions under a minute, and more members are able to participate in these times for questions and comments. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise today to speak in favour of the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement on behalf of the great constituents of Canada's largest town, Richmond Hill, Ontario. Richmond Hill, Mr. Speaker, is a diverse community thriving in the heart of the Greater Toronto Area, and I have the honour and privilege to be humbled to be here to represent them. Mr. Speaker, no government, as my colleague has just spoken, in Canada's history has been more committed to creating jobs and prosperity for Canadian businesses, workers, and their families. And a key driver of prosperity is free and open trade. That's why our government has adopted the most ambitious pro-trade plan in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. Our government recognizes that protectionist restrictions stifle our exporters and undermine Canada's competitiveness. And while we're opening new markets for our exporters in dynamic, fast-growing markets around the world, we're also ensuring that Canadian investors have the predictable business environments they need to invest with confidence. That's why we pursue foreign investment promotion and protection agreements, to provide the predictability investors need when investing in foreign markets. These bilateral trade and investment treaties are essential to bringing continued prosperity to Canadian families. In fact, since the launch of the Global Commerce Strategy, Canada has concluded 16 new or updated foreign investment protection and promotion agreements. By improving access to foreign markets for Canadian businesses, our government's ambitious pro-trade plan is supporting economic growth and the creation of new opportunities for Canadian exporters and investors. We are putting in place the conditions necessary to create jobs for Canadians and to capitalize on our strengths as a country. Mr. Speaker, foreign investment promotion and protection agreements provide greater predictability and protection for investors from both countries that are parties to the agreement. These treaties support Canadian businesses' efforts to explore the growing investment opportunities in a variety of sectors. And once in force, they provide more stability for Canadian firms investing in the foreign country. The Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement is a high-standard agreement and is comprehensive in its scope and coverage. Despite the many naysayers that have said it is important to note that all obligations of the agreement apply reciprocally to both parties to the agreement, it will also grant investors access to the international arbitration to resolve disputes, Mr. Speaker. The dispute settlement provisions in this treaty ensure greater protections for investors against discriminatory and arbitrary practices. And they provide a way for Canadian investors to pursue adequate and prompt compensation in the event of an expropriation. I will also emphasize that it is and continues to be Canada's policy to open all hearings to the public whenever the Government of Canada is challenged under these dispute settlement procedures. This also applies to the relevant documents in an arbitration. Canada always makes these documents public, subject to the protection of confidential information. What is more, the results of arbitrations will always be made publicly available. Mr. Speaker, it is also important for me to note that in any foreign investment promotion and protection agreement, we take steps to ensure that we maintain full policy flexibility in key areas. Parties at all levels of government maintain their ability to regulate and legislate in areas such as the environment, culture, safety, health, and conservation. And all investors and their investments, whether domestic or foreign, will face the same requirements with respect to existing local laws and regulations. A foreign investor and their investments in Canada must respect existing Canadian laws and regulations, just like any Canadian must. This includes laws aimed at protecting the environment and those ensuring the highest labor, health, building, and safety standards, Mr. Speaker. And as such, and as is the case With all proposed foreign investments of significance in Canada, we will continue to use the Investment Canada Act to ensure that investments from any foreign country, including China, bring concrete benefits to Canadians. Our FIPA with China will not in any way impede our ability to do so. This means helping to create more jobs, foster innovation, and increase Canada's competitiveness and productivity. These are elements that we include in all 24 of our foreign investment promotion and protection agreements that are currently in force, Mr. Speaker. Our foreign investment promotion and protection agreements allow investors to invest with confidence. And confident investors contribute to the growth in investment, both inbound and outbound, and growth in investment benefits. And growth in investment always benefits the Canadian economy. In fact, two-way investment is an absolutely critical driving force in today's global economy. Investment links our business to global value chains and to the technology and expertise they need to forge a wide range of commercial links with our partners around the globe. However, the risk of investing in a foreign country can be high. That's why our government negotiates FIPAs, to ensure that Canadian investors abroad have access to a predictable, secure investment climate. It is designed first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canadian investments abroad through legally binding provisions, by ensuring greater protection against discriminatory and arbitrary practices and enhancing the predictability of the policy framework in markets abroad. A FIPA allows businesses to invest with greater confidence. As such, these agreements provide a more transparent and predictable climate for Canadian investors abroad. Mr. Speaker, investment with our partners, inward and outward, is enormously important. And so is promoting and protecting these investments through tools such as a Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. If Canada can establish a strong rules-based bilateral investment relationship with a country before some of our closest competitors, it will give our companies an advantage in doing business in that market and will serve to benefit our own industries right here at home. So it's a shame, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP and their anti-trade allies continue to propagate myths about these agreements. Their archaic anti-trade archaeology would stifle the Canadian economy and slam the door on opportunities for Canadian exporters around the world. The NDP have shown their true colors on trade ever since NAFTA, which they opposed 25 years ago, and, astonishingly enough, still opposed to this day. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Our government will not stand by and let Canadian companies operate in an uneven playing field. We will work to ensure that businesses have what they need to flourish domestically and compete abroad. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents of the great town of Richmond Hill, I am happy to support this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député de...
Honourable member for Beauport Saint Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to this, Mr. Speaker, we can hear that Canada has an obligation to consult under Section 35 of the Charter, to consult our Aboriginal peoples before taking any measures that affect their rights. So my question is the following. We know that currently at the Supreme Court, and I might not pronounce this correctly, but the Presqua Nation has filed an injunction at the Supreme Court to prevent the ratification of this FIPA. So how can the member say what he says in this House, and why did the Conservatives not consult our Aboriginal peoples?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. Mr. Speaker, this is a very open and public process. We are here debating in the House of Commons an agreement. Parliamentarians representing Canadians from coast to coast to coast have an opportunity to rise in their place and ask questions and focus on the agreement, the Canada-China FIPA agreement. The NDP's position on trade agreements is very well known, Mr. Speaker. No matter what we put into the agreement, no matter who we speak to, they will stand in their place and vote against it. For some reason, they just do not believe that Canadian companies should have an opportunity to play in an equal playing field when they are investing abroad.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I must say that I'm inclined to agree with the member's comments with respect to the NDP, but there is a difference even in terms of the way in which the Liberals have approached free trade. At the end of the day, we recognize the importance of having the agreements, trade agreements, and in fact we saw that under the Jean Chrétien administration, but we also saw a different type of approach in terms of trying to get more exports, imports. We saw that, for example, the team China that went over and brought in literally hundreds of millions of dollars of trade between the two countries, believing that that's also important. My question to the member is, does he not, and his government doesn't seem to recognize that value? When their Prime Minister went over, they brought back a couple panda bears, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, my question for the member is why does he suspect that the trade surplus that this government inherited through the Paul Martin government was reduced to the fact now that we're into the billions of dollars of a trade deficit? Why? What happened? What did the Conservatives do wrong?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question. I'd like to correct the record. Obviously, he's not well informed about what happened in the Prime Minister's visit and that second historic visit that took place in February of last year. He refers to the panda bears, and we're certainly very happy that the panda bears are here in Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, I was part of that delegation, and I witnessed 23 Canadian companies sign agreements with their counterparts in China that added $3 billion to Canada's GDP, to the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker. $3 billion. Perhaps the honourable member would like to read the record of the visit, so he would be much better informed in asking his questions. Thank you.
Some comments. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the opposition doesn't want Canadians to know is that under the Liberal government, yes, there were all these missions, all this expense, all this travel here and there abroad, but the trade results didn't follow. And under this government, we've achieved something like $40 billion of exports a year, but for the first time in Canadian history, a quarter of that is to countries other than the United States. And of course, there's been softness in the United States. It's coming back. But now we hear with today's motion, the NDP and the Liberals from time to time endorsing the idea of walking away from a FIPA. What would that do to Canada's exports, Mr. Speaker? What would that do to our ability to export, to the growth Canadians have experienced as investors abroad in the past 7 years? Could the honourable member comment on the dire implications of today's motion if it were ever to pass?
Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the honourable, and I want to thank the honourable member for his intervention and his question. As he states, the implications would be dire. We have set a very strong agenda on increasing our trade relationships with partners around the world. We are building on the Canadian economy. We are still living in a very much in a very fragile economic market worldwide, Mr. Speaker. And Canada, under the leadership of our Right Honourable Prime Minister, is leading the way in forging relationships in markets that will be open to Canadian businesses and, at the end of the day, benefit each and every single Canadian family, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very short question from the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a comment, and the comment is this is a bad deal for Canada. It's in terms of Canadian strategic resources, especially energy resources. We already have a bad deal with the United States where they get a 30% discount while Eastern Canada buys expensive oil from Venezuela and Arabia. So please, please, Mr. Conservative, encourage the government to rethink this wrong-headed move.
For Richmond Hill, a short response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's no surprise that the honourable member would be against an agreement with the former party he was with. He was well ensconced in that ideology, and I see that he's continuing it. I would ask that he reconsiders his position, Mr. Speaker, and that he votes in favour of this agreement. It's good for the constituents in his riding. It's good for all Canadians.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out that I have the honour of sharing my time with the member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, AU. Mr. Speaker, I rise with determination today to defend the official opposition's motion on the Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement between Canada and China. I'd like to say at the outset that I recognize that Canada is a country that has always benefited from trade and the increasing presence of emerging countries in that trade. That said, the point I'd like to make has to do with the breach of confidence between Canadians and this government. Canadians no longer trust this government to negotiate agreements in their best interest. Transparency, reciprocity, equity, job protection, environmental protection, and community protection are at stake. I would draw a parallel with the recent decision by the Prime Minister to approve the foreign takeovers of two Canadian companies, and I'm talking about the CNOC takeover of Nexen and the Petronas takeover of Progress Energy. And all the confusion for investors when it came to figuring out what the government intended to do about foreign investment in Canada. All throughout these evaluation and acquisition processes under the Investment Canada Act, Conservatives turned a deaf ear to Canadians' concerns and refused to consult them. The Prime Minister made a decision behind closed doors, and the same thing goes for the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. There has been no parliamentary committee tasked with studying this, despite repeated requests from the NDP. In its most recent report, called A Way Forward, the Public Policy Research Institute condemned the government for not doing an overall evaluation of investment policy, and the Institute also blamed the government for creating greater confusion by introducing the notion of exceptional circumstances. In addition, the report sets out Canadians' priorities, and I quote,
"Net benefit test should explicitly include references to the effect of the foreign investment on opportunities for Canadian management, benefits and compatibility to trade, fiscal and environmental policies, its potential contribution to advancing Canadian international trade and investment objectives such as reciprocity, and, for completeness, its possible effect on national security. In addition, the description of some of the existing benefits should be clarified." End of quote. Again and again and again, the government has refused to have a profound review of the Investment Canada Act. It is the same with this agreement. I state here that the Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, FIPA, is a bad deal for Canada. Frankly, the whole thing exposes the conservative, rigid, tunnel vision ideology when it comes to economic growth. We have to understand that not every trade deal is a good deal. This deal ties the hands of Canadian provincial governments, expose taxpayers to major liabilities, and ultimately doesn't help Canadian investors break into China's market. We can do better. We must do better. Let's examine a little bit more closely FIPA. In the explanatory note, we see that the agreement remains in force for a period of 15 years. After this period, either party may at any time terminate this. But for investment made prior to the date, the termination of the agreement becomes effective. The provision of the agreement remain in force for a further 15 years. Let's look also at Article 6, which gives national treatment. Each contracting party shall accord to investors of the other contracting party treatment no less favorable than it accords in like circumstance to its own investor with respect to expansion, management, conduct, operation, and sale or other disposition of investment in its territory. Meaning that it must be allowed to expand its operation as if it were a Canadian company. Okay, now let's examine some of the barriers to foreign investment in China, and I will refer again to the IRPP study. When Canadian investor wants to go in China, they have to go through laws and regulation, and I quote, laws and regulation governing foreign investment include, and this states some of the name of the laws and regulations in China, Circular of the General Office of the State Council on Establishment of Security Review System regarding major merger and acquisition of domestic enterprise by foreign investor. There's another law and regulation, provision of the Ministry of Commerce for the implementation of the security review, and so on and so forth. I quote, Chinese authorities in this report says, Chinese authorities enjoy broad discretionary power to reject transaction, particularly on security ground. As we may see, there's a lot of hurdle for Canadian investment, Canadian investors to go in China. Comparons un peu la Chine et le Canada.
Let's compare China and Canada. In 2011, Canada invested $4.5 billion in China, and China invested $11 billion in Canada. So there's a difference in market size. But that number more than doubled in 2012. Investors from the People's Republic of China invested over $22.9 billion in order to take over or merge with Canadian companies. So you can see there's an imbalance in terms of Canadian investment in China versus Chinese investment in Canada. Let's continue with our comparison. Canada is a market economy, and China's economy is not. Canada is part of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. China is not. Despite the inherent differences in governance, Canada strengthened its diplomatic and trade relations with China over time, and that's important. But we have to understand that these are two very different economies, two governance styles that are very different. It's a bit like having a hockey team play against a soccer team, each with its own set of rules. So there have to be negotiations in order for the two teams to be able to play with one another. They have to negotiate what the rules are to be. As I said, there's a lack of confidence. Canadians have lost trust in this government when it comes to negotiating in a transparent and honest manner in the best interests of Canadians. But the Conservative government has not demonstrated that it is able to negotiate agreements that take Canadians' best interests into account. Every time the Conservative government has lacked transparency, has created confusion by refusing to set out clear, transparent rules, and they've refused to consult and to assess the short and long-term consequences of ratifying an accord that will have an impact on our institutions and our economy. For these reasons, the Government of Canada should inform the Government of the People's Republic of China that it will not ratify the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask a question, Mr. Speaker, that I'm going to actually address to all members of this House. This Canada-China investment treaty is significantly flawed. It doesn't protect the environment even as much as the agreement that Canada just negotiated with Benin, and the whole concept of investor-state agreements has been brought into question by cost-benefit analyses such as those of the Government of Australia, that despite having large investments from China and vice versa reciprocally, has looked at the issue and decided it does not want to enter into any more investor-state agreements. They are not in the interests of the country, and they still have been able to have all the investments from China that they have sought because China hasn't pushed them for such a treaty. This treaty is far too important to go down to defeat based on the Liberals not being able to agree to vote with the NDP and the NDP not being prepared to take the Liberals' amendment. And individual Conservative members, I am sure, will be struggling with their consciences if this comes to a vote Tuesday night on a reasonable amendment to send it to committee. So my plea to all members in this place is that we find a way to compromise between the parties so that we can do what the people of Canada want and subject this treaty to a proper and thorough review in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Well, there wasn't really a question there, but all the same, as I said in my speech, I'll just repeat myself. It's very important to have a complete review of this agreement. We called for this at committee. We wanted it examined. We wanted to hear from expert witnesses because we have serious concerns about this agreement. Thank you.
Some comments. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention from my colleague on this important topic. It's interesting, and I'd like her comments on this. It's interesting listening to government members talk about what a great opportunity this is to debate the bill, and yet it was us. It was the official opposition that gave them an opportunity to debate the bill. A bill, an agreement that took 18 years to negotiate, an agreement that they say, if we don't pass, has dire consequences, and yet they won't let us see the light of day. They won't bring Canadians into the secret and let us find out what it is. They want us to sign on. They say, trust us to a deal that will bind our hands for 33 years. I want to ask my colleague if she would comment on that, and also the fact that the Executive Council has had the opportunity to give this bill royal assent since November, and yet they failed to do that with no explanation.
The honourable member for La Salle-Mar. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for once again underscoring the importance of having an in-depth debate on this agreement, because this agreement will bind us for many, many years. And also, it was an NDP initiative to have this debate, to shed full light on the agreement. It's also important to see how Canadians feel about this agreement, how Canadian investors feel who invest in China, to see whether there truly is reciprocity under this agreement. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for reminding everyone that what I said was significant about the fact that Canadians have lost trust in this government, lost confidence in this government's ability to negotiate on their behalves.
Speaker, if the member reviews exactly what it is that she just said, she talks about she wants Canadians to be able to be a part of the process. She implies that she wants to see a review take place. The Liberal Party proposed an amendment that would have done just that, Mr. Speaker. It would have allowed for a committee of the House to go to Canadians and allow them to have input in this process before it could have been ratified. My question to the member is, why would the NDP not support Canadians being engaged in this process? Why did they not support the Liberal amendment?
The Honourable Député de la Salle-et-Mar.
Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Well, I believe that what matters is to remember that Canadians need to be able to express their views on this agreement, and that the Standing Committee get an opportunity to do an in-depth study of the matter before this agreement is ratified. And indeed, should turn to other countries and look at the examples from other countries in negotiations with China, so that we may get a broader view of this issue.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to this issue as a result of an opposition motion from my colleague from Vancouver, member for Vancouver Queensway, and I'd like to thank him for his excellent work on these matters and for this opportunity to rise to discuss this important matter. I think the Conservative government has done everything it could to avoid this discussion. Canada has always been a trade nation. And the NDP, when trade agreements are well managed, are a good thing for Canada. But on the other hand, when the ill-advised policies underpin these agreements, then in fact the entire country has to be subjected to the outcome. We've been saying this for many years, but we need to have in these agreements environmental standards, standards for labor, and these agreements have to be in the interest of all Canadians, and this is important, Mr. Speaker. Again, given the Conservatives' approach, we've seen that they're prepared to sign an agreement at any cost, just simply to be able to take pride in signing agreements, just signing agreements, and we just don't approve of that approach, certainly not on this side of the House.
Again, from this government with the Canada-China FIPA, of which we are speaking today. The bilateral agreement intended to protect and promote foreign investment. But like the majority of free trade agreements signed by this government, they have kept the Canadians in the dark throughout and not consulted with anyone. I know that my colleagues here in the official opposition, led by the very able member from Vancouver Queensway, will point out many issues that we have in this agreement. So I would like, Mr. Speaker, to use my time to speak about an aspect of our trade policy, the effect of trade agreements and FIPAs on Aboriginal rights, on Aboriginal interests, and Aboriginal title. To understand this properly, Mr. Speaker, we need to take a step back to the very beginning of this nation. The first peoples of North America were trading nations, traveling great distances to exchange goods with one another. Our ancestors lived this way since time immemorial and continued after the first arrival of people from Europe. Trade even helped create a whole new indigenous nation, the Métis. Through all that time, trade was done respectfully and to the benefit of all sides involved. That takes us to 1763, when King George III of England issued the Royal Proclamation, which recognized Aboriginal title to these lands, he recognized that the Aboriginal peoples of this continent had rights and had to be negotiated with. This was such a revolutionary idea in its time that the proclamation was actually one of the intolerable acts that eventually led to the American Revolution. That in itself tells a story about how Canada and the United Nations developed. While the British North America, it became practice to negotiate various kinds of treaties from that time forward in most parts of what is now Canada. The Americans went to open war with Indigenous nations on their part.
At first glance, it would seem as though Canada has adopted a better method by signing treaties with Aboriginal peoples in Canada. These treaties have created a legal framework for peace and stability upon which to build the country. This method only works, Mr. Speaker, if these measures are passed in good faith and if people keep their word. Many treaties have been negotiated over the years, but the respect of these and the implementation of these treaties is something else. Mr. Speaker, I won't get into the details of this, but I think this is a part of our history that is well known. When we look at trade and investment agreements signed by Canada with other nations, we realize that many provisions in these agreements directly affect the rights, the interests, and the titles of Aboriginal peoples in this country. That being said, Aboriginal people are never represented in these negotiations, and their interests are not defended in the context of these negotiations. We've again seen this type of thing occur in this particular case. Canada is negotiating with China while completely excluding First Nations, Inuit, and Métis from this process.
Investor arbitration rights that would allow Chinese enterprises to sue Canada, and I quote, in case where the host country attempts to impose new or updated regulations that may interfere with the investor's bottom line, end of quote. A provision like this is in direct contradiction to Section 35 of the Constitution and rulings made by the Supreme Court of Canada, which state that the government has a duty to consult and accommodate Aboriginal peoples in this country. An agreement like this FIPA would trump all of that and would be in direct threat to the ability of Aboriginal peoples to protect our rights, a traditional way of life. This government does not have the right to unilaterally sign away those rights, yet this is precisely what they are doing in this case, Mr. Speaker. In response to this threat, in January, the Hupakasath First Nation asked the federal court to stop Canada from ratifying this treaty until it and other First Nations have been consulted. The Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the Chiefs of Ontario, and the Serpent River First Nation in Ontario are also supporting this injunction. What has the Conservatives' response to all of this? Silence, Mr. Speaker. Total silence, a stunning level of silence. I find it quite sad that, again, we are seeing another Indigenous nation in Canada have to go to court to force the Conservatives to simply respect their rights. This is far from the exception, as Conservatives and Liberal governments going back decades have wasted hundreds of millions of dollars every year in fighting Aboriginal rights in the courts, instead of sitting down, Mr. Speaker, accept what has been law since 250 years, and work to a resolution with Indigenous peoples of this land. In this case in particular, it is even sadder, given that Indigenous nations of Canada are trading nations. But unlike the Conservatives and the Liberals, we do not believe in trade and investment at any cost. We would never put our health, our culture, our communities at grave risk just to be able to say, I have a deal, Mr. Speaker. We would never allow our families to starve or destroy our homes just to be able to say we improved our standing with another nation. We believe in fair trade, in trade that benefits all involved, that has something, and that is something that has not changed today. The Crown has a constitutional duty Mr. Speaker. And if we are going to truly rebuild this founding relationship, the government needs to start bringing the Aboriginal nations of Canada to the table as full partners. In our trade and foreign investment policies, it seems to be that given our histories on this topic, it would be the most natural thing to do to start with. Le Canada peut atteindre.
Canada can reach its full potential, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it cannot reach its full potential if it does not respect the rights of First People, First Nations. It's high time that the Conservatives stop ignoring this fact, and we can do better, and we can expect more from this government. And this is why we are opposed to this agreement, and we are calling for better. If the Conservatives refuse to work hard to negotiate better agreements for Canada with all of our neighbors throughout the world, I would simply ask for the Conservatives to withdraw from these issues and allow us to deal with these issues properly, because that's exactly what we'll be doing in 2015. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's a number of things that the member says that I do take some exception to, and when you make reference to what Liberal governments in the past or even Conservative governments, I don't think the NDP can be excused from the issue of not treating our Aboriginal peoples with the greatest deal of respect. You take a look at the province of Manitoba, where you have Aboriginal peoples or First Nations people even taking the NDP government to court on several occasions. So having said that, we're talking about the FIPA agreement, and the Liberal Party today, this afternoon, took a look at the motion that the NDP are proposing and brought forward an amendment. And in that amendment, it would have seen cross-country hearings being conducted so that Canadians, First Nations, and so forth would have had a venue to be able to come to the table and express the concerns that they have firsthand on the issue. My question to the member is why did the NDP not support the amendment to their motion, which would have allowed for the type of input?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavut.
Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why we have these concerns is you simply have to look at the record that this government has to date and the record trade deficit that they've managed to accrue given the situation. I don't think Canadians trust this government on these types of negotiations, and Aboriginals even less so. And that is why First Nations have asked to be at the table when these issues are negotiated. It's important, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps they couldn't care less about the opinion of Canadians. That will be their problem. But when it comes to Aboriginal peoples, they have a constitutional obligation confirmed by the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, to consult them in the context of these consultations.
Commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I met with a number of people in the business sector because before I became an MP, I was in this field. And one thing that we've noted is that entrepreneurs have advisors that work with China and in development with these investments. Apparently, in China, it is very difficult to have one's rights upheld, apparently. And the difficulty I'm having here is that why would Canada put itself in a position where it's giving greater advantages to China? It's as though our country is being sold out to this nation that is growing and has been known to violate a number of other countries throughout this world. So how is it that these consultations have not been undertaken with our peoples here in Canada to know what we wanted and to know what we thought? It's certainly not the result of this agreement. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague for this very relevant question. You know, Mr. Speaker, one thing should be noted. This government considers the NDP to be extremists, but this government is signing secret agreements with a totalitarian regime that sometimes violates human rights. And what is important, and I may mention this in my speech, is the obligation to consult. And I said this in my speech. Aboriginal peoples have a long-standing tradition of consultations that have most often led to agreements that are to the benefit of everyone. And that's what this government needs, a mandate to negotiate agreements that are a win-win for all Canadians, not just their friends. Before we resume debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Random Buren St. George's in respect to ethics, and the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas in regard to science and technology. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin my comments in this debate on the Opposition Day motion concerning the Foreign Investment Protection Agreement between Canada and China by saying that I noted, in fact, the comments earlier today by my honourable colleague and friend, the member from Malpeque, and I found that his comments were sound, logical, and they showed an understanding of the importance of trade and investment for Canadian families and communities. Because, in fact, those communities, most of us, I think, should understand, are built on having a strong economy and on job creation, and having a good standard of living for Canadians depends upon those things. It depends upon a strong economy. It depends upon job creation. And that's why the issue of foreign investment is so important for us. Unfortunately, I'd have to say that my colleagues and friends in the NDP have again focused on their misguided ideology, one that is opposed to trade and foreign investment agreements. And as we've seen repeatedly in the past, this is the pattern. In the motion today, the NDP says we shouldn't ratify the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. And in fact, my view is that a better motion from them would have toned down the anti-foreign investment and anti-trade rhetoric and would have highlighted areas that require improvement. Our party, for example, believes that FIPAs, Foreign Investment Protection and Promotion Agreements, are important for Canadians investing abroad as well as businesses here at home, but only if we get them right. But let's talk for a minute, just think for a minute about who are those businesses and who are the owners of those businesses from Canada who invest in China and elsewhere. Well, very often, they're groups like pension funds. They're the companies that are in people's RRSPs. They're in index funds and mutual funds, and then the teachers' funds, of course, they're pension funds, and others. And so this is, many of the Canadian companies are widely held. The kinds that are big enough to invest in China are held by thousands of shareholders all across this country, to whom it's important that those companies have returns and that the investments they have in other countries have reasonable protections. Bien que le EPIE,
although the FIPA is in some cases flawed, completely withdrawing from this agreement is an anti-trade reaction, and it is really a 20th century way of thinking. The NDP can try to deny their ideology against foreign exchange, foreign trade and investment, but they are well known for their positions. And this is the reason why Canadians do not have confidence in that game. Even if they say that they don't have these views, they can say that they didn't say certain things, but you can't deny having these ideas.
Plus, just like so many of the failed fiscal and economic policies of this Conservative government, policies that have hurt middle-class families, policies that have led to hikes in payroll taxes, policies that have increased taxes on wigs for cancer patients and kids' clothing, and even, yes, little red wagons. And we've seen their flawed fiscal management. We know that they inherited a $13 billion surplus, the best situation fiscally that any new government ever inherited in this country's history, but they squandered it and put this country into deficit by April of 2008, months before the recession began. And of course, they've had since then record deficits, and they've added over $150 billion to Canada's national debt. So that's some fiscal management, Mr. Speaker. Now, on this deal with China, we see other flaws. We see a flawed approach from a government that has repeatedly demonstrated a growing record of economic mismanagement. The Liberal Party has real concerns about provisions in the China-Canada Investment Agreement, particularly on the issues of transparency during arbitration, termination of the agreement, and the length of time the agreement is in force. In fact, this is similar, Mr. Speaker, to what I heard from my constituents in a public meeting that I held on foreign investment issues in November of last year. They were concerned that Canada would be locked in for 30 years. As one of them pointed out, the North American Free Trade Agreement has to be reviewed more often, and it has mechanisms for signatories to pull out of the agreement with notice, with a notice period. They also felt that it was important to see greater protection for Canadian companies and individuals when dealing with China. They felt that arbitration shouldn't be held behind closed doors. So our party has called for public debate on this FIPA so we can look at the facts of the situation instead of having a debate littered with misinformation and fear-mongering. Unfortunately, our colleagues across the way, my friends in the Conservative Party, did not bring this deal forward for debate and have refused to recognize the obvious flaws that should be corrected to protect our interests as Canadians. Let's look at the context of this. Just yesterday, in fact, it was announced, it was reported that Europe is now the world's largest recipient of foreign investment by Chinese firms. Europe received $12.6 billion of investment in 2012. That's a 20% increase from the previous year. Now, who would have thought 30 or 40 years ago that we'd be hearing about the huge investments from China in Europe or anywhere else? It's amazing how things have changed and how the economy of China has developed, and as they've sold so many goods to the rest of the world, how they've developed the kind of funds to be able to do that kind of investing. But this NDP motion to completely abandon the Canada-China FIPA would not only keep significant Chinese investment from entering Canada and creating jobs for Canadian workers, it would also ensure this money continues to flow to our competitor countries, like those in Europe that are welcoming that kind of investment, that see that it creates the kinds of jobs that maintain and create a good and a better standard of living for Canadian families. The Liberal Party understands the need for foreign investment to grow our economy and create jobs. However, there's a big difference between saying that we're open for business in Canada and that Canada is for sale.
The Harper government has made a mess of the foreign investment file. The Prime Minister's promises in 2010 to review the Investment Canada Act in order to clarify the rules as to net benefits and to bring more transparency to the process of review. And the results of this poor Conservative management result in poorly conceived ideas when the government doesn't reveal all of the facts about investment and the commitments made and the ways in which they'll be respected.
Investors around the globe are becoming more and more frustrated and complex as they look at Canada and say, what the heck is going on there and what are the rules? In fact, a report released today by the Institute for Research and Public Policy says so. It calls upon the government to rewrite its foreign investment rules. It says that up to now, the government has created the impression that Canada doesn't actually welcome foreign investment. The report says the government's actions have, and I quote, magnified the uncertainty among potential investors, unquote. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are worried that we're losing out on billions of dollars in foreign investment and thousands of jobs. In fact, this report, to which I've referred, talks about the benefits of foreign direct investment in areas like renewable energy that needs investment. Let me tell you what else it says in this area about the importance of foreign investment, foreign direct investment. It says FDI continues, that's foreign direct investment, continues to be beneficial to the Canadian economy in other ways. It increases the pool and competitively decreases the cost of capital available to Canadian business to develop Canadian resources and create employment and training opportunities. It attracts top management talent to Canada and disseminates management training and expertise into the Canadian labour force. It facilitates technology transfer into the Canadian economy from foreign jurisdictions, and it further integrates Canada into international markets with concomitant reciprocal trade and investment accessibility for Canadian businesses. So I hope my socialist friends down the way were listening to that, Mr. Speaker. Canada is rich in natural resources, and it needs to ensure that they are developed in a way that is not only environmentally sustainable, but also a way that benefits Canadians first and foremost. And that's why, despite years of Conservative inaction, we in the Liberal Party will continue to press this government to keep its promise made in 2010 by this Prime Minister to clearly define the net benefit test in the Investment Canada Act and to strengthen its foreign investment policy. The Liberal Party believes that Canadians should know exactly what's on the table so they can judge whether this FIPA or other deals involving purchases of foreign investment are good deals for Canada. And in our view, this deal with China should be reviewed by a parliamentary committee. Now, I know my honourable friends in the NDP earlier today refused to allow an amendment to their motion, but I think they are entitled to a second chance. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to propose to move the following motion, that the motion be amended by replacing all the words after the words China that with the following. Prior to any decision on the ratification of the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, the said agreement should be referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade to conduct hearings across Canada and report back its findings and any recommendations to amend the agreement to the House. So I ask for my honourable colleagues in the NDP to consent to that amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That form is for the House leaders of the whips. I think.
Of course, it's my duty to inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion may only be moved with the consent of the sponsor of the motion, which in this case is, of course, the official opposition. Is there unanimous consent of the House to propose and move the motion? No? There is no consent. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I must say I enjoyed the intervention. My colleague from Nova Scotia, from Halifax West, he's been around this place a few years and makes an important contribution on behalf of Nova Scotians. But I wanted to assure him and his colleagues that this motion in no way precludes any public meetings, any opportunities through committee to engage in discussions with Canadians. In fact, we argued that before. We've been the ones that have been arguing that, Mr. Speaker, from the beginning. We moved a motion at committee to make sure that this agreement comes for study before that committee, but that's not happened. So play their games as they will. The point is that this motion is meant to make a clear indication to this government that we will not agree to FIPA the way it is, and that we need to examine it much more closely. So I'd like to ask that member if perhaps he could provide us with his experience and knowledge to explain why it is that this government has been so hesitant to have any public discussions about this bill, and why is it that it's been around since they had the opportunity since November, in fact, to enact this agreement, but they have failed to do so. I think Canadians would be curious to know whether or not this government is hesitating because they're concerned there's fairly significant weakness.
Member for Halifax West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments and the question from my honourable friend from the neighbouring riding of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour. I want to point out, though, that on the one hand, we've just heard a refusal to allow us to move an amendment that would provide for public hearings across the country, and on the other hand, we have my colleagues standing up and saying how much they are in favour of having public hearings across the country. So I find that, he doesn't see a contradiction in that. I do, but to each of us our own conclusions, and I guess I'll let the public draw their own conclusion. And as for why the government wouldn't want to have hearings on this, well, that's the point I was making largely in my speech, is that I find it baffling that the government would not want to have hearings, even in the House of Commons, even a debate here on this topic. And in fact, where their answer in the House of Commons was, well, you guys could have done it in one of your opposition days. Well, in fact, it's the government who brought forward this treaty. It's a government whose responsibility is to bring these things forward before Canadians and have them examined and allow for debate.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I applaud the member for bringing forward, yet again, a very important amendment. And what it would have done is it would have allowed Canadians from across this land, First Nations and others, to be able to add to the debate before it could actually pass, Mr. Speaker. I do not understand why the NDP opposes. It makes no sense whatsoever. Some say they're not fit to govern, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that this is a classic example as to why they're not fit to govern, because they really don't understand why it's important, Mr. Speaker, to be able to do the right thing on important issues. My question to the member is, does he believe it's a little, even for myself, it's a little hard, Mr. Speaker, to hear myself. The member is a little upset. I can appreciate that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the question is very simple. Does he believe that maybe it's because the NDP have a predisposition of they don't like free trade agreements of any sorts?
For Halifax West, order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. That certainly, you ask yourself that question: what is behind this? Is it the ideology of the party? Is it the idea that you don't want to have foreign investment? That you want more government? You want maximum government intervention so that people can't trade freely, and that's what we're talking about here. That is very much a socialist kind of point of view. Right? You can erase the word, as I was saying, you can erase the word from your Constitution, but apparently it takes much longer to erase the concepts behind these things and the underlying thinking about trade and about what actually creates jobs and produces the kind of benefits that gives people good standard of living and good lives, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to apologize for having bothered my colleague, but I just want to demonstrate to Canadians to what degree the Liberals are hypocrites and the way they play these games on the backs of Canadians, because it's not the NDP that should be attacked today. It's the Conservatives who are refusing to listen to the Aboriginal peoples and Canadians. And I would like to say to the Liberals,
when we're trying to defend Canadians, you should attack the government for not listening to Canadians. Thank you very much.
Order. Order. Hello. Order. Order. I know it's getting late on a Thursday afternoon. I just remind honourable members to direct their comments and questions through the chair. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy getting questions, and I can see that my colleague is a little bit excited. But it's exactly what we are saying, that we have to listen to Canadians. We have to have consultations across the country during which Canadians can present their arguments and their points of view. There are different people here who come from various backgrounds who get excited and angry sometimes, but you have to admit it when you're angry. I'm not angry. I enjoy these debates. I like having these important discussions here in the House without becoming angry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to speak to my friend from Halifax West through you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very disappointed that the Liberal Party thinks that this treaty is better approved as is than put forward right now for a vote and defeated. This treaty is a direct assault on Canadian sovereignty. This treaty is disproportionately protecting the rights of state-owned enterprises of the People's Republic of China. This treaty, by its very nature, because of the larger economic investment flows into Canada from China than in the other direction, will disproportionately impact Canadian laws, Canadian regulations, and our own sovereignty. And at the same time, I dispute what we've been hearing all day from the Conservative MPs, that we will be protecting Canadians operating within China, because under this treaty there's a unique provision for 6 months of diplomatic pressure that can be applied by the People's Republic of China before any dispute gets to the arbitration panel. And my prediction is Canadian businesses will be sold out by their own government for fear of offending Beijing.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable friend. And you know, when I think about the argument she makes about giving up our sovereignty, I mean, it seems to me that if you want to have, whether it be multilateral agreements and processes for resolving disputes, or bilateral where you have to have those, and you haven't got the multilateral ones in place, that you're going to have to surrender some level of sovereignty. And I think that she would make that argument when it comes to environmental matters. And so her reluctance to accept any surrender of sovereignty, to accept the idea of having internationally approved arbitrators, would surely be far better for Canadian investors in China than to have Chinese courts making those decisions, right? That is a reasonable way to function at the international level. And that if you, I mean, I think that she would agree that very often in environmental matters, if you're going to succeed, you wanted to have the Kyoto Protocol. Isn't that international governance? Wasn't that the surrender of some sovereignty, Mr. Speaker? And you know, isn't it a better process to have some of those agreements than to have none? And isn't it in Canada's interest to have a framework internationally that is based on rules and not based on power? Because as China becomes more and more powerful, we better have some kind of agreements that protect us, and some kind of, not just bilateral, as there is in this case, but in fact multilateral international processes to maintain that rule of law. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say that I'm going to share my time, and before beginning, I would say that it is really important to be able to support this motion today, the opposition motion tabled by my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway. given that the agreement on foreign investment on promotion and protection between Canada and China is not only risky and very bad for Canada in every way, but it's the way in which this agreement was negotiated and signed that is even more dangerous. Imagine a government that negotiates in camera, so in secret, an agreement that will tie the government's hands for the next 30 years without consultating the people, without the agreement of parliamentarians, because there was no debate, without the agreement of the provinces nor the First Nations. It's really quite incredible, but this is what is happening currently with what the government has done with this FIPA. After 18 years of negotiations in the back rooms of former governments and this government, they are presenting this accord as a fait accompli without having had any consultation on any side. The government, therefore, will not have consulted the Aboriginal people. As my colleague said earlier, under Section 35 of the Charter, the government would have a legal obligation to consult Aboriginal peoples before taking any measures that affect their rights. This was confirmed by the Supreme Court.
Any natural resources exploitation project that could have a significant impact on First Nations land has to have had consultations held beforehand with the First Nations. Faced with the violation of their rights, the Hupakasa Nation filed an injunction with federal court to prevent the ratification of this agreement between Canada and China. What's worse, the federal government hasn't consulted the provinces, but this agreement could have effect on provincial jurisdiction. An expert from Osgoode Hall, Gus Van Harten, states that the agreement could be found unconstitutional because it makes it possible to challenge provincial laws in areas that come exclusively under provincial jurisdiction. So after years of secret negotiations, this agreement was made public and put before Parliament without any study, any debate, or even any vote. My colleague from Vancouver Kingsway tabled a motion at the Standing Committee on International Trade to have this agreement studied, but the motion was not debated in public and no study was conducted. In October, my colleague from Ottawa Centre also called for an emergency debate in the House, but that request was turned down. Given the secrecy surrounding this agreement, Canadians have protested. Over 80,000 people signed an online petition sending a clear message to the government expressing their concern. But once again, no response. The government is hiding and refusing to be accountable. What's stranger still is that the government still hasn't ratified the agreement 5 months after signing it. This attitude is causing confusion among investors and is harmful to the economy. We even get the feeling that we see this same incompetence with the Nexon file. The Conservatives miss deadlines, they reject applications without explanation, and haven't set out any clear directives or instructions. So why, with this Canada-China agreement, is there such silence? The government is realizing that it's made serious mistakes legally. If this agreement had been consulted on, if they'd taken the time to consult experts and Canadians, they wouldn't be in this situation today. It's clear that this is not good for Canada. Canadian companies need an agreement that would give access to the Chinese market, but that's not at all what this agreement does. The agreement doesn't provide any tools to challenge protectionism, and it doesn't protect Canadian investors in China. This way of proceeding is disadvantageous to Canada. In 2011, Canada invested $4.5 billion in China, and China invested $11 billion in Canada. In 2012, that rose to almost $30 billion. According to the forecasts of the Conference Board of Canada, China could become the second biggest foreign investor in Canada by 2020. That's huge. So it's important to have clear rules and to sign an agreement that's as advantageous as possible for Canada before it's ratified. The environmental risks are enormous. The agreement would enable Chinese investors to challenge Canadian laws before international courts. Those international courts or proceedings could be held in secret at the request of both partners. Under Article 6 of the agreement, once a Chinese company is established in Canada, it is entitled to national treatment when it comes to expansion and exploitation. This means that their activities could be unrestrained, just like a Canadian company. Under the agreement, a Chinese company can require a minimum standard of treatment. That means that in the HoC case, which got permission to take over Nexen, the agreement would give the Chinese Crown Corporation or state-owned corporation powerful rights to extend its ownership over the oil sands and to challenge any rules, regulations, or laws that it considered to be unfair treatment. But that's not all. The agreement would allow foreign companies to sue the federal government if it considered that its rights had been breached by our environmental laws. Imagine the government taking steps to exploit or to harvest the oil sands in a more responsible and environmentally friendly way. Chinese companies who'd invested in the oil sands could then challenge those new environmental laws before a court of law under the agreement, even if those laws are fully justifiable. This is not fiction. There have been cases under NAFTA where rulings have gone against Canada in similar cases. In 1997, Ethel Corporation from Virginia challenged a Canadian law that was to protect Canadians against MMT, a fuel additive. Another case, SD Myers from Ohio, shows that an American company was successful in challenging a Canadian rule to prevent the export of waste contaminated with BPCs. Canada's decision was consistent with our obligations under the Basel Convention on Hazardous Goods. In 2010, the federal government had to spend $157 million, had to give that to Abitibi-Bowater after a decision from the Newfoundland government was overturned. This was in Pulp and Paper. More recently, Lone Pine Resources, a U.S. company, challenged a Quebec moratorium on fracking. And Windstream, another company, attacked Ontario's moratorium on offshore wind farms. Do we want to leave it up to the courts, not Canadian courts, by the way, international courts, to decide these matters? There's no established list for the appointment of judges to these international courts, so there are lots of questions that remain up in the air that go to the impartiality of these international courts. Canada has to retain control over key industries, key to its economy, like agriculture and energy. These agreements, these investment agreements, take this power away from the sovereign national government. They give all the power to foreign companies. So what's wrong with this picture? No one on the other side sees what's wrong with this. Howard Mann from the International Institute on Sustainable Development warns Canadians against this agreement. The lack of a clear definition of the concept of fair and equitable treatment makes us vulnerable environmentally, in his opinion. He says that Chinese investors, using the arbitration provisions, could sue Canada, and we really need wording that truly serves our interests and protects our investments. We need to protect our environment and have control over our natural resources. We can't give this power, we can't just simply hand it over to foreign companies. With future agreements, we need to set out clear, predictable rules to protect the health and environment of Canadians. We have to consult Canadians, all elected officials, First Nations, and experts. It's time for us to take control over our economy, we have to proceed in a transparent and responsible manner. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I suspect the member might even be able to anticipate the question that I'm going to put forward. We've now had the Liberal Party bring forward 2 amendments. Both amendments were an attempt to try to get the New Democratic Party to recognize the importance of consulting with Canadians. In her speech, she made reference to the provinces, working with the provinces, consulting with the provinces. Other members have made reference to consulting with our First Nations. The motion that the Liberals brought forward would have accommodated that before it was even ratified. So it seems that the motion would have accomplished exactly what it is, in most part, what the NDP were hoping to be able to see happen. My question for the member is, why is the NDP voting against what they actually want to see happen, or do they have a hidden agenda and they don't really want trade agreements, period?
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, I don't know why the member keeps asking that question. It's totally off track, especially since this agreement was tabled in Parliament. The NDP, or the member for Kingsway, tabled a motion at the International Trade Committee asking to study this agreement in depth. And there was also a request for an emergency debate by the NDP in order to discuss this, debate this in the House, and that request was turned down. Every effort the NDP has made to hold a debate or to get more information about this agreement, because it's all been done in such secrecy, in such obscurity. And where were the Liberals all this time? We don't know. 6 months later, they're finally reacting. So there's a problem. If they think it's that important, they should have supported our position, our motion. They should have asked the Conservatives to go back to the drawing board and consult people as they should have, including the experts.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her very interesting presentation, which once again shows how many problems there are with this agreement, which was negotiated in such secrecy. It allows Chinese companies, including state-owned companies, to sue the government of Canada, to go before arbitration tribunals which are accountable to no one. It will also undermine Canada's ability to make sovereign democratic decisions, including decisions to protect the environment. Not just the federal government, but all governments, all levels of government, for at least 30 years. And all this will be in violation of our Constitution. So I'd like to ask my colleague whether she believes, as the Conservatives appear to, that everything's fine and rosy, or does she think that, as the Liberals seem to think, that all we need to do is change a few commas here and there, or should we just rip it up? The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Laurier-Sainte Marie for all her wisdom on this file. I agree with her. We have to see to it that this agreement is not ratified. We have to start over from scratch. It has to be studied closely. There are so many things in this that are harmful to Canadians, to investors, to the health and the environment for Canadians. There are also environmental laws in the provinces. Those could be challenged. They could be struck down before international courts where the judges haven't even been identified in advance. The proceedings could be held in secrecy at the request of one or both parties. So it's not at all transparent. It's not at all democratic. So there are a lot of shortcomings that need to be made up for, and that's why the member for Vancouver Kingsway tabled this motion today. That's why we're all opposed to this agreement. Thank you.
About a minute and 30 left for the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Resuming debate.
Mr. Speaker, not much time, but I'll try to make a couple of points. First of all, the reason why we're opposing this FIPA and why it is that we want to engage in much more public discussion. We want to see on this side, we want to see increased trade with countries like China, with emerging economies. But we want to make sure that we have good agreements that promote Canada's interests and protect our ability to maintain Canadian control over our natural resources and over key sectors, Mr. Speaker. That's something this government seems to forget. We want to ensure that foreign investors have clear and predictable rules that protect Canadians' interests. You see, by negotiating bad deals and then delaying the ratification, as they've done in this case, they're sending out mixed messages. And foreign investors are confused about exactly the direction that this government is going in. And finally, we want to engage with China in the exchange of ideas and culture, Mr. Speaker, so as to level the financial playing field. We need to understand better how it is that our people, that our businesses can do business in China, how we can be more successful. We need to look at a country like Australia that has developed cultural links, that is providing education and training for businesses in their country in order to do very successful investing, very successful business in China. That's the direction we need to head in this country. Thank you.
It being 5:15 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Liu, moved that, in the opinion of this House, the government should inform the government of the People's Republic of China that it will not ratify the Canada-China Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
That the vote be to Monday. Thank you.
Accordingly, the recorded division is deferred until Monday at the end of government orders. I see the Chief Government Whip is standing on a point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you see the clock at 5:30.
Is it agreed to see the clock at 5:30? Agreed. 5:30. Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, consideration of motion M422, last post fund in the name of Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote, seconded by Mr. Casey, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the last post fund is currently underfunded and excludes deserving veterans, causing unnecessary stress and hardship to families of veterans, and that the House call on the government to do the following. A. D'accepter.
A. Accept the recommendations of successive veterans ombudsmen calling for expanded and enhanced financial access to the last post fund.
The advice from the Royal Canadian Legion made in the years 2008, 2010, and 2012, calling for expanded access and financial support for the last post fund. Say.
C. Accept 3-year-old advice from departmental officials to expand and enhance financial access to the last post fund.
de souvenir. D, review the last post fund's current burial assistance cap of $3,600 with the goal to establish a standard consistent with burial assistance provided to current members of the Canadian Forces. E, review the means-tested standard applied to the last post fund that currently excludes many veterans with the goal to improve and lower the qualification standard to access the fund. And F, provide stable long-term funding to the last post fund with the consideration given to establish a financial escalator tied to the Consumer Price Index. Debate, the honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Member of Parliament for Random Buren St. George's since 2008, it is indeed a privilege to introduce my second private member's motion in this House of Commons. My first motion addressed a serious issue, and that was the need for additional search and rescue services in Newfoundland and Labrador following the crash of Cougar helicopter that claimed 17 lives. This motion, M422, is very important as well and aims to enhance the last post fund to ensure that all veterans receive the dignified funeral and burial that they deserve. First, thank you to my constituents, including over 700 active Canadian Armed Forces personnel and many more retired veterans whose continued support enables me to present this important motion today. Thank you as well to all other veterans and active Canadian Forces members. Thank you also to the Royal Canadian Legion for your continued service, and to the Veterans Ombudsman, who first and foremost continues to defend the interests of all veterans. Special thanks to the Last Post Fund, which has served veterans and their families since its inception in 1909, and to Jean-Pierre Goyer, Executive Director of the Last Post Fund, for his outspoken advocacy. I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I did not also thank the Liberal Veterans Affairs critic and Member of Parliament for Charlottetown for his continued dedication to veterans from coast to coast to coast.
Hear, hear.
The advocacy of all who you helped in the formulation of my motion. The Last Post Fund is an important program with the goal to ensure that no eligible veteran is denied a dignified funeral and burial, as well as a military gravestone, due to insufficient funds at time of death. Unfortunately, the Last Post Fund is far from ensuring that all veterans in need receive a dignified funeral and burial because the program is forced to apply outdated eligibility criteria. There are many cases in my riding and throughout the country where families of veterans who have either been denied by the Last Post Fund's outdated criteria or not received sufficient assistance were unable to pay for the total costs of a proper burial. In many of those cases, to help the family, the funeral home will cover the balance of the cost. Simply put, it is shameful for the government to treat our veterans and their families in this way, and to expect, in some cases, small businesses to absorb the additional costs when the family of the veteran is unable to do so. In drafting M422, I listened intently to suggestions on how to improve the Last Post Fund from various stakeholders, including the Veterans Ombudsman, the Royal Canadian Legion, and the Last Post Fund Administration. I sincerely appreciate the endorsement of the Royal Canadian Legion and thank the many Legion branches from throughout the country which have expressed support for M422. Prior to the budget being released, I wrote to the Minister of Finance and to the Minister of Veterans Affairs asking that the funding for the Last Post Fund be increased and that the financial criteria be updated to reflect today's realities. It goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, I was pleased to see the Finance Minister respond to my request that the financial assistance provided by the Last Post Fund be increased, and that the amount available to qualifying veterans and their families went from $3,600 to $7,376 in Budget 2013. However, that will only help those who still have to deal, that will not help those who still have to deal with outdated eligibility when it comes to qualifying for assistance in order to ensure a veteran is able to be buried with dignity. So needless to say, I am disappointed the government chose to ignore the recommendations to expand access to the last post fund and update the financial eligibility criteria. As I said before, if the Conservatives would agree to table this change in a separate standalone piece of legislation, free from contentious cuts to services that many veterans also rely on, I am confident they would find unanimous consent to pass it immediately. According to the Royal Canadian Legion, and I quote, "While the federal government has provided an increase to the funeral grant, the recent announcement does not address the accessibility to the program or its extension to low-income Canadian Forces veterans." End of quote. The reality is that by failing to expand access to the last post fund, the government missed an opportunity to bring equality and fairness to all veterans. But it is not too late. Together we can fix this problem. Taking care of our veterans is not a partisan issue. It is our duty. There is no clearer message we can send than to stand behind our veterans, many who spent their military careers standing up for us, and we can vote yes to M422. Conversely, there is no clearer message to veterans that you do not support them than by voting no, since this is a standalone single-issue measure, unlike an omnibus bill or budget that might combine several conflicting issues. The Veterans Ombudsman released his first report entitled Serve with Honour, Depart with Dignity on February 19, 2009. In his report, the Veterans Ombudsman made 7 key recommendations in response to direct testimony from administrators of the Last Post Fund who described the challenges that some of the mourning families found when burying their loved ones. The Veterans Ombudsman recommends, and I quote, 1, that the ceiling for veterans' funeral and burial expenses be raised to reflect industry standards and that an indexing formula be introduced to ensure that the rates keep up with economic increases. 2, that the administration of funeral and burial benefits be simplified by using a discretionary lump sum approach for reimbursable expenses rather than the present itemized approach. 3, that Veterans Affairs Canada extend the funeral and burial program to all veterans. 4, that eligibility related to the funeral and burial program be extended to include veterans who suffer from multiple pension conditions where the total aggregate suffering and weakening of their body may contribute to the cause of death. 5, that the estate exemption, surviving spouse, for the means test be increased and align with present-day income and cost levels. 6, that Veterans Affairs Canada engage in a proactive, multifaceted communications campaign to raise awareness of the funeral and burial program. 7, that Veterans Affairs Canada be more flexible and allow for extraordinary circumstances to be considered when the established time frame is exceeded. End of quote. The 7 recommendations in that report, calling for the expansion and increased access to the Last Post Fund, were subsequently reissued by the current Veterans Ombudsman. M422 seeks the long overdue implementation of these suggested changes.
Hear, hear.
Last January, on the same day that I introduced my motion, the Royal Canadian Legion and its more than 330,000 members began a letter-writing campaign calling on the Conservative government to make 3 specific changes to the Last Post Fund so the families of all veterans can access the financial assistance they require to ensure their loved ones receive a dignified funeral and burial. First, they asked that the $3,600 rate provided by the Last Post Fund be increased. Second, they asked the government to grant equality to all veterans and stop excluding veterans who served after the Korean War from the Last Post Fund. Finally, they asked that the financial eligibility criteria be updated to reflect current income levels and the fragile economic climate. I am pleased to report that M422 addresses all of their concerns. Despite the Conservative government's own departmental officials and countless stakeholder organizations' recommendations to enhance access to the Last Post Fund, the government has failed to act. M422 also requests a review of the Last Post Fund's burial assistance cap to bring it in line with the burial assistance provided to current members of the Canadian Forces, which was included in the recent budget. I welcome the increase to this cap, but as I said earlier, increasing assistance without expanding access does nothing to ensure all veterans receive the dignified funeral and burial they deserve, since existing outdated eligibility criteria remain in place. From 2006 to 2012, under the Conservative government, over 66% of applications, which translates to 20,147 veterans, were rejected, and that is unacceptable. The current eligibility requirements applied by the last post fund exclude all veterans who served post-Korean War from receiving any type of federal funding for a dignified burial and funeral. This means that veterans who fought in Afghanistan are not eligible to receive financial aid from the last post fund. In the words of Jean-Paul Goyer, the executive director of the last post fund, what is the difference between modern-day veterans that we send to Afghanistan and those who fought before them? The final eligibility criteria applied by the last post fund is outdated because the financial eligibility criteria is outdated because of inflation and the current economic reality. The last post fund states that in the case of a veteran with spouse or dependent children, to qualify, their combined net asset value must be $12,015 or less. This figure no longer reflects current income distribution levels within Canada and must be updated, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I'm calling on the House, calling on the government to support M422, which would be in the best interest of our veterans and their families.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs, the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her sharing her party's views on the funeral and burial program. What is very surprising is to see a member from the Liberal Party stand and put forward such a motion. It was the Liberal Party, while they were in government, that drastically cut benefits under this important program. Nonetheless, our Conservative government will continue to stand up for our veterans. In fact, under the current program, more generous benefits are provided to our veterans and their families than our allies provide, more than that is provided by the United Kingdom, by Australia, by the United States. And now we've come forward with Economic Action Plan 2013, which will more than double the amount of funding available to our veterans and their families for funerals. I'd like to ask the honourable member if she and her party will vote in support of this important support for funerals and benefits in Economic Action Plan 2013.
The honourable member for Random-Burn, St. George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. But isn't it just like the Conservative government to suggest that by voting against the Economic Action Plan, we'd be voting against veterans, when nothing could be further from the truth? We're giving them the opportunity to single out this, to vote for M422, so that we don't have to do an injustice to our veterans. By voting for M422, we could all be supporting our veterans. And isn't it just like a Conservative colleague to, in fact, go back 20 years and suggest that what the Liberals did was a disservice to our veterans? In fact, Mr. Speaker, according to a 2011 report by the Committee for Veterans Affairs, a committee controlled by a Conservative majority, including the Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs, in 1995, the estate exemption was decreased, and they quote, in an effort to return the program to its original intent. In other words, to provide burials for those who could not afford them. End of quote.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Honorable député de...
The honourable member.
Châteauguay, excuse me.
The honourable member for Châteauguay. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would indeed like to ask my colleague a few questions. I thank her for having tabled this important motion that will indeed address certain issues. But I would like to mention from the start that my colleague from across the way, well, I would say that if there's a problem to access the last post fund, if we can say that there is a problem, it is because of the legacy of the Chrétien government that reduced these exemptions from $24,000 to $12,000. So I'd like to ask my colleague what amount would be an acceptable amount today. That $24,000 amount, which was in place in 1995, is this an amount that would be acceptable today? And I'd also like her to tell us if the amount that the increased amount within the Economic Action Plan, in other words, $7,300, would this be considered a significant enough amount to address these issues and the costs of these burials?
Bjorn St. George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my colleague for his question. Whether or not the $7,000 figure is sufficient, it's unfortunate. I'm told that the government did not consult, in fact, with the last post fund when it came up with that determination with that figure, and that is unfortunate indeed. I do know that, of course, serving Canadian Forces members who pass away or who die, in fact, I think it's something in the vicinity of $17,000. Anywhere from $13,000 to $17,000 is provided. The issue for me, Mr. Speaker, is to do whatever we can to increase the amount available to families so that what it takes to ensure our veterans receive a dignified funeral and burial is what this motion is all about. And again, we're talking about things that happened 20 years ago. I'm interested in the veterans of today. I'd like to think that all of us in this House of Commons are concerned about our veterans and their families.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Monsieur le Président, merci.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this chance to speak in support of the government's funeral and burial program.
Recognizes and supports the families of all veterans who have died from injuries they suffered in service to Canada, as well as the families of those veterans who have passed away and are in financial need. Thanks to this program, more than 1,300 families were helped through a very difficult time in their lives this past year. We were there to help honor Canadian veterans and ensure that these men and women were laid to rest with the dignity and respect that Canada's heroes deserve. That's why I'm proud to support this program, to stand here and pledge my support for maintaining it and enhancing it where and when it can be improved. C'est pourquoi je suis fière d'appuyer ce programme.
This is why I'm proud to support this program, to stand here and to pledge my support for maintaining it and even enhancing it.
Mr. Speaker, the funeral and burial program reflects Canada's pride for our veterans. It is a responsible and effective program, and one which fully considers the individual needs of the family it serves. That's particularly true with the help provided to the families of veterans who have died in financial need. The term financial need has been mentioned often tonight. But what does it really mean? In short, financial need is determined through a simple means testing of the veteran's estate, a straightforward process that considers factors such as marital status, number of dependents, and net assets. And it's also worth spelling out very clearly what we mean by assets, because a veteran's primary home and vehicle are not included in calculating the value of his or her estate. Nor is the spouse expected to sell the family home or the primary car in order to cover a veteran's funeral and burial. That is simply not how the program works. De plus, concernant la succession.
Moreover, the means test exempts the first $12,000 of cash in the veteran's estate. This means that veterans can still be found to be in financial need even when they own a home and a car and have $12,000 in the bank.
Equally important to emphasize that every application under the funeral and burial program is reviewed on its own merit. Every case is unique and everything is considered. As well, Mr. Speaker, members of this House may be interested to know how the funeral and burial program is actually administered. It's administered for the government by the Last Post Fund, a non-profit organization which started as a grassroots movement back in 1909. It's estimated that the Last Post Fund has helped lay to rest more than 150,000 veterans over the past century. What a truly proud history for the Last Post Fund. But what we know is that it's not always been easy for the Last Post Fund. In the mid-1990s, for example, the Last Post Fund was asked by the previous Liberal government to scale back the funeral and burial program during a time of fiscal restraint. That was a decision by those who served in this House before us. It's not for us to judge or answer for. It is simply what happened. It is reality. Just as it is also true that some changes were subsequently made to restore and improve the program. Of course, it is also true that our Conservative government finds itself in another period of fiscal restraint. Conceivably, we could follow the lead of the Liberals before us, but our Prime Minister and our Minister of Veterans Affairs have been very clear. Our support for the funeral and burial program remains steadfast. Even during our currently fragile economic recovery, our Conservative government refuses to entertain reductions to the program or its benefits. In fact, our focus is completely the opposite. We are constantly looking at new ways to support Canada's veterans and their families. The funeral and burial program is no exception. The Minister has said so. He's instructed our department to continue reviewing the funeral and burial program and to explore options on how to improve the program and cut red tape. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government's record for supporting veterans demonstrates how well this approach is working. Over the last 7 years, we've approved record new funding, totaling almost $4 billion in accumulated increases to ensure that the Government of Canada is here for our veterans and for the men and women who continue to serve Canada. This includes implementing the new Veterans Charter and enhancing it with significant new measures for seriously ill and injured veterans, enhancing other vital health services, including a doubling of our specialized clinics for veterans struggling with mental health issues, and reaching out to new partners across this country, whether it's in developing new employment opportunities for our veterans, new transitional housing, or e-services. Through our Conservative government's ongoing Cutting Red Tape for Veterans initiative, we're also serving our veterans and their families better and faster and in more modern and convenient ways. Mr. Speaker, all of these measures represent real action for veterans and their families. They also illustrate our Conservative government's commitment to our veterans. We are always looking ahead, always adapting our programs and services to meet the evolving needs of our veterans. The funeral and burial program is a case in point. Economic Action Plan 2013 will modernize and improve support for families of veterans. With Economic Action Plan 2013, we are making the funeral and burial program even better. And how are we doing that? First, we are more than doubling the maximum reimbursement for funerals from $3,600 to $7,376. That's in addition to already covering the actual and full cost of burials. And we're also simplifying the process for veterans' estates. Canadians should know the full extent of the program, that it also includes financial help for such things as the purchase of a grave or the cost of cremation. Finally, Canadians should know that we assume the full cost of maintaining the veteran's grave in perpetuity. Mr. Speaker, the funeral and burial program ensures that veterans have a dignified funeral and burial, and that their final resting place is always fitting for a Canadian hero. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how to say it any more clearly. Our government is committed to supporting Canada's veterans and their families, and the funeral and burial program is an important part of that. It is providing funeral and burial assistance to all veterans who die of a service-related disability, and it's helping the families of veterans who die in financial need. This is good news. I would have thought that the member opposite would support that, and that she would support our promise to complete a thorough and responsible review of this program. I'm certainly proud to say that I do. Je suis fière de dire que notre
I'm proud to say that our government stands by Canada's veterans and that we will continue to review all of our programs and services to make sure they are meeting the needs of the remarkable men and women and families we serve.
Veterans have earned that. They deserve that. And we will settle for nothing less, absolutely nothing less, with this Prime Minister, with this Minister of Veterans Affairs, and with this incredible Conservative team. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from the great province of Newfoundland and Labrador for bringing forward motion 422. Greatly appreciated, although it does have to be said, sir, that, and I know she's correct, you don't necessarily have to go back 20 years on something, but even though I wasn't a politician then, I remember very clearly the articles written about the massive cut from 24,000 to 12,000 in terms of the eligibility right, and we're hoping that the Liberals may have learned from that mistake and realized that with this motion they obviously have. So we'll accept that as an apology for what happened 20 years ago, even though she was much, much younger back then. So I don't really blame her and the current party for that now. But, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary gave us some numbers. They talked about 1,300 veterans being helped. Fantastic. That's great. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, by the end of this year, we're going to lose over 40,000 World War II and Korean veterans due to the aging process, and 1,300 of that 40,000 will have access to the funeral and burial service. Mr. Speaker, those numbers don't jive. The reality is, I said this before and I'll say it again, Mr. Speaker, the funeral and burial service that Canada offers its veterans is the final chance, the last chance that a grateful nation says thank you. Thank you to that person and thank you to that family for what they have done for this country. And to not include modern-day veterans is a travesty. Yes, it's going to cost money, Mr. Speaker, just like Canada's Economic Action Plan advertising costs money, just like Mike Duffy in the Senate costs money, just like everything else they do with the F-35 boondoggle costs money. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, they don't have a problem at all of spending hundreds of millions of dollars for their friends, their agencies, and how much did they get in consulting there a while ago? $96,000 a day or something like that? It's insane, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about Canada's heroes, the men and women who have served our country. And the fact is, unless you change that state exemption from $12,015 up, many, many, many veterans will be denied this service. Now, I thank the government for putting in the $65 million. But if you read the budget, Mr. Speaker, there's no plan. It says $63 million in the first year, $2 million in the second year. So I called the last post fund. They knew nothing about it. They were surprised. They were pleased, but they were surprised by this. Then, of course, when I got a briefing from the department, they said, oh, this money is going to be rolled out over a certain period of time. We're going to work on the plan more or less as we go along. No plan, Mr. Speaker. So, although we thank the government for ensuring that those who are eligible will get more money, and we thank them for doing that. But my honourable colleague from Brandon, Buren, St. George's, not bad, eh? She's correct. If we took this out and had a standalone on this one, it would be passed immediately. In fact, we would encourage the government to take that out, accept her motion, and move it forward, Mr. Speaker. But they won't do that. What they'll do, Mr. Speaker, they'll leave it in the budget with all the other bad things that are in the budget and say, beat us over the head and say we voted against it, which is typical nonsense, Mr. Speaker. I could list hundreds of things the Conservatives voted against when they were in opposition in the budget talks, but it's just simple nonsense. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, the men and women who serve our country and their families, Remembrance Day is every day. It's not just on November 11th. And we firmly believe on this side of the House that every single veteran should have access to this program. They want to reduce red tape. It's quite simple. Just ensure that every veteran, when they pass away, is eligible to get this money to assist them in a proper and dignified funeral burial service. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that is the only true way we can ensure that every single veteran and their family gets the respect they so rightfully deserve. I mean, it is just unconscionable, Mr. Speaker, that they can include this money. We don't know where the $65 million came from. Nobody really knows how that figure came about. And they talk about they want to consult with the Royal Canadian Legion. Well, with great respect to the Legion, they do a great job, but they're not the ones who deliver the service. It's the Last Post Fund that delivers the service. You would think in the budget they would have said, we want to consult with the Last Post Fund and this additional money. But they didn't do that, which shows to us, Mr. Speaker, this is sort of a last-minute add-on that they threw in the budget to sort of appease the critics out there and get it going. Now, again, we're not criticizing the money that is added, Mr. Speaker. We're criticizing the way that it was done and the fact that many, many, many more veterans will still be denied. In fact, Mr. Speaker, by the time we put our heads down tonight, we will lose another 120 World War II Korean veterans of the aging process. They will have crossed the bar. And many of those people, Mr. Speaker, will not qualify for this program. And that is a shame. That is a sin. I mean, think about that, Mr. Speaker. These people who have served their country with great gallantry, with great honor, and we're saying, no, you don't qualify. No soup for you, as they say. You know, you don't get to qualify. You might, but you don't. But on the battlefield, Mr. Speaker, the enemy never said, oh, you're a reservist, you're a full-time guy, you make a lot of money, you don't. Bullets don't discriminate, Mr. Speaker. PTSD doesn't discriminate. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, they use all these qualifying words. If you qualify, if you're eligible, if you have a service-related injury. Well, Mr. Speaker, I knew a gentleman that passed away a few weeks ago of he had asbestosis. He got a benefit for that, but he died of a heart attack. He was denied the funeral and burial service because he couldn't link his heart attack to the asbestos. Now, what kind of nonsense is that, Mr. Speaker? The reality is the man passed away. He served in Korea War. Why don't we offer him the funeral and burial service that his family so rightfully deserves? To send him away in a dignified and proper manner. That's what we need to be doing, Mr. Speaker. So I want to assure the honourable member and our Liberal Party that we will be supporting that motion 422, and we thank her very much for bringing this forward. Mind you, there's a lot more work that we need to do, and I'll be working very closely with her colleague from Charlottetown to make sure that the Liberal Party gets it right this time, and we will assist him in any way we can, Mr. Speaker, in the cooperative nature that we do business around here to ensure that every one of our veterans and the RCMP members, although the RCMP don't qualify for this, but our military and our RCMP veterans and their families, not just in this service, Mr. Speaker, but in all aspects of Veterans Affairs, are treated with the respect and the dignity they so rightfully deserve. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, they're the ones who allow us to have a good night's sleep. I haven't had one since the original Woodstock, but that's a personal problem, Mr. Speaker. But they're the ones that allow us to do that. We should at least allow them to ensure that they themselves have a good night's sleep. So, Mr. Speaker, God bless all the veterans and their families that are out there, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to rise today in this debate, and I will begin by congratulating the member for Random Buren St. George's and for thanking her for the work that she has done on this file. This motion is very, very important, and it's very important to have this debate in public. It has to be had in public because it wasn't possible to do so originally.
Be able to participate in this debate. And part of the reason is because for some time now I've actually had a motion before the Veterans Committee, and the minute we try to introduce the motion before the Veterans Committee to do a root and branch study of the Last Post Fund, it's jammed into camera. So here we are discussing this in public. Thank you to the member from Random Buren St. George's for ensuring that we're able to do this. You can imagine my surprise, Mr. Speaker, when just a few minutes ago we heard the Parliamentary Secretary talk about how the Minister is directing a continuing review of the Last Post Fund. The very thing that's in the motion before the Veterans Committee that is not worthy of public discussion. I've said on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, that this government places more value on symbolism than substance. This choice of symbolism, spin and propaganda is done to convince Canadians that Conservatives are doing something on veterans issues. This is evident in the empty measures recently announced in the budget, to which I will return later. I want to highlight for the benefit of the House and for Canadians the true record of this Conservative government with respect to veterans. It's a long rap sheet. It's a record of blaming others, spin, and political opportunism. Here are just a few examples. It was the Conservatives who made the decision to interfere with the work of the Independent Privacy Commissioner, who was conducting an audit of the department and investigating breaches of privacy, including the privacy of a decorated veteran, Captain Sean Bruya. It was the Conservatives who interfered and halted the work of the Independent Veterans Ombudsman's investigation into breaches of privacy, notably the Conservatives snooping into medical records of veterans who spoke out against their policies. It was the Conservatives who removed a decorated veteran, Harold Leduc, from the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. The only reason they did this was because he was an outspoken advocate in his defense of veterans, and more often than not, he granted the benefit of the doubt to the veterans appearing before him. The minister's decision to spend millions of dollars in departmental funding on propaganda, media backdrops, photo ops, and other communications to the benefit only of the Conservatives, all the while ignoring the needs of veterans and chopping frontline services. It was the Conservatives who dragged disabled veterans into the federal court over their disability pensions. It was the Conservatives who decided to fight them in court for 5 years over monies that they had earned and deserved. The Conservatives lost that case, but only after the minister spent $750,000 fighting the very people they go to great lengths pretending to care about. And they didn't learn much. There's 2 class action suits presently wending their way through the courts. All too often, this government's response to valid complaints from veterans is, have your lawyer call mine. It was the Conservatives who shut down local Veterans Affairs district offices. It was these offices that provided veterans a place where they could meet caseworkers in person to discuss the issues they're facing, including pensions and benefits. In the case of my province, if you're a veteran who is being case managed, your case manager has been moved out of the province. It was the Conservatives who have and are still in the process of firing hundreds of employees from Veterans Affairs. And they aren't done yet. In the report on planning and priorities issued last week, it shows that over the next 23 months, there will be another 319 positions cut. That's 10% of the workforce, at a time that they claim that veterans' services will not be affected. These cuts are happening at a time when veterans' needs are actually increasing. Even the Auditor General has raised alarm bells over the impact of these cuts to veterans' services. This is the Conservatives' record with respect to veterans. It's a record of symbolism over substance. It's a record that talking points trump substance, where spin trumps truth.
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, the motion before the House is not an accident. It is not something that was created in a vacuum. The motion before the House is because the Conservative government has failed in their duty to support the real needs of veterans and have failed to provide financial support for their burial costs by this government. Today, though, we're hearing from Conservatives about how great they are, because they made an announcement about the last post fund in the recent budget. As a result, they intend to oppose the motion, and that, Mr. Speaker, is a disgrace. Do these Conservatives know that their colleagues, successive Conservative ministers, refused to implement changes to the last post fund recommended over 3 years ago by officials in their own department? Think about that, Mr. Speaker. It was the Department of Veterans Affairs who recommended over 3 years ago changes to the last post fund in order to expand access to financial support at their passing. For 3 years, the Conservatives did nothing. And yet today, they're beating their chests as if they saved the day with changes to the last post fund. Now, as we've heard earlier in the debate, there's been very little in the way of detail. But it is clear that these changes were made without consultation with the last post, the very organization that administers the funds. We heard the Parliamentary Secretary describe this as a responsible and effective program. Do the Conservatives think that Canadians will forget that they were responsible for the rejection of 66% of all requests for funding to help bury our veterans. Do the Conservatives think that Canadians will forget that for years successive Veterans Ombudsmen have called on changes to the last post fund to help veterans? They did nothing. They ignored the Ombudsman's recommendations. Do the Conservatives think Canadians will forget that it was their government that ignored recommendations made by the Royal Canadian Legion for changes to the last post fund in the years 2008, 2010, and 2012? They did nothing. They ignored the Legion. For years, the Liberal Party was calling for expanding access to the last post fund. They did nothing. For years, they ignored the veterans community, and only after overwhelming pressure to finally do something, they added one paragraph in the 2013 budget and now claim to have solved the problem. It's false. It's a ruse, Mr. Speaker. Proposed changes outlined in the budget provide little in the way of detail. I am, however, grateful for the cooperation and the great work by my colleague from Sackville Eastern Shore, who was able to obtain a briefing and was able to obtain some information. We are now led to believe that the fundamental complaint, that of access to the fund, which is now very limited, has not been changed, as it should have. Mr. Speaker, expanding access to the fund was the primary issue for the Ombudsman and the Legion, and the Conservatives failed them, and they failed veterans. Not one veteran currently excluded from accessing the burial fund will now have access to the fund under the proposed changes announced in Budget 2013. Not one. Mr. Speaker, members opposite may think that their finance minister handed them political cover to go out and brag about how great they are helping veterans, but the truth tells a different story. Canadians are tired of spin and talking points. They want real action from this government, but what they're getting is nothing. Conservatives have failed veterans, and we are here to tell Canadians the truth. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
You find the speeches in the House interesting from time to time, and the different perception on realities, I guess you may want to say. Just for the people that are at home, I've been on the Veterans Affairs Committee since I was first elected in 2008, and it's a privilege really to serve on the committee. And in spite of the debates you've heard today, it really isn't a partisan committee. I think all members are trying to do as best they can for veterans. But I think we do need to focus on a couple of things. The Funeral Service Association of Canada was in Ottawa a couple of years ago and made their presentation on the issues they thought that could make improvements. The chair or the head of the Funeral Association came forward after the budget and really had glowing remarks about what we've been able to do to provide increased funding for the funeral of veterans. The other thing that I think has been lost in this debate as well is the burial portion of it that was really unlimited. And depending on where you're from, whether you're from a city or whether you're from an area like I am, which would be considered rural, if you are in a city, it can be quite expensive, the actual burial portion of it. And we were there, Veterans Affairs was there to cover that cost, and I think that should be also mentioned in the debate. A few of the other members, the member from Charlottetown and the member from Sackville East Shore, commented on what they perceive to be deficiencies inside the department, whatever they see it as being. But I think they have to remember what we've done since 2006 to date to transform this department. Seeing how they've went on this, I think I should clarify a few things. Basically, prior to us taking government in 2006, they were doing business in Veterans Affairs like you might have done business in 1972. Virtually all the records were paper. There was virtually no electronic files of veterans files at any detail. That has come a tremendous way in the last few years. The transformation agenda that's taken place at Veterans Affairs, just in my time since 2008, I feel they've made great strides to improve efficiencies and also, the most important thing, deliver results to veterans in a timely and appropriate and professional manner. They've given a lot more leeway for case managers that deal at the front line to get things done for veterans. And I think that's really worth mentioning. It is worth noting that they've stepped up to the plate. The member from Charlottetown talked about jobs. Well, by and large, most of those have been through attrition. And I think that speaks to the compassion of the department, both at the political level but at the administration level as well. So I think that speaks to its the effort and the manner in which they're trying to deliver. But the other point is, too, there's been such tremendous efficiencies that have been developed in the last couple of years that it does allow for those people, I guess you'd call them in the back rooms, to perhaps be replaced through the efficiencies. But the frontline workers are still there and still there doing a great job. The member from Charlottetown also touched upon the offices and the ability to deliver service. Well, my riding of here in Bruce, we don't have an office, and the service is delivered quite fine as far as I'm concerned. The case managers that I've got to know or speak to in the years do a great job. They drive from London, which is about an hour's drive to where I live, and in some cases it's further depending on where you live. And they do a great job, and they work with the Legions, and if the veteran can't make it to the Legion, they go to their house. And I've never had a complaint once from a veteran on the way they've been treated or the way that the case manager has treated their file or their situation. So I look at it as, it is the year 2013, and things can get done differently than they were in 1972, even if the opposition resists those changes into modern times or modern technology. Another thing I'd like to talk about really as well is the new Veterans Charter. Okay, we've already made one change since I've been here with the new Veterans Charter because we've listened to veterans and we've listened to veterans groups, and we realize the new Veterans Charter is a living, breathing document that isn't set in stone forever, and as veterans' needs change, so will the program. And I just look to changes to the earnings loss benefit. I look at changes to the permanent impairment allowance. These were significant improvements. A couple of years ago, veterans came forward and said, the lump sum that is paid out, we'd like some flexibility. Well, we listened to veterans, and when Jean-Pierre Blackburn was the minister, we brought those in. We've done a great job at listening. In the order of consultation, I find it interesting, members of the opposition talk about consultation. I've been in committee since 2008, and I've heard numerous veterans groups appear before committee, talk specifically about the last post fund, the last post funding, and they've made it clear. And they've made it clear not only in House of Commons committees, they've made it clear in the Senate committees as well. So as far as consultation, we've heard loud and clear from the last post fund. We've heard loud and clear from the Funeral Service Association of Canada. We've heard loud and clear from the Legion. We've heard loud and clear from veterans, different veterans associations. So to say that there was no consultation is it's ridiculous to say the least, because there's umpteen different reports or files that you can see. The Ombudsman has provided documentation as well. So we've been there. We've doubled funding for the last post fund on the funeral side of it, and it's a means-based program that allows a veteran and his or her family to have a dignified funeral, which is the whole purpose of the last post fund. It is to say that if a veteran who has, and it's important to say, is involved and is a client of Veterans Affairs, because there's hundreds of thousands of people that have served in the military that aren't actively a client of Veterans Affairs. Okay, so these are people that are involved and are clients of Veterans Affairs through an injury through their service, service-related injury. It's to provide those veterans a proper and dignified funeral, and that is what we've done. And it's also worthwhile to note that in spite of the economic downturn and in spite of increased financial pressures on government coffers, we didn't do what the Liberals did so many years ago and cut all the vital services. I mean, we go on at length about the cuts to social transfers and health transfers, but there were cuts in the Veterans Affairs Department. We've maintained the funding. We've found savings by providing efficiencies in the department, which I think most Canadians agree, but we've maintained the funding. We didn't cut the funeral and burial for the last post from $3,600 to $1,800. We doubled it, okay? We've made the investments, and this is at a time of deficit. When the provinces from coast to coast, and I'm from Ontario, have slashed services in some cases, we've continued to deliver, and we've continued to deliver on and for veterans. And I know many members of our caucus have parents, grandparents, or we have even some members of Parliament who have served in our Canadian Forces. And I have a member sitting right near me who had a great experience with his father with Veterans Affairs. And if any of the members of the opposition would ever like to talk to him about his experience and the professionalism that they dealt with him and his family, I'm sure he'd be happy to share that with you anytime. And so I would encourage them to do that. To sum up, we have to look at the entire suite of programs that are going to veterans. We've done studies on what other countries provide to their veterans in the form of services. In Canada, time and time again, comes out ahead. They come out right at the top, whether it's vocational training, whether it's for PTSD, mental health, you name it. Governments around the world are looking at what we're doing in Canada with Veterans Affairs, and they're using our template to deliver services to veterans. Why? Because we listen to veterans, we're working for veterans, and the department and the minister and all his staff are at focus to get the job done, because we appreciate their service and commitment that they've provided. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time. Thank you for the debate. I think we've put forward a great case, and we've shown Canadians, demonstrated our investment. And it should be noted, the Department of Veterans Affairs budget is over $3 billion each and every year. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The honourable member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to motion M422. I just have a few comments to make. My colleague, with respect to what my colleague opposite just said about programs and services offered to veterans, he claims the government's done a lot in recent years. That may be, but what I see is that there's still an awful lot to be done in terms of providing services to veterans. Health care that they deserve. There's still a whole lot of work to be done, and I hope he'll recognize this and very quickly improve the Veterans Charter to see to it that our veterans get the benefits they deserve, and that would accurately reflect a recognition of the value of what they've contributed to our country. My colleague seems not to have met anyone who's had any trouble getting access to services. I find that hard to believe. I've met lots of veterans who've had trouble getting information on the services they're entitled to. Another colleague mentioned a veteran who was entitled to services but wasn't able to get the information. And as for the closure of 8 district offices all over the country next year, that's really unfortunate. It's regrettable that veterans who are older, who don't necessarily have computer access or computer savvy to get information, they're going to have to travel hundreds of kilometers to get to the closest office to get information and the services they need. To come back to the motion before us today, motion M422, this has to do with increasing the last post fund. That fund was set up by Veterans Affairs Canada to provide financial assistance to veterans in need so that they get fitting funeral services. This financial assistance goes to paying for their funeral service, their burial, and their grave markers. The fund is a not-for-profit organization that since 1909 has been providing financial assistance to veterans in financial difficulty at the time of their death. The funeral and burial program has been available since 1998, and the Last Post Fund has managed it on behalf of Veterans Affairs. But the funding doesn't just come from the government, it also comes from private donations in order to provide worthy funerals to veterans who are financially disadvantaged. Since 2009, the NDP has been calling for increased funding. The funeral and burial program is very important to veterans and has often been underfunded, and the criteria for access to the fund are very strict, so it's very hard for a lot of families to get access. Many of them who apply for funding under this program are rejected. So the NDP has called on the government to react to the Veterans Ombudsman's report. Many other stakeholders have also called on the government to increase funding. In addition to the Ombudsman, there's the Royal Canadian Legion, the Funeral Service Association of Canada, the Army, Navy, and Air Force Veterans Association of Canada, the Canadian Veterans Advocacy, the National Association of Veterans, as well as many other veterans organizations and their families. So obviously we'll be supporting this motion, but I find it somewhat strange. I think it's something of an admission from the Liberal member, because it was their government in 1995 who began cutting access to this fund. In 1995, as I said, to go back over the history, the reason we're having problems today is because the Chrétien government reduced access. They reduced the estate exemption from $24,000 to $12,000. So the problems have been around since back then. The exemption level is very low, so very few families qualify for this assistance. And that's very regrettable, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to mention that Liberal members launched a letter campaign, an open letter campaign to the local media all across Canada, asking members to support this motion. It's a bit almost hypocritical to see them, Liberal members, pretending that they're the champions of veterans' rights when it was their party that gutted this program. But they don't say that. Obviously, this is a problem of access to the fund, but veterans also run up against many other problems when it comes to the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. They have to fight and argue their cases before that board. We'd like to see that replaced by a new institution that would be more sensitive to veterans' needs and more respectful, and that would meet their needs better. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I hope I'll be able to finish my speech by saying how important this motion is to at least resolve the problems of access to the Last Post Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of this item of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 37 du règlement, la Chambre abordera maintenant l'étude du projet de loi C-266 sur la rubrique Affaires amenant des députés. Where is it?
Private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-266, Pope John Paul II Day Act, in the name of Mr. Lizon.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise today on this bill. It's an important bill for a lot of reasons, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to just recognize the member for Mississauga East Cooksville for bringing this bill forward into the House. You know, he's a gentleman who has a very who is a very important success story. One of these people who Canada seems to attract. He's a gentleman who was born in Poland, lived under a communist dictatorship, understands how hard life was, wanted to do something better for his family, and came to Canada and build a better life for himself, for his family, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, living the Canadian dream, has now been elected to the Canadian House of Commons and is able to give back and contribute to his community. He's doing spectacular work here, and this bill here is just another indication of how hard and how nice it must be to the people of Mississauga East Cooksville to have a member of Parliament who brings forward their issues and to really finally have restored that community to some excellent representation. So I want to congratulate him for bringing this bill forward, Mr. Speaker, because it's so important that we talk about this extraordinary person, Pope John Paul II. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was a student in Scarborough in 1984. I was the second class of Pope John Paul II Catholic School, and 1984 was a very interesting time because that was, I believe, the Pope's first visit to Canada, and it was an extraordinary time for us. We got students. We got to wait in line in a procession as the Pope Mobile came by, and I can remember downtown Toronto, all of these people who were sitting there who were waiting to see the Pope as he drove by in the Pope Mobile for just a split second. But it wasn't just Catholic students, it wasn't just Catholics who were there, it was just hundreds of thousands of people who were waiting to catch a glimpse of this person. And we didn't really know at this point just how important this Pope would be to not only to those of us who are of Catholic faith, but to changing the world as we know it, Mr. Speaker. I already mentioned how the member from Mississauga East Cooksville endured a communist dictatorship and how he was able to make a better life for himself. I'm very fortunate, Mr. Speaker, if I can just briefly talk about my French teacher in my riding. He's a Polish immigrant. He just came to Canada 2 years ago. And we've been talking a lot about how he grew up, the life that he led under a communist dictatorship, and how important the Pope was to helping them break free, how important he was to helping the Polish people understand that they had freedom, that they could aspire to be better than they were. And listening to his stories of the importance of the Pope to helping Poland ultimately come out of communism is very inspiring to me, Mr. Speaker. And another reason why I'm really glad that we have this opportunity here before us today to talk about this bill. Now, I know a lot of speakers have already talked about all of the accomplishments of Pope John Paul, and I think it bears some repeating, Mr. Speaker, of some of his accomplishments. We know that he led a difficult life. Clearly, his mother died when he was quite young. His father died when he was young, and his brother thereafter. He lived through the Nazi occupation of Poland. During that time, he started to understand and feel the call towards the priesthood. He was educated in secret, from what I understand, and was ultimately ordained in 1946. Despite being in a communist dictatorship, Mr. Speaker, he was able to grow the faith in Poland. He was able to do that despite all of the challenges that he faced. He was always able to balance growing the faith, giving people the inspiration that they needed, while at the same time balancing what was obviously a very difficult government and a very difficult circumstance for the Polish people. I also remember, Mr. Speaker, being a young boy, and when the first Pope John Paul unfortunately passed away shortly after he became Pope. And I remember it was a time when Catholics were very uncertain. It had been a very, very short, I think it was a 30-day reign of the first Pope John Paul. And I remember watching as a child for many hours as we waited to see who the next Pope would be. And being of Italian-Canadian descent, we assumed that the person who would be coming out would be another Italian Pope, because that's just the way it had been for 400 years. And I remember being in my home and being with an uncle of mine who's a bit of a, obviously, he is somebody who had come to Canada in the 1950s and a very proud Canadian, but also a proud Italian. And I remember his reaction to seeing somebody who wasn't an Italian come through those doors, and that momentary disappointment when he found out that the next Pope was going to be Polish and not Italian. And I tell this story because many years later, I was sitting with this very same uncle, and we were watching a Mass when the Pope was much later on in his in years and was struggling to carry on his duties. And I listened to my uncle explain to me how this Italian Pope had made such a difference in the world. It was the very same uncle. And I reminded him that the Pope, of course, was Polish, and he wasn't Italian. And he said, well, that all changed over the years. He's now become a very proud Italian Pope. And I think that really speaks volumes of how this person was able, how this Pope was able to cross all kinds of boundaries. You know, when you look back at the time throughout the 80s, the 90s, what a difficult time period that was, Mr. Speaker, in world history. We were growing up at a time when there was so much uncertainty, when we still had East versus West, when so much of the world, Eastern Europe, was under a communist dictatorship, Mr. Speaker, when the West was afraid of the East and the East was afraid of the West. But here was a gentleman, here was a Pope, Mr. Speaker, who wasn't afraid to break down those barriers, who wasn't afraid to take on the communist dictators of the East, because he understood how important it was and how important his role was to bring freedom to the world, Mr. Speaker. And if we look back, despite all of the incredible things that he did for Catholics and to help expand the Catholic faith, no matter what you believe, Mr. Speaker, I think we all would agree that Pope John Paul made a significant difference in changing the world, because he was not afraid. He was not afraid during the Second World War to struggle and to fight for what he believed. He became a priest despite Nazi occupation. After that, having understood all of the difficulties that type of dictatorship and the type of lack of responsible governance through a communist dictatorship meant to the people, how it was bringing the people down, he struggled and persevered. And when he had the opportunity, when he became the Pope, he made sure that he was going to make a difference, Mr. Speaker. So no matter what you believe, we can all agree that this is a gentleman who made an incredible difference in the world, Mr. Speaker. So I can't thank my honourable friend enough for Mississauga East Cooksville for actually bringing this bill forward so that we could take one day to recognize and to honour this particular person, how hard he worked, the difference that he made, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, the changes that he has made that help bring democracy throughout the world. We still have a long way to go, but if it wasn't for this person's example, if it wasn't for the leadership shown by this Pope, and it wasn't for the strength of the Polish people who seized on the opportunity to break free, we would have had a much different world today, Mr. Speaker. So I am very, very excited to be able to support this member's bill, Mr. Speaker. And again, I just want to really again single out the member from Mississauga East Cooksville. He is someone that I think all Canadians who come to this country, who work hard, like my parents, who immigrate to this country, work hard, struggle hard, and can make a heck of a difference in their country, Mr. Speaker. I look at the example of my parents, and one of the saddest things I have is that neither one of my two parents were able to see me elected. They didn't live long enough to see me elected into this House of Commons. But when I look across the aisle and I see people like the member from Mississauga East Cooksville who are making a difference, who became elected and are bringing bills like this forward, I congratulate them, and I congratulate the people of Mississauga East Cooksville for having such an incredible member of Parliament. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am speaking to Bill C-266, designed to establish a Pope John Paul II Day. I wanted to speak to this issue because this issue was a concern to me in the sense that it really led me to ask myself a number of questions as to what I should do. I am a Catholic. I recognize the incredible contribution of John Paul II, Pope John Paul II, to humanity. But I've decided to vote against it, and I thought it was important to explain why I decided to do this. First of all, one of the issues that led me to this decision is the fact that he is not a Canadian. He's an international leading figure. He came to Canada, yes, but because he's not of Canadian origin, we should remember that the Pope is a head of state. So it's recognizing a foreign head of state. And that's a bit concerning to me that we would be creating this type of precedent. But I should point out that this in no way means that for Roman Catholics or people who are of Polish background that they should not celebrate the late Pope, but they may do so themselves in a general sense without having to have a national day established in his name. Other national days dedicated to an individual are people that are, for instance, recognized in Canada: Sir John A. Macdonald, Sir Wilfrid Laurier. These are, of course, historic prime ministers in Canada. As we know, there was also the Raoul Wallenberg Day, who was a great activist during the Second World War and was named or appointed honorary citizen of Canada. Another question that I had, or one of the issues that arose in my mind, is the fact that when a person is religious, one expresses that religion not for reasons of glory. When we are involved religiously, we do so not for recognition or for glory. Religious development is carried out, really, the religious work is carried out humbly, discreetly, or simply. Humility is the foundation on which other virtues may prosper. Humility is presented as a fundamental virtue in Christian teachings. Pope John Paul II has done wonderful work in many areas. We all recognize his incredible commitment in matters of peace, dialogue between various religions. He was a political activist against communism and political oppression. He acted as an advocate for youth and to reform the Roman Catholic Church. It is these very accomplishments, more so than the person himself, that we should recognize. We could have, for instance, a National Day of Dialogue on religions to pay tribute to the late Pope and to remind ourselves of the message that this Pope brought forth. I believe that celebrating a person, an individual, goes against the principle, this very fundamental principle of humility. If people would like to pay tribute to the Pope, then we should really carry on his fights and his ideals. It seems more appropriate to me. Another question I asked myself in considering this bill was, in fact, why would he become the only religious figure to be recognized in Canada? Canada is a secular country. Religious freedom is guaranteed and the right to a religion is recognized. Indeed, in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, in the preamble it states, whereas Canada is founded upon principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law. I would say that, however, religious traditions in Canada are diverse. We have Roman Catholics, Protestants, Anglicans, Methodists, Orthodox Christians, Baptists. We have the various First Nations and Inuit peoples' religious traditions. We have atheists, Jews, Orthodox Jews, Sikhs, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, Mormons, and there are many others. One simply has to visit a Canadian city to see that there are a number of religious temples, etc., that various religions espouse. So, as far as I am concerned, recognizing one particular figure from one particular specific religion might not be relevant for Canadians in that there are so many, there's such great diversity in Canada. Everyone is free to celebrate one's beliefs, but I do not believe it is either healthy nor relevant to focus a recognition on one pope or one belief more so than another. In fact, it goes against the concept of religious diversity in Canada. Another issue that I would raise is why choose one pope over another? All popes, as far as I'm concerned, have contributed in their own way to develop ideals, beliefs, and to choose one pope more so than another seems to me like it's as though it was a lack of recognition for the work of other popes, and this is an issue to me because each individual who attains this status, of course, has done exceptional things, and that, of course, is the reason why I do not support choosing one person over another. When I considered this very bill, I must point out that I was really conflicted, and I spoke to people in my riding about it. I asked them about the issue to engage in discussions with people, and I think they fully understood my viewpoint on this bill. I am from a Catholic family. I even have a bishop in my family, my grandfather's father, who was in the Amos Diocese as a bishop there, and everyone in my area knows him and knows who he is, and I fully understand the idea behind wanting to celebrate a leading figure in this religion, but I unfortunately do not believe that a national day would be appropriate. One of the things that could have been done if we really wanted to celebrate the life of this great pope was to establish a national day for one of his ideals, for instance, a national day on peace, and have that on the date of his passing, because this is an individual who worked so hard for peace. I do believe that it is important to recognize these ideals and the fight that he waged, and not simply his name. Mr. Speaker, that is why I wanted to rise in the House to discuss this issue and explain to people why I've decided to vote against it, even though it was difficult for me. I recognize my colleague's work. I know he's worked hard on this bill and always did so within the context of goodwill, and I hope that he has heard my concerns concerning this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to stand and support this bill. And to my colleagues on both sides of the floor for their contributions to the debate, I think that if John Paul II were in this room or watching this debate, he would have respected very much the previous speaker from the official opposition. And why he would respect it and why he would support her opinion in this matter is because this is the consummate democratic place. This is the place that he devoted, a place like this that exists on the face of God's good earth. He would have supported that because it is a democratic institution and because he knows what it's like to live in a place where you can't have, in an institution such as this, a difference of opinion. And it is for that reason that I think he would be proud. And he probably would say, please don't do this. Please don't have a day that is just for me. But he's not here. But because we care so very much about this individual, because we care so much about this man of tremendous faith who put his arms around the very people that would have in the past not put their arms around him except to put them in chains, he would just a humble man. But we are here, and we, meaning those of us who support this day, are here to be able to say to him, because we know he is watching, because in a better place, Mr. Speaker, that we're prepared to do this because we feel it in our bones that we must do it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just want to congratulate my colleague from Mississauga East, Cooksville, for bringing this forward. And to designate April 2nd as Pope John Paul Day in Canada. As the member for Mississauga East Cooksville mentioned, Pope John Paul's work transcended the boundaries of the Catholic faith. He promoted values of peace, tolerance, and religious freedom. He took a strong stand against human rights violations. He respected and showed admiration for other religions. On John Paul II's passing, former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan said, and I quote, "Quite apart from his role as a spiritual guide to more than 1 billion men, women, and children, he was a tireless advocate of peace, a true pioneer in interfaith dialogue, and a strong force for critical self-evaluation by church itself," unquote. This self-evaluation led him to work to redress historical wrongs, asking forgiveness from the Jews for sins committed by the church. As a powerful example, on a visit to the Western Wall in 2000, he offered a prayer saying, and I quote, "We are deeply saddened by the behavior of those who in the course of history have caused these children of yours to suffer, and asking your forgiveness, we wish to commit ourselves to genuine brotherhood with the people of the covenant." Mr. Speaker, Jean Paul II was the first pope to visit a synagogue in 1986 where he declared each of our religion's wishes to be recognized and respected in its own identity beyond any ambiguous appropriation. His strong messages to encourage interreligious dialogue and freedom of speech are characteristics that, and I will say so respectively, JP2 shared with this government. Not only did he believe that each of us should be able to worship as we please, but also that we should be able to worship differently and still cooperate and work together. As my colleague stated, as a nation, Canada is recognized as a world leader in the promotion of international human rights. It is a defining characteristic of our foreign policy. John Paul II too made this a priority during his papacy. He was a man of courage and compassion. He did not believe that the fight for democracy was beyond our reach. His efforts impacted global politics, and he inspired peaceful opposition to repressive regimes, eventually leading to the collapse of several stifling dictatorships. In 1987, he met and pushed the dictator Augusto Pinochet to accept the return of democracy in Chile, and in 1988, JP2 visited Paraguay, which led to the collapse of the dictatorship of General Alfredo Stroessner. Pope John Paul II's role in the spread of democracy in Eastern Europe was profound. He himself endured tyrannies of the Nazis, then communist regimes, as he was only 19 when the Nazis invaded Poland. In his 1979 visit to Poland, he spoke, "Be not afraid." His simple words to encourage and inspire the people led to the peaceful opposition that can be said to have precipitated the fall of communism in Poland and then the spread of democracy in all of Europe. In the 1995 address to the UN, John Paul II touched on his experiences in the peaceful oppositions he supported by saying, "The moral dynamics of this universal quest for freedom clearly appeared in Central and Eastern Europe during the nonviolent revolutions of 1989, unfolding specific times and places. Those historical events nonetheless taught a lesson which goes far beyond a specific geographical location. For the non-event revolutions of 1989 demonstrated that the quest for freedom cannot be suppressed. It arises from the recognition of the inestimable dignity and value of the human person, and it cannot fail to be accompanied by a commitment on behalf of the human person, unquote. Further to this, he played a large role in the collapse of communism. Jean-Paul II himself endured Nazism and communism and devoted much time speaking out against such oppression and human rights violations. From Haiti to Poland and around the globe, the visits from Jean-Paul II foreshadowed the collapse of dictatorships and the end of oppression. Wherever he went, wherever he landed, peace and democracy followed. We as Canadians should be proud of him for doing this, as the endorsement of democracy is a strong belief in Canadian values for centuries. Canada is a nation built on a number of fundamental freedoms. These freedoms and values are part of what makes our country such an attractive place for people to immigrate. One of these core Canadian freedoms is the freedom of religion. In every region of this country, we have a multitude of people practicing a multitude of faiths who are able to do so in peace without cause or incident. However, we are fortunate as in certain regions across the globe, religious minorities are the subject of violence, oppression, and hatred, which is why our government recently unveiled its Office of Religious Freedom. Working within the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, this office will oppose religious hatred and encourage the protection of religious minorities around the world so that they too can practice their faiths without fear of repression. These nations are often a source of instability and civil strife, and combating these qualities by protecting an individual's right to practice his or her religion is something which deserves to be championed. I believe that the work of Jean-Paul II to promote interreligious dialogue and his acceptance and appreciation for other faiths and religion is such an important part of his legacy and something all Canadians can admire and appreciate. As religious freedom is a strong principle in our foreign policy, he once said, instead of marveling at the fact that Providence allows such a great variety of religions, we should be amazed at the number of common elements found within them. As Canadians, we have a special connection with Jean-Paul II as he made 3 separate visits to our country. The latest being in 2002, the World Youth Day in Toronto. His message of acceptance, diversity, and equality are reflected in our Canadian values and multicultural landscape. As Canadians, we incorporate these values in our daily lives. Jean-Paul II not only transcended the boundaries of faith, but he also sought to bridge generational gaps and invest in our future by fostering the values of compassion and tolerance in our youth, which is why in 1985 he established World Youth Day. His visit to Toronto in 2002 attracted hundreds of thousands of youth representing all faiths and cultures from around the world who made the pilgrimage to Canada, uniting in one of the most diverse and multicultural cities in the world just to hear him speak. Not only did he garner the attention of a multitude of religions, but he was able to catch the attention of a young audience. Mr. Speaker, much like Canadians, Jean-Paul II did not believe that religious differences should instigate conflict, but rather that they should unite all people and celebrate our diversity. Mr. Speaker, I support the designation of April 2nd as Pope John Paul II Day in Canada, and I would like to thank my colleague, Member of Parliament from Mississauga East Cooksville, for bringing this bill before the House. I would like to thank him for giving us an opportunity to celebrate and to reflect on a man who brought hope, peace, and comfort to so many around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm also pleased to be able to speak today about the bill being put forward by my colleague. It's an important bill, and because it celebrates and brings recognition to a man that, by my view, rises above merely being a religious figure. Pope John Paul II was a living symbol of unity. His work wasn't just to disseminate the work of God, but to share the vital values that we as Canadians all share. peace, tolerance, and liberty. And Mr. Speaker, Pope John Paul was, of course, also a man of God. And in that role, he had many accomplishments. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a Catholic, and I wasn't raised in the Catholic faith. That's why when I rise today to talk about the Pope, Pope John Paul II, it is because of the things that he did as a religious figure, but not through religion. Mr. Speaker, Pope John Paul II accomplished incredible things in this world. If we think about the world as it is today, if his message, his simple message, his rallying cry, "Be not afraid," if he hadn't taken that message into the heart of communist East Europe, where would we be today? It's simple to say, oh, it would have happened anyway. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe so. When his first visit in 1970, when he went to Poland, his 9-day pilgrimage, he warned communist authorities that the papacy would be watching them closely. Think about this. This is back in the times of the Iron Curtain. These were bold words. Marxism in Eastern Europe was a cult. Communist leaders wanted to eradicate the traditions of history in the name of a new kind of society and to shape a new kind of citizen. When the Pope came to Poland, he spoke not only of God, but he also spoke of history. He spoke of the 600th anniversary of Poland's oldest university, and he spoke of the 40th anniversary of the Warsaw Uprisings. Mr. Speaker, this was deliberate. These were powerful words. These were words that inspired people in Poland. Mr. Speaker, it's not a coincidence that a year later, Poles found the courage to stand in solidarity in the first mass anti-communist political movement, and they began to organize themselves. And any student of history can look and see what happened next. This freedom came to Poland, and it spread. It spread to other countries, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, East Germany, Romania, and Bulgaria. The Pope gave people confidence, the confidence to stand up. Mr. Speaker, this is an important legacy. This is why it's beyond just him being merely a religious figure that we should recognize his contributions. And those contributions weren't just there. And we've heard many of them from my friend who just spoke and from the member from Mississauga East Cooksville himself. Of course, he spoke out very strongly against apartheid that was going on in South Africa. He criticized the dictatorship of Jean-Claude Duvalier in Haiti. And his visit led to protests and the end of a dictatorship there. And we can go on and on, talk about Chile as well. This was a man whose words inspired. They inspired people to stand up for themselves. We can also talk about World Youth Day. My colleague talked about that as well. And it's not just a celebration of the Catholic faith. He delivered important messages to people. In 2002, when he came to Toronto, he said to people, and I quote, "The world that you are inheriting is a world which desperately needs a new sense of brotherhood and solidarity." That was his message. His message was to build bridges, that we can come together in unity. It's a message that is so important. His hope of uniting those from diverse backgrounds and beliefs are continued to be brought to fruition every time we have a World Youth Day. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude with a few remarks. In June of 2004, President George Bush awarded the Pope the Medal of Freedom, which is the highest civil honor in America. And the citation itself, I think, is so important. And it's another reason why I'm so proud to stand here today. The citation said, "This son of Poland, whose principled stand for peace and freedom, has inspired millions and helped to topple communism and tyranny." Mr. Speaker, I could not have said it better myself. Pope John Paul II embodied peace, faith, compassion, and liberty. And it's why I'm proud to say and stand in support of April 2nd as Pope John Paul II Day here in Canada. I want to thank my colleague from Mississauga, East Cooksville, for bringing this forward and for giving Canadians an opportunity on that day to reflect on the incredible legacy and the gift that we received all across the world from this fantastic man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Seeing no other speakers, I'll call on the author of the bill, the member for Mississauga East Cooksville, for his 5 minutes of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank members on both sides of the House for their participation in this debate. As I have already mentioned, Pope John Paul II's legacy goes well beyond his role in the Catholic Church. He stood for religious tolerance and freedom, and he spent a great deal of time encouraging interreligious dialogue. To me, this represents a big part of what it means to be Canadian. Canada is a country where so many traditions, religions, and cultures come together in harmony, where each has supported and impacted the other, where mutual respect and admiration is of paramount importance. We live in a country where our children can grow up to have an understanding and an appreciation for other cultures and come to learn from teaching of each. Our future looks bright. Younger generations will reiterate these messages and teach tolerance and harmony. John Paul II once said, and I'll quote, "To choose tolerance, dialogue, and cooperation as the path into the future is to preserve what is most precious in the great religious heritage of mankind. It is also to ensure that in the centuries to come, the world will not be without that hope which is the lifeblood of the human heart," unquote. In addition to the respect he showed to other religions, Pope John Paul II recognized that today's youth hold the key to our future, and by imparting wisdom of values and values of compassion and tolerance on younger generations, we can ensure a better future. He showed our youth a great respect and sought to bridge generational gaps, which is why in 1985 he established World Youth Day. His visit to Toronto for World Youth Day in 2002 attracted hundreds of thousands of people. Youth from around the world, representing all faiths, cultures, came to hear him speak and to experience the wonderful multicultural society Canada has to offer. Each time we celebrate World Youth Day, we also celebrate John Paul II's legacy and his vision for our future and investment in our youth. Pope John Paul II proved that nothing is impossible and stood up for populations who were oppressed by totalitarian regimes. He will be remembered for his role in the collapse of several stifling dictatorships and the way he inspired peaceful opposition to communism in Poland, leading to its eventual collapse. Canada is a peaceful country and a safe country, and I strongly believe that the work of John Paul II and the values he spread truly resonate with what it means to be Canadian. I believe that in taking the time to remember Pope John Paul II, Canadians will also take a moment to appreciate what we are so lucky to have in this great country. I bring this before you today not only as an opportunity to celebrate a man who did so much for millions of Christian followers around the world, but to celebrate a man who did much more to uphold values that we as Canadians cherish so deeply, values of justice, liberty, and democracy. I ask all members of this House to join me in declaring April 2nd Pope John Paul II Day in Canada to honor and pay tribute to this great man. Thank you very much.
Is the House ready for the question? Yes. 10 minutes. The question is as follows. Mr. Lizon, seconded by Mr. Opitz, moved that Bill C-266, an act to establish Pope John Paul II Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. On division? Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
À l'ordre.
Order. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, the motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved, and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is the following, that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the face of Peter Pinochet's acceptance and expenditure of almost $50,000 in illegal donations, the Conservative government is attempting to cover up the true nature of his track record as Member of Parliament for Labrador. As I speak, Mr. Pinochet is campaigning in Labrador to regain the seat he disgraced. Meanwhile, Elections Canada continues its investigation of Mr. Pinochet's unlawful election campaign, which could result in Mr. Pinochet being banned from running for the next 5 years. Let me address some of the incorrect statements made by the Conservative government as they try to hide the fact that Mr. Pinochet had to cheat to get elected. First, the Conservative government falsely claims that Peter Pinochet was essential to the establishment of thousands of jobs and the Muskrat Falls project in Labrador. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that federal funding for the Muskrat Falls project was promised in the 2011 by the Liberals and the Conservatives before Peter Pinochet was even elected. Second, the Conservatives have falsely credited Peter Pinochet with the paving of the Trans-Labrador Highway, a project which was primarily funded by the previous Liberal government. Between 1995 and 2005 alone, the Liberal government contributed almost $340 million to the Trans-Labrador Highway, with an additional $17 million being invested by the province. The fact is that during Peter Pinochet's tenure as MP for Labrador, the Conservative government provided only $42.5 million in federal funding for Trans-Labrador Highway. This is almost a 90% decrease in funding from the contribution levels established by the previous Liberal government. Third, the Conservative government wrongly insists that Peter Pinochet is responsible for increasing search and rescue capabilities in Labrador. Again, nothing could be further from the truth. Peter Pinochet is responsible, however, for failing to stand up for search and rescue services in Newfoundland and Labrador, even after the tragic death of young 14-year-old Burton Winters. The Conservatives incorrectly claim a new Griffin helicopter was added to the search and rescue facility in Goose Bay under Mr. Pinochet's leadership, increasing their fleet from 2 to 3 helicopters. However, this contradicts reality. Under the previous Liberal government, Goose Bay was equipped with 3 Griffin helicopters. The Conservative government reassigned one of these helicopters to the Canadian assistance in Jamaica under the condition that once missions were completed, that it would return to Goose Bay. Now that this helicopter has been returned to its rightful place in Goose Bay, the Conservative government's continued claim to have added a new helicopter to the Goose Bay fleet is a blatant mistruth intended to give the illusion that they responded to the tragic death of Burton Winters. Again, the advice of experts, Peter Pinochet failed to oppose the closure of the Vital Marine Rescue Subcentre in St. John's. Since the closure of this facility by the Conservative government, emergency calls have been diverted to Italy. Information has been misconstrued, and lives have been necessarily put at risk. Even as the Liberal Party warned of the imminent dangers associated with this closure, Peter Pinochet and the Conservative government failed to reverse their irresponsible decision. While we continually ask the Conservative government to acknowledge their mistakes and their inadequate delivery of search and rescue in Newfoundland and Labrador, Peter Pinochet failed to represent his constituents regarding search and rescue even once in the House of Commons. In fact, even as a Conservative minister used a vital piece of search and rescue helicopter as a limousine, Peter Pinochet remains silent. So I ask again, Mr. Speaker, given Mr. Pinochet's cheating record, how do we know he will not attempt to do the same thing in this by-election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the quality, the poor quality, of the words chosen by the member for Random Buren St. George's in that screed that she just delivered on the floor of the House of Commons at a very uncommon time for partisan attacks at this stage of our day really speaks to the quality of representation Newfoundland has had in this House by confining itself to representation from the opposition. And it also speaks, Mr. Speaker, to the reasons why the people of Labrador elected Peter Pinochet in the first place. He brought a strong voice to this place, to the Government of Canada, not only for Labrador, but for all of Newfoundland and Labrador, who are sadly underrepresented, misrepresented by members like that for Random Buren St. George's, whose question, if there was a question, was riddled with untruths, riddled with misunderstanding, riddled with distortion of the record of Peter Pinochet, which stands for itself, which is on full display to the people of Labrador as I speak, and which will ensure that they have the opportunity to put a strong member of Parliament back into this place in very short order. In 2 years, Peter Pinochet delivered more for that great land of Labrador and for the province through his work in Labrador than Liberals had managed for, and his opponent had managed, for 20 years. Mr. Speaker, we really don't need to spend too much time highlighting those results. They've been aired here in prime time, as it were, in question period, in debate over and over again. They are known nationally, not just in Labrador. Peter Pinochet secured federal support for the development of Muskrat Falls. It was not done under the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. It was left in abeyance. It was mishandled. It was fumbled. And now the member for Random Buren St. George's is reduced to heckling to try and prevent the truth from coming out. It was done under this government. It's moving forward, a loan guarantee, a partnership that is unprecedented for Labrador, will bring more jobs to that great part of our country than any project heretofore. He worked to increase internet speed in Labrador, Mr. Speaker. Now, this is something that those in urban ridings, maybe those in other parts of Newfoundland, may take for granted. But in Labrador, it's a top priority. It's a question of work. It's a question of communication. It's a question of basic quality of life. Peter Pinochet brought a faster internet to the people of Labrador. And he has delivered federal funding to pave the Trans-Labrador Highway. Of course, that highway was begun in earlier phases, but we've never seen this era of improvement on a grand scale until Peter Pinochet became the elected representative for Labrador. He worked, obviously, to scrap the long gun registry. It's something we never hear from the opposition, obviously, because were their hand on the tiller, were they anywhere close to representing Labrador or governing this country again, that long gun registry would be right back in place, with its immediate penalty to the traditional way of life of the people of Labrador, not to mention the seal hunt, the polar bear hunt, for which Peter Pinochet not only stood up in this House time and time again, but advocated across this country and around the world. And we have results, Mr. Speaker, on all of those fronts. The opposition can only point to the absolute opposite on all of those fronts. They oppose the seal hunt. They want a long gun registry. They would side with actually the enemies of the polar bear hunt around the world outside of Canada. And for that reason, Peter Pinochet is the legitimate representative of the people of Labrador. We look forward to seeing him back here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, the facts speak for themselves. And having listened to my honourable colleague, he's clearly not apprised of the facts. We are in Newfoundland and Labrador. Labradorians know. They know they deserve better. They need that strong voice. Where was that strong voice The member speaks about all of the times Mr. Panache spoke in support of initiatives. We certainly didn't hear it in the House of Commons. Labradorians were looking to hear from their Member of Parliament. And just let me point out, because there's one thing that really does gall me, and that's a suggestion by the Conservatives that the Liberal Party does not support the seal hunt. How, again, and on truth, how you can stand there and say such a thing when you know it's blatantly untrue. But let me tell you what has happened since the Conservatives had Mr. Panache there. In fact, under the Conservatives, the EU imposed a ban on the importation of seal products. And since Mr. Panache became an MP, Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Taiwan have also banned seal import products.
The member's time is well expired. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another litany of untruths, and nary a question to be found. On the seal hunt, Mr. Speaker, it's on the public record. It's been said in this House time and time again. There are Liberal members of this place and Liberals across the country who are categorically opposed to the seal hunt, who are on record, who stand with the EU, Russia, all the countries that member mentioned, against the seal hunt. She, for her part, seems to be in favor of it. Where does the Liberal Party stand? We have no clue, Mr. Speaker. And Labradorians have no clue. They do know where this strong Conservative government stands in favor of that traditional way of life, in favor of infrastructure for the people of Labrador, in favor of Peter Panache.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity tonight to speak on science and technology. And there's really two things I'd like to focus on in the brief time I have here. And really that's on S&T funding. So when we think about S&T funding, we need to think about the size of the pie, and we need to think about how the pie is sliced. So let's start with the size of the pie. The Minister of State for Science and Technology is very fond of stating that under his leadership, the government has increased science and technology funding by $9 billion since 2006. However, a closer look at the CanSIM table from which these figures are drawn, and we actually had the minister in committee today, and they confirmed that these are the tables they use, shows that in producing this number, the minister fails to account for inflation in his calculations. Now, I'm not sure if this is a mistake or deliberate, but nevertheless, the error is there. So the responsible thing for the government to do is to apply the standard accounting principle of adjusting for inflation and using the consumer price index. This accounts for the fact that $1 today is worth much less than $1 10 years ago. This is Economics 101, and the government claims they have a sparkling economic record. This is a basic that they should know. When we do this, when we apply the CPI to spending over time, the new spending that the government put in at claims actually turns out to be about half of what the minister is claiming it to be. It's not $9 billion, but rather $4.5 billion in real terms. Now, they use some other trickery in their calculations, and so I suggest, and I suggested to the minister today, that we don't use this number at all. In fact, what we do use is another basic accounting principle that shows that, in fact, the S&T pie has shrunk under this government. Using the same government tables, the same one that the minister said today that they rely on for their projections. Last year, when we applied these basic accounting principles, last year the government cut S&T spending by 8.6%. That's an 8.6% cut. And in fact, S&T spending by this government is now lower in real terms than when the Conservatives took power in 2006. So the audience that will pay attention to this, Mr. Speaker, are scientists. They're very good at math, and they will understand that what the government has done since it's come to power has actually had a cut in real dollars. So they are shrinking the pie. So if you look at how the pie is sliced, Mr. Speaker, last week I was in Washington, D.C., and I was meeting with Democrats and Republicans about science funding in that country. The Republicans told me that the only thing the two sides really agree on is that the government's main job in S&T is to fund basic research. Thus, this Conservative government that's cutting basic research funding is even more radical than the Tea Party members with whom I met. So they're shifting money from basic research to business subsidy. Mr. Speaker, we can talk about all the other things that the government is doing, closing the experimental lakes area, muzzling scientists, cutting the National Research Council, actually destroying the National Research Council in a very haphazard way. These policies really betray a lack of understanding about how scientific advancement actually takes place. I think I've been hearing from scientists right across this country, and they speak over and over and over again. In fact, they're following the committee proceedings today. They're very disappointed in what's happening under this government, and they want things to change. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we're the party that speaks for science in Canada. We're the party in our convention that just committed to matching our partners in S&T funding. And I look forward to becoming government in 2015 where we can make that policy come true. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've just been treated to another insight into the kind of distorted mirror of economics that the NDP seems to pride itself on. The money, the $9 billion that has been spent by this government on research and development are real dollars. That is the way the government spends money. You spend a dollar, you count it as a dollar spent on research and development. You don't go back to some measure of 1981 dollars or 2001 dollars and then reduce everything to that earlier value of our currency, Mr. Speaker. That is an exercise, a futile exercise that economists have every right to engage in, but which is not part of the bookkeeping of the Government of Canada. And it disturbs us to hear yet again a certain level of economic illiteracy from our NDP colleagues when they try to deny the reality of what this government spending has been. It's been taxpayers' money that has gone into research and development. And we're proud of that record, whether it's for centers of excellence or fundamental physics, or, yes, indeed, to support accelerators that are taking discoveries from the laboratory into the marketplace. And this is the other area where scientists and other Canadians are unsure of their ground with the NDP, because however great their rhetoric may be on these subjects, they are not prepared to commit categorically to the market economy as a building block, a fundamental principle of Canada's economy. They're not prepared, as we saw at their convention, to admit that the profit principle is what guides private sector activity in this country. That's been in their preamble up until now. And attempts to paper that over with something else are not working. We're proud of the NRC and other departments. We're proud of the discoveries and innovation that we've supported. We're proud of the fact that Canada is now ranked the top advanced economy in the world for state spending on fundamental research and development. Let me give you a few recent successes. Last fall, the National Research Council flew the world's first civilian jet powered by 100% biofuel. Last year, Canada's National Laboratory for Particle and Nuclear Physics, TRIUMPH, played a significant role in the discovery of the Higgs boson subatomic particle. More recently, as we've all seen, Chris Hadfield became the first Canadian to take command of the International Space Station. So those $9 billion are at work. Tom Jenkins has led an expert panel to review federal support to R&D to improve contributions. This panel recommended a new approach to supporting innovation, which we are adopting. That brought in just this budget, Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2013, $121 million more to invest in the strategic focus of the NRC. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we're all proud of that institution. It's been here since 1916. It's brought incredible discoveries to the world, the discovery of the pacemaker, computer animation technology, and those discoveries have helped create jobs. The NRC is now working with other players in Canada's innovation system, including academia, public and private sectors, to adapt to business research needs by concentrating on active, business-driven, industry-relevant research. This is something other jurisdictions are doing. Canada knows it needs to do. Canadian scientists want to do because they want their discoveries to be relevant to the marketplace. And it's something, obviously, our peers and those whose private sectors spend more on research and development around the world have been doing for some time. It's the right thing to do. This increased spending, this strong support for research and development in this country will continue under this government, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a bit dumbfounded. I understand being attacked on this side of the House, but I didn't think that we'd hear an attack on the basic principles of economics, that somehow adjusting for inflation when you're looking at spending money over time is somehow an NDP conspiracy or a kind of socialist plot. In fact, I'm sure the scientists that are watching this and will watch this and read the transcripts will further see that the NDP, of course, is on top of things. We're a reasonable group of people who actually disagreed with the minister today on the tables we were looking at. He just has a different interpretation, the wrong one. We have the right one, Mr. Speaker, and I'm, again, happy to talk about that this evening. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We could adjust all of our spending to $1930. We could adjust it to $1950. We don't do that in the accounts of the Government of Canada. Liberal governments haven't done it. Conservative governments haven't done it. The $9 billion figure is accurate, and we don't want to see the member opposite leading Canadians, Canadian scientists, into some new area of confusion because of this. He claimed that we've spent half as much as we've spent. The taxpayers whose money went into those budgets to support that research and development beg to differ with the member opposite. Now, the government continues to take action, as I said. In Economic Action Plan 2013, $20 million over 3 years for a new pilot program to be delivered through the NRC's Industrial Research Assistance Program. This is a fabulous opportunity for small and medium-sized enterprises to commercialize their products or services more quickly and effectively by providing them with credit notes to help pay for research, technology, and business development services. It's also going to help innovation hubs that foster entrepreneurial talent. It builds upon the investments in 2012. And, Mr. Speaker, all of that taken together under this government adds up to $9 billion. By 2014, we expect we will reach, by 2013, we expect we will reach $11 billion in terms of our investment in this field. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Merci.